Jensen hovers in the skies above Ny City, capturing the attention of a news crew who begin filming the peculiar figure. The reporter describes the cultivator as an enigmatic individual with long hair and unconventional attire, evoking a sense of demonic presence. They mention that the cultivator has successfully defeated 26 heroes within the past 2 hours, highlighting the rarity of such intense battles in the current era. With the emergence of heroes centuries ago, the forces of evil have significantly diminished. The reporter encourages viewers to express gratitude towards the mysterious cultivator and to support their heroes, questioning whether justice will prevail once again against the forces of evil. As Plastic Man leaped off a building, he underwent a transformation, donning armor reminiscent of Iron Man. The news team pondered which hero would step up next to confront the cultivator. Suddenly, Plastic Man arrived on the scene, and the reporter swiftly relayed this breaking news to the viewers. Expressing surprise, the reporter remarked that Plastic Man, ranked among the top 5 A-rank heroes globally, possessed immense potential and believed that the cultivator's chances of success were now slim. Jensen introduced himself as the clan lord of the Tenjin sect from the Xian continent, and politely inquired about their current location. However, Plastic Man disregarded his question and instead increased the power of his armor to its maximum level. Frustrated, Jensen addressed Plastic Man, asking if he understood human language. In response, Plastic Man declared that fights always followed a predictable pattern, and those who met gruesome ends were the ones who talked excessively. He emphasized that his opponents perished because he never engaged in pointless babbling or nonsense. Plastic Man launched an attack, only to be swiftly slapped, rendering him unconscious. Jensen was frustrated, as he was only asking for directions and questioned why everyone seemed determined to meet their end. The reporter, shocked by the outcome, urgently called for an ambulance, emphasizing the severity of the situation. They declared that Plastic Man, renowned for his strength, had been defeated by a single strike. The reporter conveyed the unsettling news that their peaceful lives were now threatened as the world's most formidable villain had appeared. Centuries ago, the world was shrouded in darkness, plagued by eccentric individuals, monsters, and evil scientists wreaking havoc worldwide. However, the emergence of heroes brought a ray of hope. Through their determination, they managed to defeat the villains and restore peace to the world. Over the course of 11 years, the world finally experienced a lasting period of peace, leading the heroes to retire from the limelight. The remaining monsters became companions and pets to the heroes, while some heroes found themselves needing to work to sustain their livelihoods. A new S-rank hero named Macho Man made his appearance. The reporter enthusiastically announced the arrival of this esteemed hero, emphasizing the rarity of S-rank heroes and the anticipation it brings to the battle. The reporter expressed their admiration for Macho Man's honorable reputation, expressing great excitement at the opportunity to witness the unfolding events firsthand. Macho Man, sticking to his principle of avoiding unnecessary chatter during battles, confidently stated that his opponent was no match for him. Despite acknowledging the opponent's strength displayed by defeating Plastic Man, Macho Man emphasized their existence in different dimensions. He proposed a unique proposition, suggesting that if the opponent agreed to become his pet, it would elevate Macho Man's rank and prevent further trouble. The reporter highlighted Macho Man's immediate invitation, indicating his intention to not attack directly but rather take the opponent in as a pet. The reporter expressed curiosity about the decision the opponent would make, noting that accepting the offer would greatly increase Macho Man's rank. In response, Jensen playfully interpreted the term pet as referring to a same-sex partner and politely declined, asserting his lack of interest. After being rejected, Macho Man emanated a murderous aura and launched himself towards Jensen to initiate an attack. However, Jensen swiftly countered with a powerful body blow, sending Macho Man hurtling into the reporter's helicopter and causing him to crash into a nearby building. Macho Man was left unconscious from the impact. Reflecting on the situation, Jensen commented on the existence of individuals with strange interests regardless of the world they inhabit. The reporter, recovering from the crash, expressed confusion and dismay, unable to capture the sequence of events due to the helicopter's destruction. They wondered about Macho Man's and Jensen's whereabouts. Jensen, a cultivator from the Xian continent, introduced himself as a 2,603-year-old individual. Arriving unexpectedly on Earth, Jensen has spent the past 2 months learning about this new world. Earth, a small aqua blue sphere, is home to a population many times greater than that of the Xian continent. Jensen expresses profound confusion over the abilities of people on Earth, as they can fly without swords and travel swiftly without the use of magical tools. Moreover, Jensen notes that women in this world do not wear pants when out and about. Grateful for the denser spiritual energy on Earth, Jensen admits uncertainty about adapting to this unfamiliar world without it. In a forest nearby, a student tended to the injuries of her fellow classmate, assuring her that they were nearing a secure location. As they continued their journey, they stumbled upon a carving that read Celestial Binding Tower, speculating whether it was a popular tourist attraction. Soon, they discovered a spring and opted to take a well-deserved rest. While one student ventured out in search of food, the other immersed her feet in the spring, unexpectedly discovering its remarkable healing properties. With no one else in sight, she decided to take a bath, unaware that Jensen happened to be present as well. She contemplated the existence of a healing spring in the absence of nearby volcanoes. It was during this thinking that Jensen and the woman unexpectedly crossed paths, causing the girl to let out a scream of surprise which alerted her classmate, and demanded to know who Jensen was. Calmly, Jensen addressed the young girl, expressing no intention to delve into the details of how she arrived and assuring her that he wouldn't pursue the matter further. He advised her to leave the location immediately after finishing her bath. Bewildered by his request, the girl questioned his identity, prompting Jensen to reveal that they were trespassing in his residence, as indicated by the engraved words on the stone wall upon entering. The girl made up her mind to leave, heeding Jensen's advice, while Xiaoying held a different perspective, insisting that they could stay a little longer. Xiaoying expressed her belief that Jensen was not a malicious individual, and would not harm them. However, she found his unconventional manner of dress and speech to be peculiar. In contrast, Minchi disagreed, asserting that Jensen had no intentions of assisting them and saw no reason for them to stay. The news team successfully located Jensen in a canyon, eliciting their excitement. The reporter highlighted the previous occurrence of a mysterious man who had appeared in the skies of End City a month ago, defeating multiple heroes before disappearing. The reporter pondered who would be brave enough to challenge this man next. Turning to the person beside him, known as Steel Beetle, the reporter sought confirmation for their statement. Steel Beetle expressed approval, emphasizing the importance of portraying the mysterious man as a formidable opponent. He believed that by defeating him, he would gain an invincible reputation in the eyes of the public. With no need to wait for his team, Steel Beetle made the decision to confront Jensen personally, leaping off the helicopter with determination. Upon seeing Steel Beetle, Minchi immediately recognized him as one of the top 10 heroes in the world. She couldn't help but wonder about Jensen's identity, as it was intriguing for such a renowned hero to challenge him. Steel Beetle confronted Jensen, expressing both admiration for his strength in defeating Plastic Man and others, but also frustration with his perceived arrogance. Steel Beetle acknowledged his inability to fly but claimed that on the ground, he possessed the advantage to defeat his opponents effortlessly. He warned Jensen against underestimating others, as it would ultimately work to his disadvantage. Interrupting Steel Beetle, Jensen commanded silence, asserting his authority. Steel Beetle, taken aback, acknowledged Jensen's ability to fly. He offered Jensen a fair opportunity to fight on the ground, proposing a head start of 3 attacks if Jensen agreed to the conditions. Jensen caught everyone off guard with his lightning-fast attack, leaving them astonished by his remarkable speed. The impact of the attack forced Steel Beetle to kneel on the ground. Witnessing this display of power, Minchi couldn't help but speculate about Jensen's origins and the source of his extraordinary abilities. Despite the element of surprise in his attack, Jensen's speed and strength exceeded that of a rank 7 hero. Xiaoying marveled at Jensen's strength, believing he had a genuine chance of winning the battle. However, Minchi cautioned against overconfidence, pointing out that despite Jensen's powerful attack surpassing the strength of a rank 8 hero, it might not be sufficient to defeat Steel Beetle. Minchi mentioned rumors that Steel Beetle held a position among the top 10 heroes in the God class when engaged in ground battles, emphasizing his formidable abilities. Steel Beetle, having regained his footing, acknowledged Yensen's strength and commented that if Plastic Man had been on the receiving end of Yensen's attack, he would have likely been overwhelmed. Steel Beetle used a special item that caused him to transform, unleashing a surge of powerful energy. Despite this, Yensen remained calm and unbothered. Steel Beetle's transformation resulted in him being covered in armor, and he eagerly expressed his desire to keep fighting. Yensen sighed but ultimately agreed to face the challenge. He drew his sword and introduced himself, mentioning that his body was nearly ascended. With humility, he requested Steel Beetle's guidance in their upcoming battle. Yensen and Steel Beetle engaged in multiple exchanges, with Steel Beetle expressing his excitement in finally encountering a worthy opponent. However, to Steel Beetle's surprise, Yensen appeared behind him, and swiftly threw him to the ground. Despite the confusion, Steel Beetle quickly regained his composure and stood up, while the reporter continued to document the ongoing battle. Steel Beetle couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by Yensen's aura, despite Yensen's seemingly frail appearance. In a desperate attempt, Steel Beetle unleashed a blast from his plasma cannon, only to be astonished as Yensen effortlessly blocked the attack using his sword chi protection. Witnessing this, Minchi couldn't help but ponder that Yensen may indeed have a chance at defeating Steel Beetle, as he had successfully neutralized Steel Beetle's most powerful offensive ability. Despite warnings from his armor team that the attack he was preparing was still in the experimental stage and could harm his body, Steel Beetle disregarded their concerns. He remained resolute in his determination to defeat Yensen, and he wanted to show him that this world belongs to the heroes and heroes are invincible. The reporter updated the audience, informing them that the battle had escalated to its highest point, with both fighters demonstrating unwavering strength. As Steel Beetle started emitting a yellow light, speculation arose as to whether he was unleashing his newest ultimate skill. Steel Beetle's team persisted in cautioning him, convinced that he intended to eliminate his adversary. In response, Steel Beetle acknowledged that his current maneuver was in the experimental phase and primarily designed for his upcoming encounter with Rainbow Man. He assured his opponent that their strength would ensure their survival, implying that he would spare their life. Steel Beetle shot a powerful plasma flare, but Yensen countered it with his sword chi, causing the attack to lose its effect. The clash destroyed Steel Beetle's armor and sent him flying through the air, leaving the onlookers bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Eventually, Steel Beetle crash-landed in a distant location, attracting a crowd of people who gathered around him. Xiaoying observed Yensen, who had been sitting in one spot for nearly a day, showing no signs of eating or speaking. Concerned, Xiaoying wondered if they were hungry and suggested sharing a portion of their own food with them. She went up to Yensen and offered him some food. Yensen declined, saying he wasn't hungry. Curious, Xiaoying asked if he was from a different world. Yensen wondered how she figured it out. Xiaoying explained that his immense strength could have allowed him to do anything he desired in their world. The fact that nobody knew who he was, despite his extraordinary powers, indicated that he came from another world. She wanted to know where exactly he came from and how he became so powerful. Yensen introduced himself, revealing that he hailed from the Xian continent and identified as a cultivator. He embarked on his cultivation journey at the young age of 6. By 10, he had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and by 12, he achieved the highest rank in Qi cultivation. At 17, he delved into spirit refinement and laid the groundwork for the path of coalescence before reaching adulthood. Remarkably, within a span of less than 100 years, he ascended to become a ruler among heavenly deities. Progressing further, he advanced from a heavenly deity to a golden deity, and eventually to a meta-deity. Yensen's extraordinary journey encompassed accomplishments that typically took people thousands, or even millions of years to achieve. In his later years, he assumed the role of the patriarch within his sect, imparting his extensive knowledge of martial arts and deityhood to others. Yensen, sensing a change in the heavens, realized he had become the highest rank, the emperor deity. To ensure the sect's progress and limitless refinement, he chose isolation to cultivate. However, despite his long seclusion, he couldn't achieve a breakthrough. During this time, the hostile forces led by the Kuyo sect attacked, aiming to seize the sect's most precious treasure, the heaven-shaking halberd, and wipe out the sect entirely. They subjected his disciples to humiliation and slaughtered everyone, leaving the corpses of the slain disciples hanging on the sect's door under the scorching sun for 300 years. Yensen emerged from seclusion, still a formidable semi-emperor deity. Witnessing his sect in ruins and bones scattered, an intense anger surged within him. With a single gesture, he decimated half of the heaven's population. In response, the heavenly realm deities and demon clan formed an alliance to execute him publicly in a remote location. However, sealing him within the deity confinement tower came at a high cost. 5 of their strongest cultivators, 100 transcendent deities, and thousands of meta-deities lost their lives. To ensure his eternal absence, they threw him into a time-dimension crack along with the tower. When Yensen awoke, he found himself in this unfamiliar world. Xiaoying finds the story cringy but enjoys it nonetheless. Minqi asks Yensen about his plans for the future. Yensen had intended to rebuild his sect and return to the heavenly realm once his spiritual energy recovered. However, he realizes that this world is more complex than he anticipated due to the existence of technology, which has rendered the need for cultivating deities obsolete. Xiaoying disagrees, stating that the world still requires someone with Yensen's powerful abilities. Xiaoying informed Yensen that they are students from the Jiaxia Superhuman Academy, and invites Yensen to join their school as an instructor. She mentions that they can help him with rebuilding his sect and understanding the world. Minqi, whose father is the school principal, can assist with the application process. Yensen promptly agrees, surprising Xiaoying. Minqi advises him to change his fashion style to avoid attracting unwanted attention from reporters. Yensen questions the idea of fashion, and Xiaoying confirms their decision. The school will begin in 2 weeks, and they eagerly await Yensen's application. 2 weeks later, Yensen traveled by train to the Jiaxia Superhuman Academy, realizing that he needed to return to a private school to rebuild his sect as an instructor. Despite his millennia of existence, he never expected to find himself in such a situation. However, he felt uncertain about how to teach cultivation in this unfamiliar world. A girl passenger caught Yensen's attention as he sensed spiritual energy within her. However, when a man started harassing the girl, she looked to Yensen for help. Reluctant to get involved in other people's affairs, Yensen chose not to intervene. Lan, who was observing the scene, cursed at Yensen for turning a blind eye. The secretary tried to calm Lan down, mentioning that Yensen was recommended by Hu Minqi and had defeated God-class heroes in the past. Unconvinced, Lan dismissed the idea, suspecting that Yensen had influential support, and dismissing his victories as fraudulent. Lan refuses to believe that the person in question has any exceptional abilities. The secretary suggests that it may not be true, but Lan argues that the truth is irrelevant. Lan believes that even renowned heroes are taking menial jobs, making it easy for someone to spread false information with enough money. The secretary reminds Lan that the person was recommended by Hu Minqi, but Lan dismisses Minqi's recommendations, stating that she would recommend anyone without considering their abilities. Lan concludes that there is no chance of accepting this person without knowing their true capabilities and dismisses the idea of letting them in through the back door. Lan decided to intensify the provocation towards Yensen. The man spat on Yensen's boot, enraging him. Lan was eager to witness Yensen's abilities. In retaliation, Yensen stood up and spat on the man's face before leaving the train. Lan was infuriated by Yensen's lack of response and planned to confront him. The secretary attempted to calm Lan down, mentioning Yensen's connection to the principal's daughter. However, Lan pushed the secretary away and remained determined to face Yensen. The secretary expressed concern about the potential outcome of their meeting. The secretary warned the 2 train passengers about Lan's intention to fight Yensen and urged them to intervene. Yensen had sensed that he was being observed and anticipated a fight. The secretary then approached Yensen and informed him of the situation. However, Yensen couldn't understand the secretary's words initially. After healing the secretary's injury, Yensen expressed his intention to leave. The secretary explained that as a healing type user, it would be challenging for Yensen to defeat Lan, whose abilities were focused on combat. Yensen, however, stated that there was no need for further explanation, as he had already grasped the situation. He realized that he had been monitored for some time and admired the impressive technology of this world, as he hadn't detected any fluctuations in spiritual energy. The secretary was amazed by Jensen's mind-reading ability. Jensen explained it as the soul-probing technique, and mentioned injecting spiritual energy during the process. The secretary suggested taking a detour to avoid conflict with Lan, but Jensen insisted on becoming an instructor at the academy to rebuild his sect. The secretary mentioned the need for a hero license, but assured Jensen that he could obtain it when someone else was on duty. The secretary pleaded with Jensen to take a detour, and Jensen agreed to do so. The secretary expressed gratitude and thanked him for the decision. Lan arrived in a dramatic manner, declaring that Jensen wouldn't be able to obtain his hero's license. The secretary scolded the others for failing to prevent Lan's arrival. They admitted that they had been defeated by her. Worried about the consequences, the secretary urged Jensen to abandon the idea of getting the license, emphasizing that it was not a joke and that he couldn't defeat Lan. In response, Lan threatened the secretary, warning him to stay quiet or face the same fate as Jensen. Jensen inquired about Lan's intentions, and she revealed that she wanted to defeat him. She activated her power and began undergoing a transformation. Jensen was perplexed by Lan's technique. The secretary expressed shock at her immediate use of such a powerful move, acknowledging that Jensen's past victories over God-class heroes like Steel Beetle were irrelevant in this situation. The secretary concluded by stating that he had shared all the information he could and bid farewell to Jensen. Senator Jensen was puzzled by the secretary's remarks, failing to see any difference between Lan and the previous heroes. Lan challenged him to prove himself, stating that there were few people capable of gaining her respect. Jensen questioned the aggressive nature of warriors in this world and suggested resolving conflicts through peaceful means. Lan scoffed at the idea, emphasizing that strength is paramount in a society governed by superpowers. Jensen expressed concern about facing destructive attacks like the beams used by the previous hero, Steel Beetle. Lan launched a powerful attack, causing a massive explosion. She followed it up with a beam attack, but Jensen effortlessly swiped it away. Lan acknowledged his strength and declared that she was just getting started. The secretary admitted his mistake, realizing that he underestimated Jensen's strength. He also commented on Lan's hot temper, mentioning that she used to be different 3 years ago, resembling a typical magical girl. The subordinate wondered why Lan became so aggressive, as she often beats up people who come for the hero license. The secretary reflected on the encounters he and Lan had during their time together. They came across individuals with bizarre abilities and witnessed peculiar techniques, ranging from a wall-breaking headbutt to a legendary technique called the stinking fart cannon. These encounters gradually influenced Lan, leading her to change her perspective. She started asserting that a magical girl doesn't have to be cute, and vowed to beat up anyone who said otherwise. The secretary and his subordinates observed the ongoing fight, noticing that Lan didn't quite fit the image of a typical mage. Lan expressed her excitement at encountering someone like Jensen. Jensen then requested the weirdo license, to which Lan responded by challenging him to unleash his full power. Jensen stressed that Lan might be frightened if he did so, but Lan confidently laughed, claiming that no one had ever scared her before. Lan unleashed a flurry of attacks that Jensen skillfully evaded. Determined, she pushed her power to the limit and charged forward. However, Jensen swiftly slapped her, resulting in a powerful explosion. Despite the impact, Lan utilized her healing ability to rise to her feet. She confronted Jensen, questioning why he struck her in the face. The secretary explained to his subordinate the significance of Lan's healing ability, referring to it as the healing spell. He recounted how in the past, during the Heroes vs. Monsters era, Lan's versatile skills, ranging from high critical damage, long-distance magic attacks, to healing buffs, made her highly popular among her teammates. Her exceptional performance earned her the title of a God-class hero, and a devoted following of hero fans. The subordinates were taken aback by Lan's incredible power, and questioned why the secretary seemed anxious. The secretary explained that if Lan resorted to using her healing ability, it meant that she was facing an opponent of remarkable strength. Undeterred, Lan declared that if her current level of power was insufficient, she would push herself even further. Before Lan could react, Jensen suddenly appeared in front of her, defying the laws of science by covering the distance in an impossibly short time. He revealed that it was a martial technique he employed. With a swift and powerful attack, Jensen sent Lan soaring through the air and into space. However, he swiftly caught up to her and unleashed a devastating spirit pressure attack, causing her to crash back down to the ground. As Lan attempted to counter with a powerful attack, an explosion ensued, but she realized she had missed her mark as Jensen vanished from sight. To her shock, Jensen reappeared in space, utilizing just a fraction of his spirit energy to split the surroundings and instill fear in Lan. Jensen asked if Lan was frightened. She denied it, but her trembling voice suggested otherwise. The secretary suggested ending the fight due to Jensen's overwhelming power, but Lan refused to back down. Jensen explained that in his world, it was common sense to team up against weaker opponents and retreat from stronger foes. He emphasized that determination alone wouldn't bridge the vast power difference between them. While Lan insisted they were on Earth, Jensen acknowledged it but stated that he would need to reveal his true strength since his current level of cultivation was not enough to convince her otherwise. The secretary marveled at the destructive power Jensen displayed and wondered what would happen if he unleashed his full strength. He dreaded even imagining the outcome. Meanwhile, Lan expressed her anticipation to witness Jensen's true power. Jensen responded that what she had witnessed so far was only a fraction of his full strength, and declared his intention to cultivate a golden pill within himself. Suddenly the sky darkened and Jensen warned Lan of what was coming as thunderclaps of calamity continued to appear. At the Hwaseo's Superhuman Academy, the thunderstrikes caught everyone's attention from a distance, making them question if the world was coming to an end. Amidst the lightning, they noticed a figure, though they doubted anyone could survive such a powerful display. Mingchi, recalling that Lan was overseeing the license exam, speculated that Lan and Jensen were already engaged in a battle. Determined to find out, she quickly borrowed flying equipment and hurried to the location. Jensen explained that when cultivators reach the stage of developing their own golden pills and ascending to immortality, it triggers a natural phenomenon known as the thunderclap of calamity, or the pill calamity. The thunderclap covers a vast area, 15 kilometers wide, and each strike can scorch an area of 37 million acres. It strikes 99,999 times every 6 seconds, and after 1 minute, the golden pill will be fully formed. The secretary and his subordinates were overwhelmed with fear, finding themselves on their knees as they witnessed the immense power unleashed by Jensen. It was an unprecedented experience for them. Even Lan, despite pushing her power to the limit, couldn't move and could only gaze up at Jensen in his presence. She felt small and insignificant. Lan had a sudden realization that she had made a grave mistake. The man's words rang true, and she understood the futility of her efforts. It became clear to her that challenging someone of Jensen's caliber was a foolish decision. He was leagues above her, and she was insignificant in his eyes. The realization stripped her of all fighting spirit. Mingchi arrived at the location and found Lan lying unconscious. The doctors informed her that Lan would need to be hospitalized for 6 months. Mingchi was taken aback by the lengthy recovery time and questioned why, considering Lan's status as a renowned hero and the hospital's large staff of healing abilities. She assumed they have a way to expedite her treatment. The doctor explained that it was a miracle that Lan was still alive considering how she had overused her energy. Mingchi immediately questioned Jensen, accusing him of harming her despite being a hero. Jensen defended himself, stating that it was Lan who wanted to see him at his full power, and he had merely begun developing a golden pill. Despite not fully understanding the details, she sensed that Jensen was intentionally showing off his power. Mingchi, realizing that no one was seriously injured, brushed off the incident and asked Jensen if he had passed. Jensen inquired about the weirdo license, and the secretary begrudgingly confirmed that he could have it. With his passing confirmed, Mingchi offered to take Jensen to the staff hostel, where instructors were housed. Keshin mentioned her intention to return to class after finishing his part-time job. Mingchi recognized Keshin and acknowledged her presence. Mingchi asked Jensen why he was flying, to which he responded by questioning the purpose of walking when one could fly. He then asked about the concept of class in their world, as he was unfamiliar with some of their customs. Mingchi explained that in their world, the abilities of heroes are divided into classes based on their levels of ability. Mingqi explained the classification of superpowers in their world, ranging from Class 1 to 10, with God-class heroes being the strongest. She mentioned that Yensen had already defeated 3 God-class heroes. Yensen found that the heroes in this world were truly weak, even someone at his cultivation level could easily defeat them. He believed that unleashing his full power would result in their death. Mingqi acknowledged Yensen's strength but clarified that the people in their world were not as weak as he assumed. She introduced the concept of ancient heroes, a class above the God class, who possessed unique abilities that differed from those who relied on equipment and mutant superpowers. Mingqi shared legends about the ancient heroes, who were said to possess incredible powers such as time control, manipulation of celestial energy, and even the ability to create higher-dimensional worlds. However, she emphasized that these were only legends and not confirmed facts, serving as the ancestors of all superhumans according to historical records. Yensen found the notion intriguing and expressed his curiosity to study and learn from these extraordinary individuals. Mingqi reminded him that these stories were merely legends and might not reflect reality. She then questioned why someone as strong as Yensen would be interested in re-establishing his sect. Yensen revealed that before his master's passing, he entrusted him with the responsibility of leading the sect. The words spoken by his master during that time remained deeply ingrained in his memory. Yensen's master, recognizing Yensen's strength but also his areas for improvement, thanked him for his humility. The master, having lived among deities, revealed his own inability to become an emperor deity and his declining health. He explained that he could no longer absorb spiritual energies. Yensen expressed disbelief, believing his master to be one of the strongest deities. However, the master acknowledged the inevitability of his passing, stating that only the emperor of the deities is immortal. He entrusted Yensen with the title of sect leader, urging him to lead the sect towards true immortality. He emphasized the importance of moderation, advising against pushing others into difficult situations. Yensen gratefully accepted his master's teachings, promising to cherish them. The master then allowed Yensen to leave, stating that he was feeling tired and wanted to rest. Yensen reflected on his past carelessness, which led to the destruction of his sect. He resolved to re-establish his sect and fulfill his master's dream. Yensen suggested an unconventional way to rebuild the sect by destroying the deity confinement tower, creating a new world, and generating new life with golden pills. Mingqi and Keshin were shocked by this proposal, and Yensen confirmed that he was capable to create artificial life. Yensen explained that a mystic being can create multiple worlds, making it relatively simple for an emperor deity to create newborn golden pill cultivators. Mingqi questioned how someone as powerful as Yensen ended up being sealed away by others. Yensen admitted that it was embarrassing to say, but when he had recently emerged from seclusion and declared himself an emperor, hostility arose, causing things to spiral out of control for a period of time. Yensen remembered how he was deceived into entering the deity confinement tower and thrown into a dimensional crack. The mystic beings united to seal off their world, making it impossible for him to find them. Yensen expressed his determination to seek revenge once he regained his strength, vowing to teach those old men a lesson for daring to deceive him. Reporters outside recognized Yensen as the ones who had defeated the God-class heroes. Mingqi commented on the presence of the reporters, and reminded him that this was the reason she suggested changing his fashion style. Yensen questioned the need for change, stating that he hadn't done anything wrong. The reporters surrounded Yensen, bombarding him with multiple questions. Keshin and Mingqi were surprised by Yensen's patience as he calmly answered their inquiries. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted when the Rainbow Rangers arrived on the scene, surprising everyone. The Rainbow Rangers struck their poses, causing everyone to cringe. Bamboo Red declared that they were the main examiners for this occasion and expressed the hope that the younger generation would take on the responsibility of protecting the Earth. Keshin questioned their purpose, suggesting that they were merely taking a leisurely walk as the powerful monsters are already eliminated. Mingqi admitted that she still found their poses cringeworthy despite having seen them many times before. The reporters directed their questions towards the Rainbow Rangers, while Yensen expressed his bewilderment at the eccentricities of the people in this world. Keshin explained to Yensen that many years ago, heroes like the Rainbow Rangers, Lan, and Steel Beetle were the prominent figures who safeguarded the world with their determination and unwavering spirit. They stood at the forefront whenever the Earth faced threats. After the defeat of the Monster King, the world had finally achieved peace. Keshin explained that the popularity of the Rainbow Rangers and other heroes was natural given their past contributions. With the world now at peace, some heroes faced the challenge of finding purpose in their lives. Some became otakus, while others found jobs in the city utilizing their superpowers. The heroes with battle-type abilities were in a peculiar position, so they resorted to keeping remaining monsters as pets to pass the time. Meanwhile, high-class heroes like Steel Beetle and the Rainbow Rangers continued to fight in secret. Given the heroes' competitive nature, clashes between them were not uncommon. Keshin expressed her belief that they wouldn't be able to pass the upcoming exam. Mingchi agreed, mentioning that they struggled even with the exams for lower classes and had little hope of graduating. Yensen found the concept of exams intriguing and compared it to the sect examinations in his world. Mingchi explained that passing the examination was necessary to graduate and become a hero, with the requirement being a superpower above Class 10, according to the rules of the Superhuman Union. Mingchi explained that in the examination, professional heroes would release their pet monsters, and students had to defeat them to graduate. She mentioned that her superpowers had surpassed Class 10 and reached the level of Legend class, but she still couldn't graduate. Yensen found it unreasonable, stating that her powers met the standards. Keshin explained that the heroes were fiercely competing for the students' success. Yensen remarked on the peculiarity of the people in Mingchi's world. Mingchi shared that many students who couldn't graduate had quit school, causing concern for her father. Yensen assured them that as an instructor, he would teach them a move that would guarantee their success in the exam. Mingchi was delighted, and Yensen assured her that he wasn't joking. The Rainbow Rangers engaged in a discussion about Yensen's strengths and capabilities. Bamboo Red was curious about Yensen's strength and ordered Bamboo Yellow to find out. Bamboo Yellow activated her power, and scanned Yen. Senator Yellow expressed surprise upon realizing that Yensen lacked superpowers. Black speculated that Yensen might be using some kind of flying device powered by batteries, suggesting that his abilities were exaggerated. Yensen's group made their way into the school, where Red and Yensen accidentally bumped into each other, attracting the attention of curious reporters. However, Yensen simply let the Rainbow Rangers pass without any confrontation. The reporters were surprised by this unexpected behavior from the Rainbow Rangers' usual mocking attitude. Mingchi had expected Yensen to start a fight with the Rainbow Rangers. However, Yensen admitted that the leader of the Rainbow Rangers, specifically the one wearing red clothes, was the strongest individual he had encountered since arriving in this world. Mingchi remarked that it was the first time she had heard Yensen speak highly of someone in such a manner. Yellow and Blue were puzzled by the leader's unusual behavior after he remained silent during a previous encounter. Yellow suggested that the person behind them might have influenced the leader's actions, but Red warned against looking back, sensing danger. Yellow asked the leader about the importance of the encounter. The leader acknowledged the other person's exceptional strength, surpassing his own abilities. Pink and Blue were astonished, reminding the leader of his status as the second strongest superhuman. However, the leader explained that his instinctive sense of battle told him that the person they encountered posed a significant threat, surpassing what mere numbers or superpowers could measure. Yellow, still unconvinced, attempted to gauge Yensen's power once more. However, when she noticed Yensen staring at her, it frightened her, causing her to flee. Yensen remarked on the unfriendly nature of the people in this world, suggesting they needed to learn basic manners before learning cultivation. Wu Mingchi took sect leader Yen to the instructor's dormitory and informed him about the rules and responsibilities of being a hero instructor in this world. The next morning marked the beginning of sect leader Yan's work as an instructor. Mingchi visited Yensen in his room and handed him his hero license. She shared the news that he had taken the number 7 spot on the list of God-class superheroes, previously held by Lan. Mingchi also showed him a newspaper article. Yensen brushed off the negative comments and expressed his indifference toward them. He then inquired about the number of students in the class. Mingchi informed him that there were a total of 42 students, with 22 males and 20 females. Yensen noticed that he was referred to as the black-robed man Yensen. Minchi advised him to be grateful for having a name, as he didn't specify a hero name during the exam. She also mentioned that he was the only one to become one of the top 10 God-class heroes without defeating the Monster King. Minchi assured him that she had informed her classmates about the news being fake to save him from unnecessary trouble. She even offered to help him deal with the reporters. However, Jensen declined, stating that cultivators must not be reckless, and that he was prepared to take thousands of years to re-establish his sect. Minchi was left speechless and informed him that he didn't need to register before attending class, as she had spoken with the teacher in the academic office. The students discussed their new teacher and learned from Minchi that the news about him was fake. Minchi also mentioned that they could learn a superpower from the new teacher. Ran Zaheo, a student who hadn't been able to graduate, expressed hope that the new teacher could help him. Lan Bin was skeptical about the possibility of graduating even with a powerful teacher, while Xiaolu had accepted that they wouldn't be able to graduate in this lifetime. Jensen arrived and introduced himself, stating that his presence meant that everyone had a chance to become a cultivator. He encouraged them to let go of their restlessness and strive to become true immortals. As the first batch of disciples from the Tianxin sect, their first class would focus on learning the basics, including manners, etiquette, and familiarizing themselves with the sect's rules. 1 week later, Ran Zaheo, a student in Superpower Class 1, had hoped that the mysterious teacher would provide a glimmer of hope for graduation. However, the teacher's unexpected demand to copy 36,000 sect rules had caught him off guard. Ran Zaheo had already copied them more than 200 times, with the teacher insisting that it was necessary for mind training. Yet, this was just the beginning of the changes brought by the teacher's arrival. The classroom and uniforms underwent a transformation. Despite enduring these changes to strengthen his mind, Ran Zaheo, a young person educated in the modern world, was thoroughly astonished by the very first class taught by this teacher. Zaheo expressed his confusion about the teacher's unconventional teachings. In their previous education, they were taught that the world is round, but the teacher claimed it is flat, with 2 layers housing 2 types of people, mortals and immortals. The teacher's words were incomprehensible to everyone. The teacher explained that cultivation for mortals is divided into 4 stages: Qi cultivation, spirit cultivation, spirit refinement, and Tao coalescence. After that, there is the foundation establishment, which leads to the path of coalescence. Immortals also have 4 ranks: heavenly deity at foundation establishment, golden deity at golden pill formation, meta deity at nascent soul, and transcendent deity at spirit transmuting. Those beyond transcendent deity are not called deities but mystic beings. The students were confused and asked about immortals. Jensen explained that immortals are beings who can go to heaven, the underworld, and even destroy the world. They are immortal and live for a very long time. He asked the students why they were cultivating. Minchi answered that she wanted to graduate and become the strongest hero in history, but she was hit for her answer. Jensen explained that cultivation is not about being better than others, but about seeking eternal life. Keshin asked Jensen why they should keep cultivating if they will have the longevity of the sky after becoming immortals. Jensen responded by asking what would happen if the sky disappeared. He explained that even though mystic beings can create a sky and spiritual energy, they will still eventually die. He mentioned the 5 beings he killed with a single strike. He emphasized that true eternal life can only be attained by becoming the emperor of the deities. Zaheo couldn't tolerate Jensen's ramblings anymore and chose to quit cultivation. After Zaheo left, the other students were amazed that he had endured for a whole week before giving up. They also noticed that Jensen seemed unaffected by the situation. Lanbin felt satisfied that he had greater perseverance than Zaheo, but secretly, he too desired to go home. Minchi brought Sun to the school's rear ground, where students and teachers could use their superpowers. Minchi explained that Zaheo's decision shouldn't be blamed as he had a strong desire to graduate. Sun agreed and added that success in cultivation also depended on luck, and it couldn't be forced upon someone. Minchi asked if the move Sun mentioned was powerful enough for her to pass the exam. Sun assured her that it should be sufficient. It was a cultivation technique that ordinary martial artists could perform, making it suitable for her to use in the exam. Minchi requested Sun to teach her the technique, as the exam was approaching in a month. However, Sin advised her to first feel the spiritual energy before learning the technique. Zaheo grew increasingly frustrated and expressed disbelief in the idea of Yen-Sin being a strong God-class superhero. He felt deceived by the class representative, and proclaimed that he could graduate without relying on Yen-Sen's assistance. Zaheo noticed Sen and Mingqi from a distance, and decided to secretly follow them. Mingqi was elated that she could sense the spiritual energy, to which Sen explained that it was due to the unusually strong spiritual energy in their world. Mingqi questioned if spiritual energy was a type of air, but Sen clarified that it was actually the essence of life. Zaheo was confused why they were not moving as he was unable to sense the spiritual energy. Mingqi inquired about what to do next, and Yen-Sin instructed her to observe. He explained that everything in the world possesses yin and yang, and she should use her qi capacity to sense the fluctuations of yin and yang within the spiritual energy. By combining them, she could manifest tangible life force. Dragons appeared near Yen-Sin, astonishing Zaheo. Yen-Sin explained that they were formed from spiritual energy turning into life. Zaheo was in awe, never having seen anything like it. Yen-Sin unleashed the energy, causing a massive explosion. Mingqi was caught in the shockwave, but Yen-Sin saved her. The students at the school felt the vibrations and witnessed the explosion, leaving them amazed. Yen-Sin noted that the power depends on one's qi capacity, and the explosion was only a small fraction of his own. Mingqi asked for a moment of silence to collect herself. Sin explained the essence of the technique. It doesn't require one's own spiritual energy, but rather utilizes the life formed by external spiritual energy. This enables the expulsion of a tremendous amount of energy. The key is to feel the spiritual energy, understand the balance of yin and yang, and have a sufficient qi capacity to execute the technique. Mingqi struggled to comprehend the technique, so Sin provided her with a manual. As Mingqi read the instructions, she discovered that the technique, known as the Cultivator's ultimate secret technique, possessed immense power that could defeat anyone except immortals. What surprised her was that the technique didn't require stamina or one's own spiritual energy. Mingqi couldn't help but question if Sin was the one who had written such a shameless technique. Sin revealed that he had actually written it when he was just 6 years old. At that time, he had been brought to the sect by his respected master and had to participate in the inner sect disciple examination. Since he wasn't at the cultivation stage yet, he had no choice but to write down this shameless technique. Mingqi realized why Yen-Sen's master didn't want him to fight using his full power, as he might kill someone. The next day, Zaheo kneeled outside the classroom, seeking Yen-Sen's guidance in cultivation and expressing his apology. Mingqi and Yen-Sen arrived, and Yen-Sen advised Zaheo to stand up and join the class, as there was no need for disciples to kneel. Mingqi was puzzled by Zaheo's actions, while Yen-Sen speculated that Zaheo may have witnessed their cultivation practice the day before. Zaheo remembered the incredible power unleashed by Yen-Sen with a simple finger gesture. The impact of the previous day's explosion still resonated within him. Determined, Zaheo made a silent vow to keep this knowledge hidden from Lan Bin and to graduate before him. Some students became suspicious of Zaheo's unusual behavior, believing that he wouldn't return. This curiosity also piqued Lan Bin's interest. Yen-Sen began the class, assuming that everyone had memorized the rules after extensive copying. He suggested taking a break from copying, which initially delighted the students. However, their cheers ceased when Yen-Sen announced that they would be required to write the rules from memory. Sin noticed that the students were not following the template while copying the rules and instructed them to write out the 36,000 rules in reverse order. Yen-Sen had his disciples repeatedly write out the sect rules in reverse order from memory until the day of the graduation exam. On the day of the graduation exam, the broadcaster announced that despite the peaceful era, the upcoming battle between students would be an exciting event worth broadcasting live. They emphasized the significance of this event, as it had been 21 years since any student had graduated from the academy. The pressure was on for the students to graduate this year, as the academy risked becoming an anomaly in the hero's world and facing bankruptcy if no students succeeded. Principal Wu, Mingqi's father, felt anxious and held hope for his daughter's successful graduation. The commentators engaged in a discussion about the possibility of any students graduating. One commentator expressed doubt, noting that the exam would be particularly challenging as the examiners were the formidable Rainbow Rangers. Furthermore, the commentator mentioned that the student's teacher was none other than Yensen, also known as the Black-Robed Man. The broadcaster recalled witnessing Yensen's strength firsthand and found it surprising that some people still doubted his abilities, feeling validated in their decision to cover the event. The exam was starting soon and the commentators wondered why the Rainbow Rangers haven't arrived yet. Meanwhile, the Rainbow Rangers were sparring with each other as Red observed them. Black engaged in a fierce battle against the remaining Rainbow Rangers, successfully countering their combined efforts. Yellow, impressed by Black's progress, questioned why he held the rank of number 4 among the God-class heroes when he clearly surpassed them in strength. Black suggested that Blue, being older, should hold the number 3 rank instead. Red halted the timer and observed that Black's performance had significantly improved since their last encounter. Meanwhile, Red summoned his pet, the Mechanic Eye. Red mentioned that the military denied responsibility for a recent massive explosion over the Pacific Ocean and sought their assistance in investigating the incident. Mechanic Eye reported having found evidence through an extensive search of security cameras and laser battle records, revealing that the explosion was man-made. Mechanic Eye presented Red with a video showing Yensen causing the explosion, leaving Red astonished and realizing that Yensen possessed greater strength than he had initially believed. Mechanic Eye further shared their findings on Yensen's unique ability called Cultivation, which seemed to differ from ordinary superpowers. Concerned about the situation, Red instructed Mechanic Eye to submit the footage to the Heroes Department, portraying it as a hero lighting fireworks. Red also warned against further surveillance of Yensen, as it could result in death. Yellow reminded everyone about the upcoming exam and asked whose pet they would use. Black suggested using his pet, noting that most of the students were battle-oriented and would have difficulty passing the exam. Yellow expressed concern about being too hard on the students, but Black refused to show mercy. He shared his own challenging experience in the school, determined not to let the current students graduate easily. Yellow accused Black of seeking revenge on the students. Red arrived and ordered everyone to get ready as the exam is starting. In the stadium, anticipation filled the air as everyone eagerly awaited the emergence of new superheroes. The commentator warmly welcomed Superpower Class 1, led by Yensen, as they made their entrance. Some in the audience recognized Yensen but doubted the abilities of his students. The Rainbow Rangers also arrived, adding to the excitement. Red announced that this year's exam would be different. Instead of one-on-one battles, it would be a team fight. Students from Class 1 and 2 could form groups together. Red also revealed a favor they would be granting the students this time. There would be a time limit of 3 minutes, and as long as they could hold out during that time, they would pass the exam. The students were filled with excitement, believing that the new format increased their chances of passing and graduating. However, Seheo expressed doubt and warned his peers. Mingqi shared her nervousness with Yensen, expressing her struggles in mastering the technique and her uncertainty about passing the exam. Yensen reassured her, emphasizing the importance of cultivating one's mind and advising her not to rush. He encouraged her to be patient, and suggested that if they couldn't succeed this year, they could try again the following year. Mingqi emphasized the significance of passing the exam. Yensen advised her to let go of her fixations and suggested that by doing so, something unexpected might happen. Mingqi's nervousness lessened from Yensen's words. Yensen reassured the other disciples, telling them not to be impatient. He assured them that even if they couldn't pass the exam this year, they would have more chances in the future. He believed that they would all succeed within 100 years. Class 1 students felt disheartened by Yensen's words. Class 2 students approached Xiao Lu and Xiao Yi, curious about what they had learned. To their surprise, Xiao Lu and Xiao Yi had only been copying rules. A Class 2 student suggested teaming up, confident in their ability to predict the upcoming monster. Xiao Lu expressed doubt, but the Class 2 student insisted their prediction would be correct this time. After the students finished grouping, the commentator announced the start of the exam. Black then summoned his pet in the middle of the stage. The commentator introduced the first team comprised of 2 pairs of twins from Superpower Classes 1 and 2. Lu Xiaoyi and Lu Xiaolu from Class 1, and Wu Xinkuei and Wu Xinxiu from Class 2. The commentator expressed curiosity about their strategy since their superpower type was known to lack offensive capabilities. Xiaolu from Class 1 questioned the certainty of Class 2's prediction about the monster the Rainbow Rangers would unleash. Shinkui from Class 2 reassured Xiaolu that their prediction was indeed correct. Mingqi identified the monster as the explosive green tortoise, known to be a formidable opponent for physical battle-type users. Yen-sen, unaware of this, inquired about the significance of the monster. Mingqi explained that it represented type suppression, where certain superpower types struggle against others, just like fire powers struggling against water powers. Mingqi explained that the green tortoise had the ability to convert oxygen into carbon monoxide, leading to a powerful explosion upon contact. Furthermore, the monster possessed rapid cell regeneration, making it extremely difficult for battle-type users to defeat. Yen-sen acknowledged the danger and agreed that touching the monster would result in an explosion. Mingqi expressed her frustration at the disadvantage the students faced, given that many of them were battle-type users. The audience and commentator, along with Mingqi, recognized the formidable nature of the green tortoise and anticipated a challenging battle for the students. The Class 2 students were pleased with their accurate guess. However, to everyone's surprise, the green tortoise immediately unleashed a powerful explosion, engulfing everyone in its shockwave. The commentator observed that the released energy exceeded what one would expect from a legendary class monster. Concerned for everyone's safety, Mingqi voiced her worry. In response, Yen-sen swiftly raised his hand and dissipated the explosion. The powerful wind pressure overwhelmed the explosive force, nearly causing some of the Rainbow Rangers to be swept away. Concerned about the safety of the audience, the Rainbow Rangers questioned Black's choice of releasing the green tortoise, fearing it could harm spectators. They also puzzled over the source of the wind pressure. Meanwhile, Red grew increasingly nervous. Sun Xiaolu, a wind user, noticed that only Yen-sen and Mingqi remained unaffected by the blast and deduced that Yen-sen had halted the explosion. The commentator acknowledged that the exam's difficulty had far exceeded the students' capabilities, with the explosive power surpassing the legendary class. The green tortoise clarified that it did indeed meet the exam's requirements as a legendary class monster. It had taken certain measures to gain fame in the monster world, including instructing Bamboo Black to throw it into a swamp filled with poisonous gas, the stench of which still lingered in its memory. The green tortoise boasted of the power it had accumulated over the past few months and promised to demonstrate its explosive force. The green tortoise was taken aback to see that the twins team had survived its attack, while the Class 2 students taunted it. The Class 1 twins explained that even though they could merge the stones around them to protect themselves, they still felt the impact of the explosion. However, the Class 2 twins assured them that they would heal their injuries, expressing confidence that they could pass the exam by holding out for 3 minutes. The commentator admired the students' cleverness and preparedness, expressing surprise that they had anticipated the monster chosen by the Rainbow Rangers. Observing that the school had only 2 pairs of twins, one specializing in healing and the other in defense, the commentator recognized the perfection of their formation against the green tortoise. With this advantage, there was optimism that they could successfully graduate from the exam. Mingqi was impressed by the pairs of twins' abilities, realizing they were more capable than she had previously thought. Yen-sen acknowledged that the green tortoise might have anticipated such tactics from the students, indicating that it was prepared for their strategies. The green tortoise chuckled with anticipation, revealing its new move. It spat out multiple copies of itself, and each copy replicated the process, shrinking in size. The twins in the Class 1 team noticed this development, and prepared for the imminent attack. The copies detonated upon contact with their defensive barrier, inflicting damage on the Class 1 team. Meanwhile, the Class 2 team cheered them on and provided healing support. However, a monster managed to breach their formation and caused an explosion, disrupting their defenses. The twin team's attempt to pass the exam ended in failure, disappointing the audience. The strength of the monster seemed impossible for the students. The green tortoise then summoned the next challenger. As time went on, more than half of the participants failed the exam, unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the green tortoise. The audience's excitement waned as some challengers were defeated within mere seconds. During the break, Zihao practiced the technique that Yensen displayed previously while Mingqi and Yensen watched. Yensen expressed his doubt that Zihao would succeed. Mingqi then offered Yensen a lunchbox, hinting at her request. She asked if Yensen could teach them simpler and easier to learn techniques, as she knew he possessed other powerful techniques. Zihao was surprised to learn about these other techniques. However, Yensen explained that those techniques required the use of spiritual energy, which they couldn't harness without qi cultivation. Mingqi questioned Yensen's lack of techniques, urging him to create another one to help them succeed. Zihao suggested using Yensen's ingenuity to create an invincible technique. However, Yensen stated that his master's words forbade him from creating any more techniques, and he would adhere to that. Mingqi and Zihao were disappointed. Zihao then asked why his master forbid him from creating techniques. Centuries ago, Yensen's master proudly showcased a special technique to the mystic being Lu, highlighting its remarkable features and the exceptional talent of his young disciple who made. However, Lu dismissed the technique, accusing Yenshin's master of recruiting an abnormal disciple instead of more skilled individuals from prestigious sections. Lu voiced apprehensions about potential repercussions that could arise in the future. Yensen's master continued boasting, and mystic Lu left in anger. Later, Yensen's master realized that the technique he had created was missing. Reflecting on the past, Yensen revealed that the technique had caused chaos in the secular world, leading to widespread war and a breakdown of law and order. Mortals had even foolishly challenged immortals using the technique, resulting in countless lives lost. As a consequence, Yensen's master forbade him from creating any more techniques and confiscated the brush he had used. Yensen acknowledged the negative impact of his past actions and expressed remorse for the chaos he had caused. He considered himself a sinner and resolved not to create any new techniques. He urged others to abandon their attempts to persuade him to create more techniques as well. Despite Wu Mingqi and Ran Zihao's efforts to persuade him, but Yensen remained firm in his decision. Their hopes of learning a powerful and easy-to-use technique were dashed. The exams continued, and the commentator noted the dominance of the powerful green tortoises. To ensure audience safety, the Rainbow Rangers deployed the God-class monster mechanic eyes to seal the examination hall with lasers, containing any potential explosions. However, this heightened the danger for the students inside. The commentator then announced the arrival of the Academy's strongest team, and the principal picked the 4 most formidable students. The strongest team from the Academy consisted of Ran Zihao, Lan Bin, Sun Xiaolu, and Wu Mingqi from Class 1. They possessed superpowers of pyrokinesis, cryokinesis, aerokinesis, and telekinesis respectively. The confident green tortoise taunted them, expressing its intention to defeat them all and return home to feast. Some doubted the possibility of defeating the green tortoise, leading some audience members to consider leaving. Lan Bin believed that victory was practically impossible and suggested surrendering. However, Mingqi refused to give up and expressed her determination to try and defeat the monster. Lan Bin questioned her decision, but Mingqi requested a minute's time. Zihao hinted at Mingqi using something specific, which she confirmed. Mingqi acknowledged the uncertainty of her plan but expressed that it was their only option, promising to give it her all. Zihao agreed to support her by risking their lives to create a distraction, while Mingqi executed her strategy. They intended to buy her time to send nukes. The audience was surprised by the team's determination not to quit, and watched as they prepared for the fight. Green Tortoise, surprised by their resolve, suggested they try again next year and released his minions. Zihao unleashed his fire ability and used Xiaolu's wind ability to enhance it, successfully blocking the monster's attacks. Impressed, Green Tortoise summoned more minions, catching Zihao off guard. The relentless barrage of attacks started overwhelming the team, and Zihao told Lan Bin to assist. Lan Bin expressed his willingness to help but pointed out the practicality of the situation. He explained that his ice ability would extinguish Zihao's fire because they were in an updraft, and using his ability would only cause more harm than good. Lan Bin concluded that his ability would be a burden in this particular scenario. Green Tortoise, drawing from his experience as a villain, proclaimed that it would be foolish to prolong a battle that could be swiftly concluded with a single decisive move. The team noticed the monster's preparations for another powerful explosion and became uncertain if they could withstand it. Zihao inquired if Mingqi was ready, but she was still trying to compose herself and recollected Yensen's advice on learning the technique. Yensen had told her that cultivators needed to possess innate talent. Some could grasp a technique at a mere glance, while others might never succeed in their lifetime. Mingqi then asked how they would know if they were gifted, to which Yensen replied that they would realize it when they were able to detach themselves from their fixations. Mingqi successfully formed spiritual energy, leading her to question if she had a talent for immortality. Yensen observed her achievement and recognized her talent. Despite the audience's concerns about the monster's increasing size and the anticipated explosion, the mechanical eye reassured them of their safety. Lan Bin utilized his freezing ability to halt everything, and then the explosion finally occurred. Zihao expressed relief that Lan Bin's timely action saved them from serious injuries, despite the discomfort of being frozen. Lan Bin mentioned that he had depleted all his energy and could no longer use his abilities. Xiaolu criticized Zihao and Lan Bin for prioritizing their own safety over protecting the squad leader, but Lan Bin assured her that the ice formed by the air current and the explosion did not harm Mingqi. The audience was astonished by the team's survival of the massive explosion, but they also noticed that the team had completely depleted their energy. To everyone's surprise, Mingqi continued to gather energy and merged it, summoning 2 dragons, a superpower that no one had ever witnessed before. Even Mingqi's father was amazed and puzzled by her newfound abilities. Green Tortoise initially thought it was a bluff and challenged Mingqi to make her move. Mingqi unleashed the energy, resulting in a devastating attack that obliterated everything in its path and caused a massive explosion, leaving everyone in shock. The Green Tortoise, missing half of its body and unable to regenerate, grew furious. Zihao suggested another round to the squad leader, and Mingqi confidently agreed, stating that the technique didn't consume energy and could be released without limits. Everyone was taken aback when they learned that Wu Mingqi could use the technique without any limits. However, Mingqi suddenly appeared exhausted, leading Yensen to explain that it was not a side effect but rather a result of her loss of calmness, causing damage to her sea of qi. He assured everyone that she would recover within a year or 2. The other students were puzzled about how Yensen knew this, unaware that he was the creator of the technique. Green Tortoise remained skeptical of Mingqi's ability to use the technique unlimited times, especially as she continued to struggle to collect herself. Mingqi expressed her frustration, stating that if the explosion had occurred directly beneath him, he wouldn't have survived. Zihao asked Mingqi if she could still release the technique, to which she admitted that she was in an unstable state of mind and needed time to gather her aura. Zihao pointed out that there was no time to wait for her to gather her aura, as the exam would be over by then. Mingqi, reflecting on her previous success in transforming the dragon, admitted that she had underestimated the need to keep her mind calm. She acknowledged her pride and expressed her apologies for the current situation. Green Tortoise prepared for another explosion, but to everyone's surprise, Xiaolu performed the same technique as Mingqi, leaving Zihao and Lan Bin astonished. They questioned how Xiaolu knew how to do it. Xiaolu nonchalantly explained that it wasn't particularly difficult and could be learned at a glance. She attributed her quick grasp of the technique to her lack of concern for graduation and her naturally calm personality. Inspired by Xiaolu's example, Zihao and Lan Bin decided to give it a try as well. Zihao and Lan Bin surprised Yensen with their ability to emit an aura while performing the technique. Yensen was delighted to see their progress and emphasized the importance of protecting the young talents, as they were destined to become future immortals. Lan Bin recognized the technique and expressed surprise at its destructive power. The team members then engaged in friendly competition, showcasing their skills while Yensen observed them. Yensen acknowledged that not everyone could learn the technique quickly and praised the team for their exceptional talent, considering them to be top geniuses. The commentator announced that the battle had intensified, with both sides gathering energy. With less than 30 seconds remaining, the outcome of the exam hung in the balance, leaving everyone in suspense. Yensen abruptly ended the battle by throwing a white cloth in the air, indicating Class 1's surrender. Xiaolu scolded Lan Bin and Zihao for not realizing the practicality of the situation, emphasizing that their safety was more important than winning. Yensen urged them to try again in the following year. Despite Class 1's surrender, Green Tortoise ignored the rules and activated another explosion. Yensen, furious at Green Tortoise's disregard for safety, saved the students from the blast and unleashed his immense power. The ground shook, causing the audience to mistake it for an earthquake. Yensen's pressure overwhelmed Green Tortoise, leaving him unable to breathe. The enraged Yensen chastised Green Tortoise for his actions, and the terrified Green Tortoise immediately apologized. Black, witnessing the situation, attempted to summon him back, but Yensen completely obliterated the monster. Frustrated, Black used recycling but noticed that the monster's rank had dropped to half-star. In anger, Black confronted Yensen, accusing him of violating Section 1653 of the Law of Heroes by attacking another hero's monster pet without permission. Black considered Yensen's actions to be provocative. Yensen asserted that as immortals, they must adhere to etiquette, and hurting his disciple was a grave offense. Black argued that with a superhealer present, it was impossible for a student to be harmed. Yensen responded that while he could heal them physically, he couldn't restore the time it takes to repair the damage to their inner energy. Frustrated, Yensen refused to explain further, challenging Black to come down and fight if he was not convinced. Black defiantly declared that he was not afraid of Yen. Senator Blue and Pink intervened to stop Black from speaking further, and claimed that he was only joking. Mingchi remarked that it was the first time she had seen their teacher so angry. Ziheo understood that their teacher was protecting their weaknesses and shortcomings. The commentator announced that Yensen, the world's number 7, has challenged the Rainbow Rangers. This is a rare occurrence that hasn't been seen in 10 years. And the Rainbow Rangers have accepted the challenge from Yen's senator. The commentator's plan to stir up excitement worked as the audience started chanting for the Rainbow Rangers. However, Yellow questioned the announcer's statement about accepting the challenge. The Rainbow Rangers were nervous about facing Yen's, and Black wanted to go down and fight him, but Red shut him down, highlighting his limited power. Yellow turned to the captain for guidance on what to do next. The commentator's promotional efforts attracted a worldwide audience for the upcoming fight. The Rainbow Rangers felt the pressure as they heard the chants from the crowd. Yellow was angry with the commentator's tactics. Red told the team that they fight together, and they landed on the stage as a united group. Yensen remained calm as the Rainbow Rangers approached him together. The audience was curious about their strategy. Yensen instructed his students to go ahead and attack Yellow. Blue stepped in to intercept the attack, but both Blue and Yellow were defeated. Black attempted to retaliate but was swiftly captured by Yensen and was thrown away. Pink used her power, but Yensen effortlessly reflected her attack, resulting in an explosion. Pink was left unconscious on the ground. The audience was in shock witnessing the quick defeat of the Rainbow Rangers. Yensen then challenged Red to fight, but Red realized he wouldn't stand a chance against him. Red thought about Yensen's superior intelligence, experience, speed, and strength, and concluded that he would ultimately lose. Red declined the invitation, acknowledging that he couldn't defeat Yensen and didn't want to throw himself into a losing battle. The crowd was taken aback by Red's admission of his inability to defeat Yensen. Yensen questioned Red's intentions, to which Red clarified that as a hero, he would never admit defeat, even if it meant giving his all. Red then brought up the concept of super-ancient heroes. He also stated Yensen's use of Xiuxian instead of superpowers, as mentioned by the mechanical eye. Yensen acknowledged Red's statement about super-ancient heroes and confirmed that those were the combat powers beyond immortal levels in their world. Red used his cell activation skill, which healed the other Rainbow Rangers. He stated that they vowed not to use the skill that they are about to unleash unless it was life or death, and that this was the second time they are going to use it. The Rainbow Rangers then grouped up. Red then stated that Yensen will witness the highest combat power in this world. The Rainbow Rangers then used combination, which summoned an ultra-ancient mecha. Yensen was impressed. The commentator informed the audience that the ancient mecha was used in a great battle 10 years ago, but there was no video evidence of it. It was believed that only the top heroes in the world had witnessed it, and he was surprised to know that it was a product of an ancient hero. Yensen expressed his interest in witnessing the power of the immortals in this world and declared that he would consume the excess aura. He instructed his disciples to observe closely and witness the true power of Xiuxian. Yensen then summoned a giant spirit which shocked everyone. Yensen gave orders to destroy the ancient mecha, surprising the Rainbow Rangers with his summoning ability. The commentators had mixed reactions, with one expressing concern about the potential destruction while the other was eager to document the fight and advise the audience to evacuate. However, the audience and students had already evacuated earlier, and even the mayor had taken precautions to evacuate the citizens of Y City due to the impending battle. The students and citizens watched the battle from a safe distance. The mechas stated a saying from their world, emphasizing the importance of swift and strategic movements. Both the mecha and the spirit charged forward, unleashing powerful sword attacks that sliced through everything in their path. The two powerful attacks collided and cancelled each other out. The spirit stated its invulnerability and found the mecha's abilities intriguing. Undeterred, the mecha decided to unleash another sword attack against the spirit. The two giants continued to clash in an epic battle, leaving the audience in awe of their immense power. The commentator described the awe-inspiring battle between the spirit and the mecha, highlighting their immense power and speed. The audience watched in astonishment as the two giants clashed, causing massive destruction and surpassing the limits of human capability. After a fierce clash, the spirit and the mecha dropped their weapons. The mecha requested additional power from the Rainbow Rangers, who complied by providing it with more energy. With the boost, the mecha took flight and began to retreat. Jensen then offered to assist the spirit to fly in pursuit of the mecha, urging it to continue the fight. The mecha made its escape into space, closely pursued by the spirit. Frustrated viewers voiced their protest as they were unable to witness the ongoing battle. In response, the commentator called upon the Mechanic Eye to provide a live stream of the fight. Meanwhile, the Rainbow Rangers were astonished to witness the spirit's ability to fly, as it relentlessly chased after the mecha. However, the mecha launched a sudden and devastating attack, forcing the spirit back to the ground and causing extensive destruction. The sight of their city in ruins induced the mayor to lose consciousness. The spirit retaliated by hurling a large section of the city at the mecha, which the mecha effortlessly sliced apart. But the spirit instantly followed with a powerful strike, landing a heavy blow on the mecha and throwing it back down to earth. The mecha called upon Yellow to heal some of the damage and activated its superpower, gaining control over all nuclear weapons worldwide. It unleashed a barrage of missiles towards the spirit. However, the spirit swiftly countered the attack, obliterating the missiles. The skies were illuminated by the nuclear explosions, causing concern among the students. Some of the audience placed blame on the commentator for fueling the conflict. The commentator informed the audience that the colossal mech, known as Number 001, had limited information available due to the infrequent appearances of Team Rainbow. According to the book, Number 001 was a genuine super-ancient hero, having existed since ancient times as a robot. The book further explained that Number 001 possessed an infinitely amplified collection of the superpowers from the Rainbow Team, indicating the potential for multiple abilities rather than just one. 001 used Black's ability to teleport and appeared behind the spirit. However, the spirit managed to dodge the attack, leading to a fierce melee battle between the two giants. Despite their intense clash, either side gained the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. The Rainbow Rangers were astonished by the spirit's ability to fight without showing any signs of exhaustion. The commentator made a discovery. It turns out that Red's ability to activate cells is responsible for powering Number 001, serving as its motor. This explains why Red is considered one of the world's top superpowers. Unlike other superpowers with an upper limit, Red cell activation has no such restriction. Therefore, if Red acts as the motor for Number 001, the mech will have an unlimited energy supply. However, the commentator couldn't comprehend how the opposing giant could sustain its energy levels for such an extended period without showing signs of fatigue. Jensen confidently declared that his spiritual energy would not deplete until the spirit's life came to an end. Despite the concerns of Pink and Black, Red made the decision to fuse with Number 001, fully committing himself to the fight. 001 unleashed a surge of formidable energy, catching Jensen off guard. It then activated its superpower, which allowed it to harness the power of nuclear fusion. The commentator explained that the fusion of Xiaohong and 001 created an immense energy that could even rival the power of the sun itself. 001 boldly challenged the spirit, who accepted the challenge. The spirit then shared a strategy with Jensen on how to combat it. Jensen agreed and promised to give all of his auras, stressing the importance of not causing any fatalities. The spirit conjured a colossal energy ball and fired while 001 unleashed its nuclear energy cannon, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As a result, 001 plummeted from the sky, expressing remorse to the Rainbow Rangers for its defeat. Likewise, the spirit dissipated and apologized to Jensen for its loss. Jensen, seemingly unfazed, questioned the outcome and reassured the spirit it was fine and told it to return and recuperate. The viewers wondered who won the intense battle. The commentator then provided a scientific explanation, highlighting the collision of two energies without a resulting shockwave. It was a miracle they survived. The mechanic chimed in, claiming credit for assisting in ensuring the survival of the audience in the area. Mingchi expressed her concern about the destructive nature of the battle, but was relieved that it took place in outer space. Lanbin lamented the transformation of the exam and the disappearance of a large city. Zihao reassured them that their school was far away from the devastation, but Lanbin mourned the loss of his home. The commentator arrived at the crash site and witnessed the medical team attending to the injured Rainbow Rangers. The doctors informed the commentator that the heroes had suffered concussions and would be admitted to the intensive care unit for 2 years. Shortly after, the doctors left the scene. Jensen returned and was warmly welcomed by his students. Zihao expressed his astonishment and admiration for the power displayed in the fight. He expressed his desire to learn the same technique. Jensen explained that it was a summoning formation involving a sword spirit from the heavens. However, he cautioned Zihao that learning such a technique would require 40 years of dedicated training to assemble the necessary aura in his body. The revelation left the students shocked. The students inquired about the outcome of the fight and who emerged as the winner. Jensen responded by emphasizing that the result of the battle was not significant. He emphasized the importance of respecting opponents and acknowledged the strength of the Rainbow Rangers, noting that they too possessed the ability to summon powerful spiritual creatures. Jensen thought that Red was the strongest individual he had encountered in this world. Jensen's masterful display of power ended the battle, solidifying his reputation as the world's second superhero. News of his victory spread rapidly, with media outlets worldwide praising his unmatched combat skills. Jensen's name, as the Black-Robed Man, became synonymous with extraordinary strength. Fortunately, the impact of the battle was limited and the school remained intact in a corner of the city. Students decided to set up temporary camps on the school grounds while waiting for the architecture department's heroes to restore the city. The class resumed, and to Jensen's surprise, all his students kneeled requesting to learn from him to become masters themselves. Jensen told them to rise and expressed his anticipation for the day when they could travel together everywhere. Since then, Jensen has risen to become the world's most powerful superhero. As a result, Wu Mingqi's father, the college principal, not only bestowed upon him the highest salary but also granted him full authority over the college. Jensen renamed the college to Tianxin Sect and made changes to most of the school's operations and infrastructure. After witnessing the immense power of their teacher, Zihao and the others no longer resisted the task of copying the rules. However, Jensen still insisted that they continue copying for another 6 months. Jensen commended everyone for their hard work over the past 6 months and welcomed them to embark on a new phase. He declared that he would take over their diet, sleep, and daily routines to ensure their well-being. To maintain a calm environment, Jensen decided to change their classroom setting. Jensen, with a snap of his fingers, relocated their classroom to an astonishing altitude of 12,000 meters, leaving the students in awe. Zihao realized that this move eliminated their previous notion of casually escaping the classroom to play. The students' rigorous training commenced, with Jensen leading them to run in Antarctica. He set a demanding schedule, requiring them to run 10 kilometers in the morning, afternoon, and night, every day for a week. The objective was to push their physical endurance beyond human limits within 246 days of intense training. In the Pacific Ocean, Zihao and Lanbin swam, towing a boat with Jensen aboard. Jensen motivated them, stating that they would have to swim 10 kilometers in the morning, afternoon, and night for 246 days, just like their running training. He emphasized the goal of gaining immense strength. Inspired by his words, Zihao and Lan Bin engaged in a friendly competition. Meanwhile, Keshin was receiving swimming lessons from the sword spirit. The spirit reminded Xiaolu and Mingqi to continue their training, as failing to do so would result in Yensen's reprimand. During a class session, Yensen addressed the students, explaining the concepts of martial artists and energy refining. He defined martial artists as individuals who have mastered various forms of combat, such as martial arts, swordsmanship, and marksmanship. He referred to the students as ordinary warriors, and explained that mortals who practice martial arts and focus on cultivating their vitality can live up to 150 to 200 years. However, by successfully incorporating energy into their bodies and utilizing it to sustain themselves, they could extend their lifespans further. Yensen explained to the students that in order to become an energy refiner, they must first reach the martial peak, which is the limit of human abilities. By pushing their speed, strength, and mental power to their limits, they can then incorporate energy into their bodies. Yensen took on the responsibility of cooking for the students every day, ensuring that they consumed nutritious meals made with medicinal ingredients beneficial for their training. He strictly prohibited them from eating junk food to maintain their health and progress in their practice. The students were reminded of a previous incident where Lu Xiaolu and Xiaoyi were fined for drinking half a can of Coke. Xiaolu's dedication to her practice was evident as she continued to meditate even while eating. Her impressive display of catching a fly with a chopstick amazed her classmates. Yensen acknowledged her achievement, proclaiming her as the first student to reach the martial peak. This inspired Zihao and Lan Bin to intensify their training efforts. Despite the demanding training regimen, Yensen also ensured occasional breaks for the students. He would take them to hot springs, which he described as medicinal baths beneficial for their spiritual practice. The students shared their experiences of bathing at an altitude of 12,000 meters, although some had concerns about falling. As the students trained diligently, subtle changes were observed in various parts of the world. As the sky cracked, 2 swords emerged, while multiple spaceships approached Earth from space. This event triggered the awakening of the first-level Great God. 2 years later, the students made significant progress in their training. Xiaolu became the first in their class to successfully entrain the energy into her body, reaching the early stage of energy refining. Wu Mingqi, the class monitor, followed closely behind. Zihao expressed his frustration that he and Lan Bin reached in training the energy at the same time. Mingqi seemed to struggle with understanding the exercises, comparing it to someone's innate difficulty with mathematics. Xiaolu sought Yensen's guidance for a technique similar to Qianying Nibu. Yensen provided her with a swordsmanship skill that will grant her the ability to fly. Mingqi, on the other hand, felt frustrated as she struggled to comprehend the Qianying Nibu technique. Meanwhile, upon hearing about the ability to fly, Lan Bin and Zihao attempted to take the manual from Xiaolu in their eagerness to learn the skill. Zihao reflected on the challenging but enjoyable training, realizing the fun it brought upon reaching the energy refining period. With energy in their bodies, they could explore various unique exercises. Moreover, in addition to individual skills, they learned about group skills. Yensen taught them not only how to perform exercises but also how to set up formations like lightning arrays and gossip's psychedelic arrays. As these formations required significant energy, the students formed groups to release their power effectively. Yensen explained the concept of formations, emphasizing the importance of placing formation flags correctly. By altering the concentration and order of the aura, formations allowed them to harness the power of nature. Zihao learned this lesson the hard way when he placed the flag in the wrong location and was hit by Yensen. Yensen cautioned everyone to be careful and avoid such mistakes while releasing formations. The students who hadn't yet accumulated energy continued their running exercises, while Keshin suddenly collapsed, causing concern among her classmates. Yensen was quickly notified and promptly arrived at her side. The other students speculated that her unconsciousness was a result of excessive exercise. However, Yensen suspected that Keshin had been secretly training on her own, pushing herself beyond the prescribed limits. Yensen took Keshin aside to provide her with healing and support, while the other students continued their training. He questioned Keshin about her secret training and expressed concern for her well-being. Keshin explained that she had been training in order to catch up with her classmates, feeling frustrated about her slower progress. Jensen advised her to be more moderate in her efforts. Keshin revealed her concerns about her poor spiritual roots, wondering if people with no talent were unsuited for cultivation. Jensen acknowledged Keshin's situation, recognizing that individuals like her, who possess a weak spiritual root despite emitting spiritual energy, are not uncommon. However, he remained confident and unperturbed by such matters, knowing that in the grand scheme of things, these factors were insignificant to him. Jensen assured Keshin that he would never give up on her, regardless of her qualifications. He expressed his confidence in his ability to find a solution to her poor spiritual roots. Keshin was pleasantly surprised. However, she reminded him of his previous statement about the path to Xiuxian, emphasizing the importance of self-reliance rather than relying on external assistance. Jensen then mentioned his own teacher, who was the most powerful individual of his rank in heaven. He revealed that during his youth, he faced similar challenges and setbacks. Jensen shared the inspiring story of his teacher, who had a similar physique to Keshin and overcame numerous obstacles to become the strongest in the heavens. He emphasized that talent alone doesn't determine success in Xiuxian and encouraged Keshin to find her own strengths and cultivate them to the fullest. Keshin understood the analogy and realized the importance of discovering her own skills and mastering them. Keshin expressed her gratitude to Jensen for his enlightenment, and her previous bad mood disappeared. She then asked about Jensen's spiritual root and couldn't figure it out. Jensen responded by saying that he stands above the protagonist and left the question of his spiritual root unanswered. Jensen's story spread among the class, reassuring students with lower talents and dispelling their worries. Suddenly, spaceships appeared in the skies, shocking the students. The aliens on the ship revealed their previous failed attempts to attack Earth, and their newfound confidence in the presence of their galaxy's king, who desired to destroy Earth in retaliation for the humiliation they had suffered. The subordinate informed the king that Earth was a planet with low technological advancements, and mentioned the presence of a group of fighting enthusiasts wearing tight clothes. The subordinate acknowledged that none of the humans on Earth were a match for the king and offered to lead the Seventh Fleet as a pioneer to clear the path. The king dismissed the subordinate's suggestion and instead ordered the artillery to destroy Earth in one powerful shot. Earlier, the Superman Alliance building received an alert about the alien invasion. The Alliance quickly summoned all the heroes of the Great God level to gather in City H for the upcoming battle. They also reached out to Tianshan Academy in search of Jensen. The principal expressed his concern about Jensen's whereabouts, mentioning that it had been over 2 years since his daughter and another student went missing. The subordinate informed the president that they still hadn't located Jensen. The president expressed concern over the seriousness of the alien invasion, noting that many of the world's powerful fighters were either hospitalized or missing. The president emphasized the urgency of finding Jensen, as he was the only hope for saving Earth. The president also mentioned the presence of another strong individual on the alien mothership. 001 informed the Rainbow Rangers at the hospital about the strong dark energy detected on the alien mothership. Black expressed his desire to fight, but 001 reminded them of their current physical condition after being disabled for 2 years. Blue shared their concerns about not wanting to sit idle. However, 001 speculated that the aliens might not be planning to land this time. The principal contacted Mingqi and urgently informed her about the situation, emphasizing that Jensen is the only one who can save Earth. A large number of heroes gathered in the city, prepared to confront the enemy. The king was informed that the star cannon was fully charged, and he ordered it to be fired. A hero resembling Astro Boy emerged from the Alliance building and intercepted the cannon fire, single-handedly destroying the enemy's ships. The reporter asked Mechanic Eye to identify the hero's identity, and Mechanic Eye began capturing an image, which will be available later. Zihao noticed that Jensen had yet to make a move and wondered who had defeated the aliens. 001 revealed that they might be meeting an old friend. Pink questioned who 001 was referring to, and 001 revealed that it was none other than Guang Bai's Superman, the top-ranked Great God-level hero. The Rainbow Rangers were surprised, as they believed Guang Bai's Superman was dead, and Pink recalled her past experiences with him. Guang Bai continued his fierce attack on the aliens, determined to annihilate them all. He unleashed his ultimate light energy, obliterating the surrounding enemies. The king, who had survived, was taken aback by the power displayed by the Earthlings. Guang Bai proudly declared he is still alive, and believed Earth was the highest civilization in the universe. The citizens erupted in joy upon learning that Guang Baiyu, the #1 great god-level hero, was still alive. Yansen, unaware of Guang Baiyu's identity, questioned the excitement of the crowd. Zihao explained that Guang Baiyu was the world's top hero, even surpassing Yansen in rank. He revealed that Guang Baiyu was a highly advanced modern robot, originally a real person transformed into a powerful entity. The energy within Guang Baiyu's body was said to rival, or even surpass the strength of ancient heroes. He was presumed dead during a battle with a monster 10 years ago. Yansen expressed his astonishment at the irregularities of the people in this world. As Guang Baiyu boasted about his victory, the king and his subordinate managed to escape, promising to return in the future. Guang Baiyu attempted to pursue them but was unable to catch them as they used space jump and disappeared instantly, leaving him frustrated. Mingqi informed Yansen that they couldn't let the king and his subordinate escape, as they possessed a destructive weapon capable of firing from tens of thousands of light years away, making it difficult to stop. While the aliens attempted to flee, they were confident that Guang Baiyu would not be able to pursue them. However, their confidence was shattered when they witnessed Guang Baiyu appearing after using the space jump. They found themselves trapped in a seemingly endless loop, unable to escape. Even Guang Baiyu himself was bewildered by the situation. Recognizing the need for action, Mingqi urged Yansen to stop playing and put an end to it. Yansen unleashed a devastating attack, causing space to shatter and destroying the alien ship, and the aliens offered their apologies. Guang Baiyu was shocked by the shattered space, questioning the existence of such a formidable individual on Earth. He wondered why he had never heard of this person before. 001 relayed the message to the Rainbow Rangers that the battle had come to an end and acknowledged that Yansen was even more powerful than they had initially thought. Yansen, on the other hand, urged the students to resume their cultivation. Guang Baiyu returned with the captured aliens and handed them to the president. The president expressed surprise at his survival when everyone had believed him to be dead. Guang Baiyu inquired about the individual who shattered the space. The president indicated that it was likely the second-ranked hero among the great god-level beings, not Xiao Hong but a recently emerged hero. Guang Baiyu found it interesting that even 001 had suffered defeat, and expressed his intention to fight with the newcomer. The president urged him to stop causing trouble, highlighting that after 2 years, half of the city remained adrift in space. Guang Baiyu reassured him that he was only joking and mentioned that he had other matters to attend to upon his return. Guang Baiyu asked the president about the upcoming global monster catching contest. The president confirmed that the contest would take place in 2 months and explained its significance in the hero world. Guang Baiyu expressed his suspicion of a potential accident, as the system had alerted him about an Earth crisis. He asked the president if he had any guesses about the source of the crisis. The president questioned the existence of a crisis, assuming it had already been resolved. Guang Baiyu clarified that the 2 individuals they encountered were not responsible, as they were not as strong as the native monsters. The president had a realization, and Guang Baiyu confirmed it by mentioning the name, Gugyos, the king of monsters king. 2 months later, as the monster hunting contest approached, Yansen was out shopping. He overheard people discussing the comparison between him and Guang Baiyu, debating who was stronger. Yansen felt puzzled as he observed a parade and wondered about its significance. The reporter announces that the Monster Hunt Contest, a highly anticipated event held every 3 years, is approaching. This contest serves as both a thrilling carnival in the world of heroes and a day for the repositioning of hero rankings. The week-long battle royale will be broadcasted on numerous TV stations worldwide, allowing audiences from all over to witness the action. The president stated monsters and heroes are categorized based on their energy levels, ranging from demigod to great god. However, there exists a king of kings above the monster king, and our knowledge about this entity is limited. The secretary assures the president that they are still researching the strength of the monsters and that the first great god-level monster in the upcoming contest shouldn't be a major concern. However, the president expresses his worries about Gugyo's, emphasizing the potential devastation if they underestimate him. He instructs the secretary to contact the Superman League headquarters and convene a meeting with the top 10 gods to discuss strategies. The president suggests finding the king of monster kings and uniting to defeat him for the safety of their world. The secretary expressed concern about whether the heroes would attend the meeting, considering that it had been a while since the superhero community had gathered. However, the president remained confident that the heroes would indeed come. Meanwhile, some of the students managed to learn the sword technique. Ming-Chi asked Jensen if he had bought all the necessary ingredients for their upcoming journey. Jensen confirmed that he had bought everything from the city's food supermarkets and filled Ming-Chi's ring with the supplies. Ming-Chi reminded Jensen to be familiar with the order of their world, to which Jensen replied that he basically understood it. Ming-Chi showed Jensen an interview with Guang Baya on the morning news. The reporter mentioned that Guang Baya would be participating in the contest, and asked if his sisters would also achieve great results. Guang confidently stated that he would definitely be in the top 10 of the contest rankings. The reporter asked Guang Baya if his recovery was specifically designed to deal with the alien crisis. Guang Baya responded, stating that the aliens were merely tools to draw him into the situation, and he chose not to disclose the existence of the King of Monsters to the public. The reporter then brought up the ongoing internet debate about who is better between Guang Baya and Jensen, the second-ranked black robe of the Great God rank. Guang Baya expressed his inability to determine the answer since they hadn't fought before. He added that he found fighting to be unenjoyable and suggested that it would be more fun to spend time with Jensen and enjoy life together. Jensen, feeling annoyed, was perplexed by the early morning commotion surrounding a contest. Ming-Chi explained that it was the Monster Hunt Contest, an event that occurs every 3 years where monsters invade their area. Jensen commented on the terminology, suggesting that it should be called a hunt rather than an invasion. Ming-Chi expressed frustration about a previous contest where they were chased and beaten by a P-monster, causing embarrassment and humiliation. Determined to redeem themselves, Ming-Chi proposed a plan to outshine the neighboring Super Academy in this year's contest. However, Jensen cautioned against prioritizing intense fighting over their training. Jensen asked about the number of schools in the area. Ming-Chi replied that there were over 1,000 prestigious schools, including the top 10 great god-level individuals who were former students. She also mentioned the 4 different types of energy in their combat system, with each type governing a specific region. The Super Shinobi Academy, on the east side, specialized in training ninjas, like the Rainbow Warriors. Ming-Chi explained that on the west side, there was the Academy of the Department of Super Magic, which specialized in training combat mages. To the north, there was the renowned Superman Academy, known for training individuals who wore tights and fought against perverts. Ming-Chi urged Jensen to allow them to participate, promising grand rewards if they secured the top spot. Ming-Chi mentioned that winning would result in giant statues being built in Jensen's honor, symbolizing their unbeatable cultivation system. They also mentioned the perks of being associated with the top-ranked team, such as receiving figure models, toys, and cosplay clothing, similar to previous successful teams. Ming-Chi concluded by emphasizing that Jensen's worth would no longer be measured in small quantities but rather in large amounts. In light of this, Ming-Chi eagerly asked Jensen to consider their request. Jensen declined the offer, stating that their training should remain the top priority. Meanwhile, students from the Super Magic Academy were on their way to the hospital and discussed the Xiuxian Academy. Yirong stated that having a strong teacher doesn't necessarily guarantee strong students. They believed that several people in their class had acquired proficiency in physics magic, which could potentially lead them to secure the top position in the college competition. With this thought, they continued on their journey to the hospital to visit Lan. Upon their arrival, the group was taken aback to learn that Lan had made the decision to retire. Lan confirmed her retirement, stating that she would be withdrawing from the hero world. Yirong expressed her disappointment, emphasizing that Lan was the only fully capable combat mage in their school. They feared that without Lan, their school would be reduced to a lower rank. However, Lan was firm with her decision and her assistant is already making the necessary arrangements for her retirement. A student expressed concern over Lan's retirement, emphasizing her significance as one of the top 10 combat forces in the world. They questioned how the world would handle a crisis without her. Lan dismissed the idea of an imminent crisis, stating that the world had enjoyed a long period of peace. Yi Rong argued that the purpose of having the top-ranked person in the great god level was to address crises. Lan thought that the alien crisis had already been resolved, as previous alien invasions had always ended in their defeat on Earth. Yi Rong informed Lan about the existence of the King of Monster Kings, which surprised her. The secretary confirmed the information and mentioned an urgent superhero meeting called by the president of the Superman League. Realizing the magnitude of the situation, Lan understood that this powerful monster needed to be dealt with, despite its challenge even to the top 10 god-level individuals. Lan told the students to return, and then told her secretary that they need to go somewhere. The secretary grew terrified upon realizing their intention to meet Yensen and desperately attempted to persuade Lan to turn back. Lan stressed that their purpose was to seek Yensen's aid, not engage in combat. She expressed confidence that with Yensen's intervention, the king of the Monster Kings would be swiftly defeated. The secretary's fear intensified as he sensed the overwhelming presence of Yensen's power permeating the surroundings. He firmly believed that they would die if they step inside. Lan inquired about Yensen's location from the students, who directed her to the first class where Yensen was in charge. The secretary asked the students what they were doing. The students explained that they were copying the school regulations repetitively, having completed the task 1,000 times that month. They further revealed that they were en route to deliver their homework to Mr. Mingwang. The shocking revelation left both the secretary and Lan astounded. Mingqi arrived flying on her sword, catching Lan's attention. Lan asked about her extraordinary ability, and Mingqi revealed that it was the sword manipulating skill. Surprised, Lan inquired if Mingqi had prior knowledge of their presence. Mingqi explained that Master Yan had informed her about 2 people lurking at the door. Mingqi then guided them inside and assured them that their master was a good person. Yensen served Lan a calming tea that intrigued her. She asked what it was, and Yensen explained it was a meditation tea for health maintenance, and stated that one more sip could extend life by 30 years. Lan requested more and expressed a desire to take some with her for testing. Yensen declined, stating that it was reserved for guests and rarely consumed personally. Lan pondered the tea's potential for immortality, but Yensen dismissed the notion, explaining that mortal lifespans typically range from 200 to 300 years and immortality required the refinement of qi. Lan was confused about refining qi and becoming immortal, but praised Yensen's politeness. Yensen clarified that it referred to the fundamental practice of achieving immortality. He then inquired about the reason for Lan seeking him out. The secretary was amazed by the incredible surroundings, and Mingqi explained that they were in the inner area of the school. Mingqi disclosed that the place was originally on Earth but had been transformed by their teacher. She described the enchanted barrier and the vastness of the space, along with the formation of the stone mountains over thousands of years. The secretary marveled at the school's grandeur, considering it the most impressive he had encountered in the superpower world. Mingqi acknowledged Master Yan's fondness for such peculiarities. The secretary speculated about the structure being a teleportation portal, and Mingqi confirmed its similarity. She mentioned that the tour of the school was not finished yet, indicating that there was more to see. Lan informed Yensen about the powerful king of Monster Kings and expressed her hope for his contribution to their world. Yensen agreed to abide by the world's rules and expressed willingness to help. However, he declined the offer to participate in the contest, stating that he could handle the situation himself and asked if they have any belongings of the king of the Monster Kings. Lan mentioned that there were no personal belongings of the king of Monster Kings left after the previous hero's demise. Yensen explained the difficulty of locating the king of Monster Kings without psychic fluctuations or personal belongings. Lan agreed, realizing the challenge of finding and defeating him without knowing his whereabouts. Yensen apologized but declined to participate in the contest, citing his busy schedule with curriculum writing as his reason. Lan observed Yensen's seemingly impeccable nature, noting that he didn't desire money, fame, or women. However, she realized that he still cared deeply about his sect. Lan pointed out to Yensen the potential benefits for his school if they achieved a good score in the contest, emphasizing increased recruitment and growth. Jensen responded by expressing his belief that the path of cultivating immortality is determined by destiny. He stated that he would welcome those who wished to learn but acknowledged that not everyone would be able to achieve immortality. Lon found that he has a calm attitude in recruiting students. She cursed and wished Jensen to go bankrupt. Jensen inquired once more if he would be left undisturbed after defeating the king of monster kings. Lon confirmed. Upon hearing this, Jensen agreed to participate in the contest. He expressed his willingness to follow Lan's lead and do whatever was necessary, but emphasized that it would be a one-time occurrence. Lon was delighted, and Jensen stated he would be the guest fighter of Earth for a while. Lon and Jensen arrived at the Superman League headquarters for the meeting. Lon apologized for the need to dress up, and they entered the building, noting that they were among the last to arrive compared to the other high-level combat system heroes in attendance. The heroes discussed the king of monster kings being alive. Meanwhile, Gwang Baya took the opportunity to mock the Rainbow Rangers for their loss to Jensen. In response, Red challenged Gwang to fight Jensen himself. However, Gwang dismissed Red, mocking him for being weak. As they were waiting for the meeting to start, the president and his assistant observed the heroes quarreling with each other. Lon threatened Gwang for approaching her and stated not all girls are stupid. The president intervened and started the meeting. The four monster kings convened and expressed their disdain for the aliens' failed attempt to invade Earth. Lucas stated that the aliens lost, while Das questioned their audacity to even approach Earth. Janaka revealed a long history of losses suffered by their kind at the hands of heroes, with his ancestors also falling victim. Nakus agreed, suggesting that they should resort to underhanded tactics against the powerful heroes. The king of monster kings, Oz, urged the other monster kings to cease their complaints. He emphasized the importance of unity, stating that their priority was to restore confidence among their fellow monsters. Oz recognized that apart from the four kings present, their forces were filled with fear towards the heroes, and it was crucial to address this issue. One of the monster kings informed the others that the monster hunting contest was about to begin and asked when they should launch their attacks. Oz turned to Lucas for information, who explained that they should wait for 2 days after the contest starts. Lucas revealed that during the initial phase, heroes from all over the world would be busy catching monsters and turning them into pets. The 4 schools with battle systems would appear 2 days later, and their students would engage in fights among themselves. Lucas suggested that they take advantage of this chaos and attack after the melee between the school's students. Oz and the other monster kings reveled in their confidence and the support of the monsters, believing that their invasion would lead to the downfall of the heroes and ensure their ultimate victory. 2 people unexpectedly arrived at the monsters' meeting and presented themselves as monsters, surprising the other monsters. Lucas, unable to determine their true nature, scanned them without success. Oz, realizing their potential usefulness, urged the other monsters to accept them despite their low combat power, emphasizing the need to gather all available forces to fight against the heroes. One of them approached Oz and launched a sudden attack, instantly vaporizing him. The monsters were shocked by this unexpected turn of events. The woman confidently declared herself as their new queen, assuming control over the bewildered monsters. Jensen, during the ongoing meeting at the Superhuman League, detected a familiar scent. Recalling his experiences from over 2,000 years ago, he sensed a similar presence but couldn't quite remember what it was. Ainan's companion questioned her for killing the Monster King, to which Ainan explained it's because he was too ugly. She then asserted her authority as the Lord Demon King, commanding the monsters to kneel or face death. The monsters surrendered and referred to her with respect. Ainan's companion expressed disappointment with the monsters on Earth, stating that they paled in comparison to the monsters in their own world, a sentiment Ainan agreed with. Janaka pleaded with Ainan and her companion for help, expressing concern that the monsters would become pets to the heroes once they left. Ainan, initially disinterested in this situation, was reminded of similar circumstances in her own world involving monks. Janaka revealed their original plan to attack the 4 major combat academies, believing that by eliminating the heroes' future generation, their own descendants would have a better chance at defeating them. Ainan's companion asked if the heroes of Earth is strong. Janaka admitted that the heroes of Earth were incredibly strong, surpassing even those in video games. As a monster king, he had suffered defeat every year due to their overwhelming power. Janaka revealed that the heroes possess a mysterious power called the hero's passive skill dagger, which manifests as tears of love and the light of justice. This power enables the heroes to create incredible weapons like the Rainbow Ranger's nuclear energy fusion and Guangbaya's light cannon. Janaka explained that the hero's passive technique is activated when the world is in peril, bringing people together in a united front. They cry tears of love and raise their hands, chanting the words, "Tears of love, the light of justice," granting them strength and turning the tide of battle. The monsters expressed their frustration at being destined to become the heroes' pets and pledged to fight until the end. Ainen empathized with their plight, being a villain from her own world, and decided to offer them some assistance. She presented them with a space bag containing 46,000 sets of magic weapons, sufficient for their needs. These weapons had the ability to be activated with flesh and blood, making them ideal for the monsters. Ainen cautioned them to use 4 particularly powerful artifacts with great care. Ainen prepared to depart, and mentioned her plan to visit an amusement park for some fun. Before leaving, she reminded the monsters that the space bag contained demon pigeons, which they could use to summon her if they required assistance. 2 days later, the monster hunting contest commenced, and it was set to be live broadcasted. The reporter expressed his determination to provide coverage, even at the risk of his life. This edition of the contest was unique as the heroes of the god level would gather information, and the top 10 ranked among them would act as judges. It was mentioned that the president of the academy, who typically served as a judge, had now become one of the top 10 heroes. Although the reasons behind this decision were unknown, the reporter assured the audience not to worry. The reporter highlighted the competition among the 4 major combat academies, where students surpassed professional heroes. The anticipation for the intense contest was emphasized, leaving the audience curious about the ultimate winner. Zihao expressed his eagerness to fight students from other academies, but Xiaolu reprimanded him for underestimating their opponents and reminded him of Jensen's teachings. Meanwhile, the students discussed amongst themselves. Just then, Jensen arrived and addressed the students, mentioning the chi refining Taoist suits worn by Mingqi, Xiaolu, Zihao, and Lan Bin. He assured everyone that the sect would provide uniforms at each stage of cultivation and made improvements to accommodate different dressing styles in their world. Jensen's decision was appreciated by some of the students. He reminded them of the purpose of cultivation, which is to avoid fighting amongst themselves and strive for immortality. Jensen emphasized that compassion is a crucial quality on the path to immortality. While they should not be aggressive, it doesn't imply weakness or fear. If they choose to fight, they should do so with unwavering determination, leaving no room for their enemies to survive. Jensen emphasized the importance of compassion for reaching immortality but also stressed the necessity of sneak attacks and shamelessness in combat. He reminded the students to adhere to the Code of the Immortals, highlighting the use of weapons for sneak attacks and the avoidance of one-on-one battles against groups. The students acknowledged their understanding. Jensen summoned a flying boat for the students to travel to the contest. Meanwhile, some monsters felt disappointed and abandoned by the new King of the Kings. One monster decided to surrender to a hero who would offer a higher payment. The contest is set to commence, with the Superman Academy taking the lead as the reigning champion. The starting point for this year's competition will be at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The rules remain consistent with previous years. A 10th level monster is worth 3 points. A demigod level monster earns 5 points, a god level monster is valued at 20 points, a sub-great god level monster grants 50 points, and a great god level monster yields a hefty 100 points. In addition, there is a rule that awards 30 points to the academy that reaches the ground city first. Ultimately, the academy with the highest accumulated points will claim victory. The participants were then announced. East Area, Ninja Academy. West Area, Magician Academy. North Area, Superhuman Academy. South Area, Xiaoxian Academy. The judges, representing the 4 major academies, will play a crucial role in determining the winner if there is a tie in points. However, they are not allowed to vote for their own academies. The crowd cheered for Guangbaya, prompting him to showcase his skills. Yellow commented that despite being a pervert, he still had many fans. Blue acknowledged that while Guangbaya had his flaws, he had also played a significant role in saving the world during its darkest times, which explained his enduring popularity. The leaders of each group motivated their members and made preparations for the contest. Xiaolu instructed the members to be on guard and cut down anyone who approached them, while also telling Mingqi to prepare the nuclear bomb. The twins expressed their concern about potentially causing harm to others. The contest began, and the leader of the Ninja Academy swiftly jumped off, aiming to reach the city and secure the 30 points. The Superman Academy followed closely behind. Zihao remarked on the ninja's strategy, realizing that their vertical descent gave them a significant advantage in speed, explaining why they were so far ahead of the other academies. The reporter enthusiastically commented on the thrilling chase scene, noting that the three major academies were taken by surprise by the tactics of the Ninja Academy. It appeared that the Ninja Academy was set to claim the first 30 points. The reporter also praised the Superman Academy for their impressive performance, as they managed to catch up despite the significant distance between them and the leaders. Seeing the pursuer getting close, the ninja threw a smoke bomb at the Superman Academy leader. The other academies were also targeted by smoke bombs while the ninja continued to the city. Xiaolu reassured their group and instructed Mingqi to initiate a technique. At the same time, Yerong surprised everyone by using a rocket launcher to attack Gray's shadow, which stopped his advance. Mingqi emphasized the need to remain vigilant, acknowledging that the other academies were not to be underestimated. The mage team took out their weapons and launched an attack on the other teams. Meanwhile, Gray's Shadow's team focused on healing him. Gray's Shadow admitted his mistake, realizing that the opponents had strengthened their weaponry. He found it unreasonable that they had transitioned from using wands as hammers in the previous competition to now employing actual weapons. Gray's Shadow, consumed by fury and humiliation, disregarded the 30 points and commanded his team to attack. The audience cheered at the spectacle, but they also noticed the absence of the Celestial Academy in the battle. Meanwhile, Mengqi revealed an upgraded version of the Qi Dragon forming technique, surprising Zihao and Lan Bin. Xiaolu scolded them and reminded them that the technique is divided into 6 levels, and what they had learned so far was merely the surface. However, Mingqi reassured them that her technique, while not as powerful as the dragon technique, was sufficient to handle their opponents. The Rainbow Rangers witnessed Mingqi's powerful technique and deemed it excessive, criticizing Jensen for it. The other academies, engaged in their own battles, paused upon seeing the impending attack. A member of the Superman Academy noted that Mingqi's technique required time to unleash, and they collectively decided to eliminate the Celestial Academy as a priority. The 3 academies swiftly advanced, executing their planned strategy. Xiaolu expressed disappointment that they couldn't defeat their opponents in a single strike. Mingqi requested additional time, and Xiaolu reassured her that they would take care of the remaining adversaries. Zihao set his sights on the Ninja Academy as his target, while Lan Bin, eager to showcase the results of his training, chose to confront the Magic Academy. Gray's Shadow charged forward, berating his opponents for relying on a single technique. He declared that their trick wouldn't lead them to victory this time. Zihao confidently challenged Gray's Shadow to come and witness what else they were capable of. Zihao unleashed his 9 sword technique, grazing Gray's Shadow and surprising him with his improved skills. The two engaged in a fierce battle, impressing the audience with Zihao's progress since the last competition. Meanwhile, Lan Bin utilized his blind sword technique to halt the attacks from the Magic Academy. Yerong took a step forward, determined to confront Lan Bin, and instructed the others to prevent Mingqi's progress. Gray's Shadow also commanded his team to aid the other members of the Magic Academy in stopping Mingqi. He then called out the Superman Academy for their lack of action, questioning their fear of facing a female opponent. The 3 academies charged towards Xiaolu, but Zihao laughed, aware of Xiaolu's superior strength compared to theirs. He acknowledged that his own power was not even half of hers, as she was a half-step divine realm cultivator. Gray's Shadow believed they were bluffing. However, Xiaolu unleashed the formidable Tai Chi killing array, which swiftly bound the attackers, immobilizing them. She sternly warned them not to make any moves, or they will be crippled. Everyone was surprised by her power. The leader of the Superman Academy grew furious after enduring repeated humiliation. His teammates expressed concern, knowing that his anger often clouds his judgment. Despite being bound, the squad leader broke free and charged towards Xiaolu, driven by his escalating rage. Zihao cautioned Xiaolu to be cautious, as the leader's fighting spirit only intensifies as his mind becomes unhinged. Xiaolu used restraint, but the squad leader blocked the attack and Xiaolu increased her pressure. The audience marveled at Xiaolu's ability to neutralize the squad leader's berserker skill, which harnesses anger to enhance physical strength. This skill not only bolsters his courage in battle, but also enables him to surpass his limits. Even professional heroes hesitate to face this skill alone. The competition this year has brought numerous surprises, with the previously underestimated South Area Academy now outshining the other 3 academies on their own. Gray's Shadow made a strategic move to aid the squad leader, but Zihao swiftly blocked his path. However, Gray's Shadow used a cunning trick to ensnare Zihao with his cage technique, trapping him. Xiaolu realized that she couldn't face all the powerful opponents directly, especially considering her current training stage. She suspected that someone may have already escaped, and she couldn't afford to let Gray's Shadow approach her while he disrupted her energy. Gray's Shadow urgently called upon his teammates to follow him, warning them about the escalating power of the Superman Academy's squad leader's berserk skill. He emphasized that if left unchecked, the squad leader's strength would only grow, overpowering Xiaolu. Xiaolu, determined to protect herself, used her restrained technique to halt the attackers in their tracks. With a stern warning, she threatened them, claiming that any further advances would result in their hearts being pierced by her 10,000 swords. Unbeknownst to them, it was a bluff. As Mingqi neared the completion of her technique, some of the opponents began to lose hope. Gray's Shadow proposed using illusions to disrupt Mingqi's technique. One of his subordinates pointed out the limitations because of the distance. Gray's Shadow handed the subordinate the bullhorn, and he utilized an illusion skill, making Mingqi see Yensen in front of her. Gray's Shadow took advantage of Mingqi's mental damage and threw a bomb towards Xiaolu and Mingqi, causing their boat to be destroyed and Mingqi to fall. Despite the situation, Mingqi urged Xiaolu to continue with the Qi Dragon technique, explaining that even if she was interrupted, the first layer of the technique would not disappear but would explode if left unattended. The ninjas celebrated their victory, but Gray's Shadow noticed that the energy sphere was still present. Xiaolu was unsure of what to do as the energy neared its explosive point. At that moment, Guangbai prepared to intervene. Yensen observed the situation and remarked that Zihao was unfocused, Lanbin was only concerned with his own fight, Mingqi had fainted, and Xiaolu lacked the decisiveness to kill. Yensen hoped that this battle would serve as a growth opportunity for them on their cultivation path. Yensen intervened and prevented the energy from exploding, leaving everyone astonished. Xiaolu managed to catch Mingqi as she fell and reassured her, urging her not to blame herself. Xiaolu also expressed curiosity about how Mingqi had been affected by the illusion, considering their extensive training and strong mental fortitude. This question caused Mingqi to blush in response. The other 3 academies prepared to continue the fight as they saw the exhausted Cultivation Academy. However, they were surprised to learn that the Celestial Academy had already reached the ground and earned 30 points. It was revealed that the twins, Lu Xiaoyi and Lu Xiaolu, from the Celestial Academy had retreated earlier and secretly made their way to the ground, catching the other academies off guard. Yensen was curious about the students who hadn't started practicing Qi, while the others celebrated their success. With one academy already earning the 30 points, the remaining academies also made the decision to descend. The monster hunting contest is in full swing, with the Celestial Academy from the South area winning the first round and earning the initial 30 points. Now, all the academies are preparing for the next battle. However, little did they expect that a wave of trouble was about to unfold. Lingling's anger flared up after losing a game in the amusement park, causing panic among the crowd who mistook it for a monster attack. Ainin tried to calm her down, but Lingling was so furious that she expressed a desire to destroy the planet. Just then, Steel Beetle arrived on the scene and mistook Lingling and Ainin for a new species of monsters. The monsters informed Ainin and Lingling that Steel Beetle was a god-class hero and ranked among the top 10 in the world. They explained that while there were over 50, or even hundreds of god-class heroes in the world, the top 10 were in a league of their own, possessing immense power capable of toppling the world. Each of them had unique characteristics, and their passive skills had different effects when activated. Lingling disregarded their warnings and thought he was never afraid of anyone except the immortals. Steel Beetle, with a determined mindset, thought about his previous experiences and the preparations he made for this moment. He aimed to reclaim his position among the top 10 God-class heroes, even considering the possibility of using the newly encountered Monster King as his pet to gain an advantage over the Rainbow Rangers. Steel Beetle boldly proposed an offer to Lingling and Ainen, expressing his willingness to pay any amount to have them as his pets. However, Lingling and Ainen found the suggestion absurd and belittling. Lingling, determined to handle the situation herself, instructed Ainen to stay back. Lingling rejected Steel Beetle's offer of money, instead challenging him to a fight. Confident in his new upgrades, Steel Beetle accepted the challenge, eager to demonstrate his enhanced abilities, which now extended beyond land. Steel Beetle unleashed his armored form and launched a swift assault on Lingling, but she effortlessly defended against his attack. The intense battle between the two persisted for 2 hours, with Ainen watching calmly from the sidelines. Eventually, Lingling sent Steel Beetle crashing to the ground, questioning his supposed increase in strength during prolonged fights. Steel Beetle, determined to turn the tides, activated his powerful plasma flare attack, but Lingling swiftly appeared behind him, eagerly awaiting his next move. However, despite his efforts, Beetle found himself wounded and defeated on the ground. He couldn't comprehend how he, with his enhanced armor and abilities, was unable to land a single hit on Lingling. Frustrated and disappointed in himself, Beetle lamented his slow-paced fighting style, and felt ashamed as an alumnus of the Western Academy. Steel Beetle, fueled by Lingling's taunting gaze, released a powerful aura. Memories of the ancient hero who bestowed upon him the armor resurfaced, reminding him of his duty to protect the world. Determined to prove himself, he prepared his ultimate attack, the Beetle Blast. Lingling, sensing the surge in power, expressed her excitement, acknowledging the unique mechanism of strength elevation in Steel Beetle's world, comparing it to advancing to another realm. Lingling swiftly conjured her own plasma cannon to counter Steel Beetle's powerful attack. She launched her cannon, colliding with his attack and resulting in a massive explosion. Meanwhile, Jensen detected a familiar scent, piquing Lan's curiosity. Jensen realized that despite being 2,000 years old, he couldn't recall the nature of the scent. He stated that immortals needed tens of thousands of years to reach their realm. From their perspective, Jensen was merely an infant in terms of experience and knowledge. Lan prepared food as the competition heats up. Meanwhile, the reporter provided updates on the scores of the major academies. The Ninja Academy had accumulated 120 points, followed by the Superman Academy with 110 points, and the Wizard Academy with 90 points. However, there was concern as the Immortal Cultivation School, which had initially secured the first 30 points, seemed to be facing difficulties based on the images captured by the Mech-Eye. Lan Bin was confused by the monster's request for payment. The monster explained that if Lan Bin wanted to keep it as a pet, he would need to follow certain rules, including paying for its services. The monster bluntly asked Lan Bin how much he could pay. However, Lan Bin did not offer anything, leading the monster to criticize the Immortal Cultivation School for its lack of wealth, stating that even mundane tasks at the Ninja Academy would provide better compensation than what Lan Bin could offer. Lan Bin was furious with the monster's words as the other students took him away. Lan pointed out that in their world, money holds significant importance. However, Jensen revealed that he possessed a vast amount of wealth, including tons of spirit stones stored in his spatial ring, as well as numerous untapped spirit stone mines in his small world. Lan, however, dismissed the value of Jensen's wealth, emphasizing that it held no practical value on Earth. Jensen pondered the situation, recognizing that while spirit stones had significant effects in their world, the people on Earth don't know how to use them. Mingchi pursued the ninja who had used the illusion on her, refusing to believe his promises of secrecy, and stating that he must die. Xiaolu found herself in a state of confusion as there were no monsters in sight. The academy leaders instructed their members to maintain a safe distance from Xiaolu, acknowledging her overwhelming power. Meanwhile, the ninjas engaged in negotiations with the monsters and took them away, while Xiaolu remained isolated. The recent aerial battle showcased the impressive strength of the Celestial Academy, with Xiaolu, an immortal class student, being sidelined. This strategy, known as the "don't play tricks" tactic, was previously employed by the Ninja Academy against the Superman Academy in the last competition. With only 3 hours remaining in the game, the cultivation class was still struggling. Gray's Shadow confronted Zihao, taunting him about their lack of points. Gray's Shadow boasted that his academy had accumulated over 100 points, while Zihao's academy had failed to score any. He suggested that Zihao should give up and cry. Despite the despair and panic among some of the students in the cultivation class, there was a sudden surprise announcement from the reporter. It was revealed that the cultivation class had miraculously earned 130 points, leaving everyone astonished. Once again, it was the twins from the Celestial Academy who had achieved this impressive feat. The twins' strategy was then shown. They emphasized the power and potential of their teacher to the monster. They mentioned that their teacher had quickly risen to the second rank of the Great God level within just 6 months of debuting and defeating all the heroes. The twins believed that they would eventually reach the top of the Great God level with their teacher's strength, which would bring them wealth in the future, which tempted the monster. The twins proposed a deal to the monster, offering to pay him in installments over time. The monster agreed to the terms, and they successfully captured the monster. Gray's Shadow thought the Celestial Academy's decision to pay in installments was shameless, while Lon was pleased that Jensen's image might be tarnished. In the second half of the contest, the Celestial Academy, led by Jensen, gained an advantage through Xiaolu and Xiaoyi's method of loaning monsters. Despite facing resistance from other schools, they achieved good results. As the Xiuxian Academy proved difficult to suppress, other academies also shifted their focus towards obtaining monsters. The competition grew intense, with everyone fighting fiercely to secure victory. Meanwhile, the 4 monster kings were preparing to attack. Xiaolu sensed that something was amiss when she noticed the absence of any grand monsters in the area. Zihao also remarked on this, recalling that there were grand monsters in the previous contest but none seemed to be present now. Xiaolu asked the twins to place flags on marked locations on the map as a precaution. Mingqi agreed, and Xiaolu revealed her self-made magic circle that could grant her the power of Damon's Qi in 10 minutes, requesting their help. Zihao assured her they would assist, and Lan Bin expressed curiosity about the strength of Damon's Qi. One of the twins noticed Xiaolu's behavior becoming similar to their teacher, while the other advised him to simply follow her orders. Meanwhile, the 4 monster kings observed Jensen and were filled with terror after witnessing his ability to effortlessly stop the huge ball. They then formulated a plan for their attack. Jensen sensed a familiar scent and realized it was getting closer. The monster kings began their attack, and Lucas created an isolated space in the area. The audience was taken aback when the broadcast suddenly went offline. Jensen recognized the scent as that of the Daemon Spirit Beast. Meanwhile, the monsters strategically placed weapons in various parts of the area following the guidebook's instructions. As the monsters chanted, a bolt of lightning struck, causing a powerful explosion. Suddenly, a Daemon Spirit Beast appeared in the sky, surprising Xiaolu. The others were confused by its presence. Mingqi explained it was a beast from their teacher's world, a Daemon beast at level 1 of the Daemon's Qi stage. Mingqi and Xiaolu read about it from the library. Jensen explained to Lan as he carried her since she couldn't fly. He shared that the Daemon Spirit Beasts were the equivalent to monsters in this world, but they had transformed completely into human form. He mentioned that their minds were simple yet stubborn. Jensen also deduced that the Demon King in Lan's world had likely died already. Lan asked how Jensen knew, to which he pointed out that the monsters in their world were holding the standard Demon King's weapon and preparing to attack them soon. Jensen wanted to ask the monsters a question. He then used an anti-isolated space to cover the area. However, the 2 monster kings were still busy studying their incantations, and they considered Jensen to be a significant danger. On the Celestial Pearl continent, any being that meets the required conditions can cultivate spiritually, including animals. Some animals can absorb qi and transform it into an energy source, becoming spirit beasts. However, to reach the daemon level, they must undergo 4 stages: shape-changing, sacred forming, recuperating, and daemon. Once they have achieved a complete human form, they become divine entities known as divination. Because they possess the divine attribute while in their beast form, people commonly refer to them as demon spirit beasts. Lan expressed concern about the isolated space putting Jensen's students in danger. Jensen acknowledged that he couldn't protect them indefinitely, and that they needed to grow and mature on their own. Everyone remained vigilant as the demon spirit posed a question to the summoner, asking who should be killed first. The monsters responded, saying that all the students of the academy should be targeted. The demon spirit agreed, assuring them that the students would be eliminated before they ran out of blood. As the demon spirit readied itself to attack, Xiaolu urged the others to flee. The academies mocked them for being a coward. Xiaolu cautioned that they couldn't confront the monster directly. The monster initially aimed at the strongest opponent from the Superman Academy, but the demon spirit disagreed and directed its attack towards Xiaolu, hurling a sword in her direction. As they fled, Xiaolu revealed to the others that the monster was sealed within the weapon, and they needed to escape until the summoner's blood supply was depleted. Xiaoyi bravely shielded Xiaolu from the incoming sword, assuring her of his safety and emphasizing the importance of winning the contest. The demon spirit aggressively charged forward but was intercepted by the squad leader. Unfortunately, the squad leader was effortlessly sent flying with a single punch from the demon spirit. The others were shocked by the ease with which the squad leader was defeated. The demon spirit, noticing that Xiaolu had vanished, was surprised by their speed. Zihao asked Xiaolu if she could defeat the class monitor from the Superman class in one strike. Xiaolu replied that it wasn't possible as she had struggled to even slow him down. The Superman's power increased over time, making it increasingly challenging for her to defeat him. The clan master was informed about the use of space isolation and the trapped heroes and students. In response, the clan master ordered the formation of a rescue team. However, it was revealed that the top 9 and top 10 heroes were currently on a mission to find the Emperor Spirit Beast at the edge of the world and had not returned yet. The rescue team encountered difficulties in disabling the boundary and could only create a small hole. However, 2 Grand Class heroes ranked 39 and 34 arrived and enlarged the hole. The broadcast also resumed, and the reporter informed the audience about the situation. They mentioned that the evil king had used space isolation to cut off communication, and the top 10 Grand Class heroes were currently battling the evil king inside the isolated space. Additionally, a new monster had appeared and defeated all the students from the Cultivation, Superman, Ninja, and Magic classes within a span of 10 minutes, showcasing a significant increase in its power. The reporter expressed concern over the students from the Cultivation Academy who had chosen to retreat initially. As a result, the whereabouts of a few remaining students from that class were unknown. The reporter emphasized that if the Grand Class heroes did not intervene to rescue these students, they could be in grave danger. Lan Bin rushed to protect Yerome, but his blade was effortlessly destroyed by the demon spirit. The spirit then hurled Yerome towards Lan Bin, causing them both to crash to the ground. The audience was surprised to see the demon spirit, and thought it was a new type of monster. Just as the spirit attacked again to prevent their escape, it was halted by a large rock thrown by Black Gold Superman. Black Gold Superman instructed White Gold Supergirl to locate and heal the injured students, ensuring their safety. He warned everyone to maintain a safe distance from the ongoing battle. As Yerong rescued Lan Bin, the Cultivation class was ready to retreat upon the arrival of the Grand Class heroes. However, Xiaolu interfered and insisted that they stick to the original plan. She then activated the magic field. Xiaolu unleashed a powerful energy and revealed her plan to the others. She declared herself as the core of the magic field and instructed them to take her place once she leaves. The goal was to transfer spiritual power from the outskirts to the field. Mingqi explained that the core is vulnerable yet holds the most spiritual power, providing magnificent strength. Xiaolu urged them not to hesitate, as the field would be disabled when she engages in battle. She assigned Zihao and Lan Bin to maintain the field while she fights. The demon spirit emerged from the rubble, unharmed by the attack, surprising Black Gold Superman. He mockingly called it a kitty, provoking the spirit. Enraged, the spirit launched a powerful attack, severely injuring Black Gold and forcing him to revert back to his normal size. The demon spirit noticed White Gold healing Black Gold and aimed to stop her. Xiaolu tried to attack, but the spirit easily dodged her. However, Xiaolu then unleashed a powerful attack using the accumulated daemon's qi, slicing everything in half. The astonishing display shocked everyone, including Xiaolu herself. The daemon spirit, intrigued by the technique, sustained injuries from the attack. The daemon spirit proclaimed that the time had come to unleash its true power. Xiaolu responded confidently, encouraging it to proceed. In a taunting manner, the daemon spirit questioned why Xiaolu had fled earlier, suggesting that she had just acquired the daemon's qi, which made her reluctant to engage in battle earlier. It then invited Xiaolu to attack. In Antarctica, two heroes arrived after sensing a thermal reaction in the area. One of them recalled the existence of an amusement park in the past. As they explored, they discovered a large hole in the ground where Steel Beetle was present, still in disbelief over his defeat. The two heroes inquired if he had fought against the Grand Emperor Beast. Steel Beetle revealed that the opponents were even more powerful than the Grand Emperor Beasts. The two heroes were thrilled at the prospect of confronting the new type of monster and felt confident with Steel Beetle's assistance. However, Steel Beetle, still traumatized from his defeat, chose not to join them. He advised the two heroes to return to headquarters instead. Ainin questioned Lingling about sparing his life, and Lingling playfully responded that he was somewhat attractive. Lingling then presented a sketch to the monsters, inquiring if anyone in their world dressed similarly. The monster replied that, to their knowledge, all heroes in their world donned similar attire. Upon hearing the monster's response, Lingling grew confident that they were unbeatable in this world. The monster inquired about the person on the sketch. Ainin identified him as their arch-rival, and Lingling expressed her intention to see what the four monster kings are doing. Meanwhile, the daemon spirit and Xiaolu engaged in a fierce battle, displaying equal strength. The audience was astonished by Xiaolu's remarkable increase in power, comparing her to a top 10 Grand Class hero. Lingling and Ainin overheard the discussion. Xiaolu delivered a powerful blow to the daemon spirit, causing him to be launched backward. Although the spirit regained his footing, he couldn't locate Xiaolu, who had disappeared. Suddenly, Xiaolu reappeared in the sky and unleashed the Qi Dragon's judgment technique. Zihao and the others were amazed by her ability to execute the technique instantly. Zihao remarked on the significance of reaching daemon Qi, as it enabled them to traverse through the air. He noted that even a single level difference held immense importance, with Mengqi recalling their teacher's words about the substantial disparity between cultivators of different levels. Xiaolu unleashed the powerful attack, but the daemon spirit managed to deflect it, resulting in a massive explosion in the distance. Ainin and Lingling were startled to see the presence of cultivators, questioning how they appeared in their world. Lingling urged Ainin to flee, but she insisted on assessing their levels. Ainin observed that there was one cultivator at the Difeng level, another at the intermediate level, two novice cultivators, and the rest were fighters. Lingling, driven by a desire for vengeance against their tribe's destruction, expressed her determination to confront the cultivators. Ainin, however, advised Lingling to remain calm and composed when facing the cultivators. Lingling questioned the need for hesitation, believing that eliminating them would be effortless. Ainin reminded Lingling about the strategy employed by cultivators, where they hide their true strength and then surprise their opponents. She emphasized that even though they might initially seem weak, they could become formidable adversaries who would gradually gain the upper hand. Ainin described cultivators as deceitful and wicked, urging Lingling to create a detailed plan to effectively confront them. Daemon's spirit underestimates the power of Xiaolu's skill, thinking it is insignificant. However, Xiaolu reveals that she can use the skill repeatedly without limitations, leaving the daemon spirit shocked. Ainin recognized the skill and was certain it was created by the pervert they knew. Xiaolu prepared multiple attacks, causing the daemon spirit to panic. The onlookers cheered for the monster's impending defeat. However, the spirit quickly shifted its focus onto them. Realizing its intention to disable her magic field, Xiaolu swiftly intervened to prevent it. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu decided to lead the fight away from the magic field, deeming it too dangerous. Using sand as a distraction, she made her way towards the summoners, with the enraged spirit who immediately followed. Xiaolu managed to block a strike from the daemon spirit, but was caught off guard by a subsequent attack. The spirit questioned Xiaolu's understanding of the daemon's qi. Observing Xiaolu being pushed back, Zihao speculated whether the magic field had been disrupted. However, Mingqi dismissed the notion, affirming that the magic field was still functioning. Demon Spirit relentlessly attacked Xiaolu, acknowledging the power of her skill. It feared that if she unleashed it a few more times, it would be defeated. However, it criticized Xiaolu for always relying on the field to enhance her abilities. Despite being at the same level, the spirit boasted having 300 years of experience with Damon's Qi, compared to Xiaolu's few minutes. It claimed to possess superior knowledge in harnessing the power at this level, belittling Xiaolu as an amateur girl. As the battle continued, the summoners were growing weaker from their blood loss. Xiaolu found herself being continuously pushed back, unable to provoke or distract her opponent. Sensing an opportunity to end the fight, the Demon Spirit unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Xiaolu remembered her teacher's words about the limitless potential of a magic field. Determined to turn the tide, she decided to create an even greater magic field, despite unsure of its success. With a glimmer of hope, she resolved to give it a try. Zihao and Lan Bin recognized the technique Xiaolu used. It was the summoning of the Shining Fairy King. As the colossal Fairy King materialized, everyone was in shock. Anan and Lingling grew concerned and realized they couldn't allow Xiaolu to become stronger. The Fairy King reprimanded the Demon Spirit, who recognized the summoning technique and swiftly withdrew. However, the Fairy King unleashed a devastating attack that caused widespread destruction. The Demon Spirit called for assistance from the Demon King. Following the explosion, a sizable crater remained, along with the fallen monsters who had summoned the Demon Spirit. The Fairy King scolded the Demon Spirit for bullying the disciples of their sacred clan. Xiaolu admired the Fairy King's strong strike but mentioned that it had depleted all of her spiritual power. The Fairy King understood her potential, noting that if her teacher, Mr. Yensen, had witnessed her summoning him at her current level, he would have been proud. Xiaolu realized that with the backlash she suffered, she couldn't use the skill again without reaching Damon's Qi at the Dingfeng level. She noticed the Fairy King was still there. He warned her about the imminent danger she was in. He sensed two sinister individuals in the north who were prepared to oppose her. Xiaolu misunderstood the Fairy King, thinking he referred to monsters. However, he clarified that the true danger came from two formidable individuals whose power could easily overwhelm her. The Fairy King assured her of his protection, but Xiaolu doubted her ability to enable his power, as she was currently weakened and unable to harness the Damon's Qi. Xiaolu observed the continuous flow of spiritual energy from the magic field and realized that the Fairy King was sacrificing his own lifespan to sustain it. The Fairy King acknowledged his long life and expressed his willingness to endure the consequences if any harm befell Xiaolu, as he feared the wrath of Yensen. He planned to request Yensen for an extension of his lifespan after dealing with the current situation. Xiaolu inquired if the Fairy King had the ability to break the isolated space and assist Yensen in escaping. The Fairy King explained that Yensen had set up an anti-isolated space, making it impossible for anyone except himself to enter. Xiaolu wondered about their next course of action. The Fairy King assured her that he would handle the situation and mentioned that her teacher, Yensen, would be freed but couldn't join him. He expressed the need for someone's assistance in the upcoming fight. Inside the isolated space, the Rainbow Rangers and 001 faced a formidable monster, causing them great difficulty. Das took pleasure in witnessing the hero's struggle against the creature he had summoned. However, 001 found himself unable to absorb solar energy within the isolated space. Just as things seemed dire, the Fairy King arrived, halting the monster's attack. The Rainbow Rangers were astonished by the unexpected arrival of the Fairy King and questioned his presence. In response, the Fairy King swiftly took 001 out of the isolated space. He commented on 001's weakness and expressed surprise that he couldn't defeat the opponent. 001 retorted, stating that he could have easily defeated him if not for the solar energy interference. He proposed a battle after resolving the current situation. The Fairy King agreed, accepting the challenge. The two monster kings pleaded for their lives and questioned why they were also trapped within the isolated space. Meanwhile, the sacred weapon spirit they had summoned desperately fled from Yensen, seeking forgiveness and claiming ignorance about the whereabouts of the divine realm. Lan commented on Jensen's merciless tactics of disabling and healing repeatedly, remarking on his ruthlessness. Jensen reflected on his actions, stating that as a child in battles within the divine realm, he never killed anyone. The worst outcome would be permanently disabling his opponents. Lan thought it would be preferable to kill their enemies. Jensen confronted the sacred weapon, accusing it of deception. He detected the distinct scent of the divine realm emanating from the dirt on its body, contradicting its claim of ignorance. Without giving the sacred weapon a chance to explain, Jensen swiftly approached and delivered a powerful slap, sending the sacred weapon crashing to the ground. Jensen offered the sacred weapon one final opportunity to reveal the truth. The sacred weapon pleaded innocence, claiming to be nothing more than a small creature. Lan interjected, suggesting that the sacred weapon's overwhelming fear indicated its lack of knowledge. Frustrated, Jensen angrily stomped on the sacred weapon. Das commanded his summoned spirit to eliminate everyone present, leading it to unleash an attack directed at 001 and the Fairy King. However, the Fairy King effortlessly deflected the attack. Undeterred, Das instructed the spirit to disregard the Fairy King and instead target the ground. The spirit launched numerous attacks towards the earth, but the Fairy King successfully intercepted each one. The spirit acknowledged the power gap between itself and the Fairy King, admitting that they were not comparable. Displeased with the spirit's inability to eliminate the Fairy King, Das declared that they should perish together, placing his faith in the eventual rescue by their demon king. The spirit began gathering energy with the intention of self-destructing. Simultaneously, 001 successfully accumulated his own energy. As the spirit neared the point of triggering a devastating explosion, 001 unleashed a formidable attack that completely vaporized the spirit. Impressed, the Fairy King commended 001's abilities. 001 expressed his readiness to fight the Fairy King, but the Fairy King interjected, warning of an even greater problem. Lingling and Anan then unsheathed their sword. The audience erupted in cheers as the defeated monster crumbled. However, the atmosphere suddenly shifted when Anan launched a surprise attack, inflicting severe injuries on the Fairy King. Lingling and Anan's appearance surprised everyone. 001 expressed his frustration, questioning what they truly were. The Fairy King revealed that they are grand demons. Xiaolu was concerned about the Fairy King, who reassured her and urged her to remain within the protective boundary. When Xiaolu attempted to cancel the field, he quickly stopped her, warning that doing so would result in immediate death. He vowed to protect her, emphasizing that she must stay put and not worry. Anan advanced towards the Fairy King, prompting 001 to intervene and try to stop her. However, Lingling effortlessly restrained 001, revealing her incredible power. Just as the situation grew tense, Guangbai arrived and intercepted Anan's attack. He swiftly healed everyone present. Sensing Anan's underestimation of his abilities, Guangbai retaliated by launching an attack. Although Anan narrowly evaded, she suffered a grazing blow in the process. Guangbai acknowledged the strength of Anan, recognizing that she was formidable enough to overpower a Grand Emperor beast. However, he confidently declared that the beast was no match for him either. Anan found the situation amusing and commanded Lingling to refrain from interfering, opting to face Guangbai alone. Lingling agreed, acknowledging that Guangbai presented a challenging opponent, and advised Anan to exercise caution. Guangbai unleashed a devastating attack at maximum power, but Anan effortlessly brushed it aside, mocking its ineffectiveness. Seizing the opportunity, Guangbai caught Anan off guard with a powerful counterattack. He proudly proclaimed that he could sustain this level of power for over a year. 001 expressed frustration at being reduced to mere spectators. The Fairy King was surprised that this world have a Xingtao level fighter, and Guangbai belonged to the elite Dingfeng's Xingtao level. He explained that Guangbai was on the cusp of reaching the divine realm. Lan halted Jensen from attacking the sacred weapon, prompting Jensen to decide it was time to leave. As the fight between Anan and Guangbai intensified, the Fairy King explained that at the Xingtao level, fighters could decimate nations effortlessly, and those at the Dingfeng stage were on the verge of reaching the divine realm. He expressed confusion over how someone in a world devoid of spiritual qi could attain the power of a Dingfeng's Xingtao level, finding it both complicated and confusing. The Fairy King contemplated the situation, knowing that they needed to restrain her. He recognized that buying more time would improve the overall circumstances. Guang Baiyu unleashed a barrage of attacks on Anan, but to his astonishment, she remained unaffected and taunted him to hit harder. He retreated, realizing that Anan's power exceeded anything he had encountered in their world. Reflecting on past events, he confessed that despite years of training, he had never anticipated encountering someone as terrifying as Anan, who surpassed even the Grand Emperor Beast in sheer horror. Anan taunted Guang Baiyu, accusing him of fear, which triggered him to unleash his ultimate lightning power. However, Anan effortlessly countered the attack, inflicting significant damage on Guang Baiyu. Anan complimented Guang Baiyu, acknowledging that with his power, he could potentially be the strongest in her mortal realm. Guang Baiyu's system suffered severe damage, causing him to shut down, stunning everyone with his defeat. Meanwhile, Anan proclaimed her victory. Despite his condition, Guang Baiyu refused to accept his defeat, determined not to fall. As the number one in their world, he believed that his downfall would mark the end of their world. He vowed to honor the guarantee he made with his lord and refused to collapse. Suddenly, Guang Baiyu unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, which the monster identified as the power of love and the light of justice. People around him began channeling their energy, further amplifying his strength. With his energy continuing to rise, Guang Baiyu launched a formidable attack against Anan. Despite the devastating impact, Anan managed to survive, leaving everyone in disbelief. Anan commended Guang Baiyu's powerful attack, remarking that it was at least at the divine level. She admitted that her thick skin had protected her from being injured and acknowledged Guang Baiyu's attainment of divine-level power and the ability to resurrect. Anan further emphasized that the lesser monsters were no match for him. However, she alluded to a rule in her world, suggesting that it would be impolite to simply take without reciprocating. As she prepared to unleash her divine art, Anan summoned the Phoenix of the 9 divine realms, while Guang Baiyu was too exhausted to fight back. As Anan launched the Phoenix towards Guang Baiyu, both 001 and the Fairy King wanted to aid him, but Lingling attacked them, preventing their interference. However, a colossal sword descended from the sky, blocking the attack. Yensen appeared before Guang Baiyu, swiftly slapping the Phoenix to the ground, leaving Anan and Lingling in a state of shock. Anan recognized Yensen as an immortal with a foundation, expressing surprise at his presence. Lingling confirmed that Yensen was at the Dingfeng level of the Foundation Immortal Realm. Anan observed that while Yensen's power and aura seemed to reach the peak of the Immortal Realm, there was a distinct chaotic element to it, making it different from what they had encountered before. Lingling concluded that their early-stage power was no match for Yensen's capabilities. Despite the people's attempts to offer their power to Yensen, he brushed it away. Yensen expressed his urgent desire to find the Divine Realm and teach the old bastards a lesson, but Lingling admitted that they did not know its location. Anan suspected that if she revealed the information, the human practitioners of immortality would use it as an opportunity to ambush them. She proposed a compromise. If Yensen allowed them to leave, she would send him a letter through a demon pigeon. However, Yensen declined the offer. Anan warned Yensen that even though he was at the Dingfeng level, if they, the 2 early Dingfeng immortals, joined forces, he would also suffer severe wounds. Yensen refused again, angering Anan. Anan attempted to deceive Yensen and escape with Lingling, but Yensen swiftly employed the golden cage technique, sealing off the area. Anan grew furious and resolved to confront Yensen in battle. Yensen expressed his determination to extract the information about the Divine Realm forcefully since Anan refused to disclose it willingly. Yensen unleashed the soul-grasping art, causing panic in Lingling and Anan as they recognized the technique. The Fairy King realized the toll of the battle took on him, having sacrificed nearly 800 years of his life. He reassured Xiaolu of her safety, but urged her to remain vigilant as an immortal. He encouraged her to appreciate the battle unfolding before them, as such encounters were rare in the immortal world and could aid her growth. The Fairy King vanished and Mingqi caught the exhausted Xiaolu. Yensen boldly advanced and clashed with Lingling, while Anan conjured numerous phoenixes, intensifying the temperature dramatically. Guang Baiyu, baffled by the extreme heat, questioned the nature of his recent battle. Yensen blocked Lingling's attacks and threw her to the ground. Lingling cursed him and requested to put her down. Yensen invoked the immortal law, summoning colossal dragons from the raging seas to engage Ainan's phoenixes, dispersing them in the clash. Yensen confronted Ainan once more, urging her to disclose the information he sought. However, Ainan stubbornly refused, even in the face of death. Lingling launched a surprise attack from behind, aiming to strike Yensen with her powerful demon sword. To her surprise, the sword shattered upon contact with Yensen, leaving only a scratch. Lingling realized that Yensen was not merely at the first stage of the divine level. Yensen unleashed his immense power, using the golden core breath technique that caused cracks to form on the ceiling tower. The pressure emanating from Yensen overwhelmed everyone present. Lingling realized that Yensen is a great immortal at the golden core level. It was a rare and extraordinary encounter, as such powerful immortals were seldom encountered even in the divine realm or the vast great thousand worlds. Lingling pondered the unlikely circumstances that led them to cross paths with Yensen in this small world. Lan cautioned everyone to avoid looking up, aware of the danger it posed. Ainan struggled to rise to her feet. Lingling urged her to surrender, warning of the impending danger. However, Ainan remained defiant, adamantly refusing to reveal any information to Yensen. Unfazed, Yensen intensified the pressure he exerted, causing even the Earth to be disrupted from its orbit. Zihao expressed concern over Yensen's extreme actions, acknowledging that he had gone too far. Xiaolu realized the true meaning behind the book's reference to a great god being able to destroy the world. Mengqi wondered if they would also attain such power in the future. Yensen ceased his assault, and the world returned to its normal state. However, Ainan still refused to disclose any information to Yensen. Lingling tried to convince Ainan to stop, but Ainan was determined not to submit to any immortal cultivator and readied herself for an attack. Mengqi pointed out that based on Yensen's character, he might cease his actions if Ainan revealed the location of the heavenly realm. Xiaolu referenced a book that described demons as skilled fighters with a rebellious nature, desiring world domination and force is not enough to subdue them. Ainan decided to direct her attack towards herself, choosing death over revealing any information to Yensen. Lingling made the same choice and prepared to follow Ainan's path. However, Lingling noticed that Yensen's aura indicated he was at the nascent soul realm, a higher level of cultivation. Yensen then used the power of time reversal, sending time back to when Ainan was still alive. Ainan questioned how she could remember being dead. Lingling realized that Yensen possessed the law of the void immortal, enabling him to manipulate time. Yensen clarified that he would not let them die until he learned the location of the heavenly realm, warning that self-inflicted harm would only amplify the pain upon revival. Lingling realized that in front of real power, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. Yensen then approached the shaking Ainan and read her memories. He discovered that 2 princesses of the demon tribe had been born as demon immortals. There were concerns about the demon race's eventual dominance, and the power of these immortals to wipe out mortals. Major clans and cultivators were planning to kill them to obtain their soul pills, which granted immortality. Yensen witnessed Ainan and Lingling being attacked by cultivators who sought their soul pills. The 2 were saved by the spirits and their father, but as their guardians were overwhelmed, they jumped into a river and arrived in a foreign world. Yensen observed their struggles and growth on their journey, including their arrival on Earth. Ainan realized that Yensen had used the soul-searching technique without causing her harm. Yensen expressed frustration that Ainan didn't say that she knew nothing and caused trouble instead. Yensen angrily commands them to leave his presence, and expresses his strong desire to never see them again. Lingling questions if they are being allowed to leave. Yensen responds with disbelief, suggesting that if they want to stay, they must compensate for the damage they cause to public property. Guang Bai insists that they cannot allow them to escape. Lingling and Ainan successfully escape with the 2 monsters. Guang Bai expresses his concern about the severe consequences of letting them go, highlighting their overwhelming power compared to the king of grand monsters. He warns the Yensen about the potential future problems they may cause, citing their ability to easily destroy the planet. In response, Yensen asserts his capability to handle them if they pose a threat to the world. Guang Bai expresses his concern about the future, questioning what will happen when their time is over and the next generation faces adversaries who are much stronger. Jensen expresses his faith in his students and stated that he lived longer than them. This revelation surprises Guangbaya, who asks how Jensen has lived longer than them. Jensen simply states that it's because he is an immortal. Lingling and Ainen were surprised when they heard this. The monster hunting contest came to an abrupt end due to Jensen's powerful attack, causing the planet to deviate from its orbit and disrupting the flow of time. This event shocked the crowd and led the Alliance to cancel the contest for the next 10 years. The unexpected appearance of the Grand Demons during the contest caught everyone off guard, as they were only expecting lesser monsters and grand monsters to participate. A month later, statues of Guangbaya and Jensen were erected to honor their roles in the incident. Jensen's reputation soared, making him the top superhero in the world. In the Tianjin sect, Lingling and Ainen watched Jensen closely. Lingling asked Ainen if Jensen was the Emperor of the Immortals. Ainen replied confidently, based on their previous battle, that Jensen's true cultivation was mostly concealed. Lingling expressed her fear of his power. Ainen stated that they would find out today whether they could become his disciples or not. Lingling reminded Ainen of their vow to never show weakness to a human immortal, even if it meant death. Ainen acknowledged Jensen's extraordinary power, surpassing even the Supreme Exalted One. Lingling questioned the purpose of hiding if Jensen was so formidable. Ainen assured her that they were insignificant to him, and he wouldn't bother with them. Lingling expressed fear and hesitation about approaching Jensen. Ainen dismissed her fears, stating that Jensen wouldn't harm them simply because they were demons. Lingling and Ainen entered Jensen's room but were quickly ejected from the building before they could say anything. They landed in a garbage truck, grateful to have survived. Despite the setback, they persisted in following Jensen but soon fell into one of his traps. Jensen warned them to stop following him. Lingling and Ainen returned dejected after the rejection by Jensen. Time passed, and the school resumed after the holidays. Jensen addressed the students, urging them to focus on their studies and strive to become immortals. He introduced new textbooks containing information about herbs in the heavenly realm, challenging the students to memorize all 480 billion herbs within the next 10 years. The students were stunned by the daunting task ahead. Jensen welcomed them to the second lesson of his immortal cultivation class, which focused on alchemy. Jensen addressed the students, assuring them that learning about herbs was just the beginning of their journey. He emphasized that alchemy was a lengthy process, and urged them not to be impatient. He explained that in the world of immortal cultivation, becoming a supreme alchemist required nearly 100 years of dedicated study, and very few succeeded. Jensen highlighted the significance of alchemists, stating that they held great power and influence, comparable to a large country. He also noted that while they might not possess strong combat abilities, they could enhance the strength of others and inspire them to fight. Jensen provided the students with a tailored herb collection and assured them that he would teach them individually on recognizing, growing, and cultivating herbs. Under Jensen's guidance, the students embarked on a new chapter in the world of immortality. Meanwhile, the two demons sought an opportunity to be taught by a teacher. While Jensen's formidable display during the competition left a lasting impact, little did everyone know that it was just the beginning of a battle of wits among the diverse factions in a world where magic, immortality, ninjas, and supermen coexist. A group of cultists summoned Vampire Drake, and one of them confessed to being the summoner due to his long-standing admiration for the vampire. Surprised to find a human among the cultists, Drake decided to turn him into one of their own. Something mysterious and unprecedented emerged in the world, surpassing the understanding of both the Academy and the League of Supermen. Meanwhile, the League worked towards rebuilding the city and initiated the graduation exams for the heroes from each academy. The graduation exams are about to commence with a familiar setting and familiar faces. Munchie wonders who will be their exam proctor this time. Lanbin confidently believes that as long as it's not Mr. Jensen, they will all pass. Xiaolu expresses excitement, as they have eagerly awaited this moment for a long time. Lan arrived and greeted the immortal class, announcing that she would be their examiner for the graduation exams. Following the union's rules, each college's examination center is located in different parts of the city. The Ninja Academy's examiner is Guangbaya from the Superman Academy, the Magic Academy's examiner is the Rainbow Rangers from the Ninja Academy, and the Superman Academy's examiner is the black-robe hero Jensen. One of Jensen's students questioned why he was present instead of being with the Superman Academy. Jensen explained that he left his doppelganger there to act as the examiner. Upon learning that Lan would be their examiner, the other students cheered, except for Xiaolu, who asked about the rules. Lan clarified that after the monster catching contest, their academy had gained recognition as the most capable. She then explained the simple rules for the exams. If they could touch her face within 10 minutes, they would all graduate. The exam commenced, and Xiaolu launched an immediate attack. However, Lan effortlessly caught her sword. Lan praised Xiaolu's skills, acknowledging her training under Jensen. She remarked that it was merely a small test and questioned whether Xiaolu wanted to kill her. Xiaolu was surprised by the statement. The group was taken aback as Xiaolu's attack was effortlessly blocked by Lan. Lan then retaliated and pushed Xiaolu back, asserting that she could fight back. She unleashed a powerful magic beam, but Mingqi swiftly intervened to save Xiaolu. However, Lan redirected the beam towards Zihao and the others, resulting in a massive explosion. Miraculously, Zihao survived the blast. Jensen quickly stepped in, using giant swords to shield the audience from the impact of the explosion. Xiaolu activated an array and the others assisted her by transmitting their energy to her. While Lan eagerly anticipated the fight, they engaged in a fierce clash, but Xiaolu found herself overwhelmed as her attacks were effortlessly evaded by Lan. As students from all colleges worked hard towards graduation, on the other side of the world, two mysterious figures approached the S-class banishment prison. Lingling and Ainen observed the students from a distance, cheering for them but hiding when Jensen noticed their presence. Lingling shared her analysis with Ainen, explaining that Jensen's eldest disciple was on the verge of losing the fight. She noted that the one dressed in pink was initially at the peak of the congenital realm but was about to break through to the golden core realm. Ainen questioned the significance, to which Lingling pointed out the difference in power between the peak and initial stages of the congenital realm. Ainen suggested that Xiaolu could summon the Spirit King, but Lingling clarified that the opponent would need to allow her to set up the summoning formation first. Lingling explained to Ainen that summoning the Spirit King while in the congenital realm was highly unlikely, and even if achieved, the Spirit King's power would be limited to a mere fraction. She mentioned that utilizing such a technique would greatly deplete one's spiritual power, even for those in the Golden Core realm. The summoning of the Spirit King was usually reserved as a final, deadly move, as failure to secure a decisive victory would result in the user's own demise. Lan relentlessly taunted Xiaolu while she defended against her strikes. Xiaolu attempted to use the chi-forming dragon technique, but Lan swiftly appeared behind her and forcefully knocked her to the ground. To prevent an explosion, Lan unleashed her full power, nullifying the potential blast. Xiaolu seized a momentary opening and launched an attack, resulting in a clash of energies. Following the explosion, Zihao and the others found the formation was already disabled. Xiaolu found herself weakened on the ground, feeling frustrated at being so close to success. Lan announced that the students had successfully graduated, prompting the crowd to cheer. They were the first group to graduate from the Super Academy in the past decade. The cultivation class became emotional with the realization of their achievement. Xiaolu questioned how they passed when they could barely touch Lan's face. In response, Lan explained that when they were able to make her use her ultimate move, it signified their readiness to graduate. She encouraged the four of them, stating that together they could defeat most professional heroes within the top 10 rankings. She urged them to aim for the top 10 in the world and to work hard without limitations. She had faith that they would eventually surpass her in strength. Xiaolu couldn't help but ponder the situation. Being the first group to graduate from the academy in a decade was already surprising, but what puzzled her even more was Sister Lan's leniency. Xiaolu knew that many students, not just from their immortal academy but also from other academies, were more powerful than professional heroes. Sister Lan, renowned as the king of assessment, had a reputation for strictness and unwavering rules. It left Xiaolu wondering why Sister Lan had shown them favor and deviated from her usual approach. The four students proudly presented their graduation certificates to Jensen, but he took them away, promising to return them only when they became true immortals. Jensen reminded them that, despite their graduation in this world, they were still in the early stages of their journey in his world. He urged them to continue practicing diligently. Zihao couldn't help but cry, realizing that their true graduation might be delayed by hundreds or even thousands of years. However, Xiaolu had a different perspective. She no longer felt enticed by the idea of graduating as a hero, having been enlightened on the path of a cultivator. As the four students shared their perspectives, Jensen observed them with interest. The graduation examination had come to an end, but it didn't bode well for the other academies. Both the Magic and Ninja Academies experienced consecutive failures, while the Superhero Academy set a record for the fastest failure in a century. This event would be remembered in the history of school examinations. The young immortals returned to school, where they embarked on a 10,000-year journey of cultivating the land. Jensen emphasized the importance of starting from the basics, stating that alchemy relied on herbs, and herbs required proper cultivation through farming. He mentioned the time-consuming process of understanding the age and color of medicinal herbs, emphasizing the need for patience and extensive learning. Jensen identified the disguised students, Ainen and Lingling, and promptly threw them out. Zihao questioned their identities and motives, but Jensen admitted that he didn't have the answers. Keshin received praise from her fellow students after successfully cultivating the most challenging herb. She expressed her surprise and lack of understanding about the outcome, mentioning that she could recall the knowledge of thousands of herbs and even grow some without relying on books. In contrast, the other students struggled to achieve similar success. Xiaolu grew increasingly frustrated with her unsuccessful attempts at cultivating plants, having failed 110 times. On the other hand, Zihao and Lan Bin held on to hope and prayed for their plants to thrive. Jensen, pleased with the overall progress of his students, noticed that Mingqi seemed concerned. A few days later, the class gathered to celebrate Mingqi's birthday, despite her previous declaration against having parties. One student inquired about Mingqi's age, but another student quickly warned him not to ask, as both Mingqi and Xiaolu had become sensitive about their age since embarking on their immortal paths unbeknownst to them. Mingqi overheard their conversation and felt an urge to beat up her classmates, and she expressed dislike for birthday parties. Xiaolu questioned why Jensen wasn't invited to the party, and another student explained that they had extended the invitation 2 days prior, but Jensen had been away on a trip. When someone arrived at the door, Mingqi eagerly opened it, hoping it was Jensen, but it turned out to be members from the Superman, Magic, and Ninja Academies, adding liveliness to the celebration. Feeling disappointed, Mingqi left the party and vowed never to have another birthday celebration. However, her surprise grew when she spotted Jensen, who had returned. He presented Mingqi with a sword and instructed her to follow him. Jensen led Mingqi to an open field and then took her into space, where he planned to teach her a unique sword technique of the Tenjin clan. He emphasized that he would demonstrate it only once. He explained that in the immortal world, members of the Tenjin clan were skilled assassins who focused solely on cultivating their immortality through a specific system. They prioritized swordsmanship and possessed exceptional abilities, such as the ability to kill from a distance of 10,000 miles with their eyes closed. Their divine senses allowed them to sense and predict enemy movements and attacks. During the training session, Jensen demonstrated an extraordinary technique by effortlessly slashing down a mosquito and even cutting it down to a subatomic level. Lingling and Ainen, who observed from below, were left astounded by the display of skill. Mingqi couldn't comprehend how such a feat was possible. Jensen explained that reaching the perfection stage in the way of the sword allows one to annihilate entire clans with simple swings. He introduced the concept of sword cultivation, which encompasses different stages such as sword chi, sword power, sword intent, sword domain, and sword path. The deeper one's comprehension, the sharper their sword becomes, enabling them to cut down more adversaries. Recognizing Mingqi's exceptional talent and understanding of various techniques, Jensen deemed sword cultivation to be a suitable path for her. He then gave her his sword and the technique. Mingqi was taken aback by Jensen's gesture of giving her the sword as a gift. Jensen then returned them to Earth and greeted her with a happy birthday before suggesting they go back. Mingqi was left feeling surprised and grateful for the unexpected present. In recent news, it has been reported that a mysterious phenomenon has occurred worldwide, causing the sudden disappearance of all mosquitoes. This unusual event has caught the attention of both the public and heroes alike, leading to investigations in an attempt to unravel the mystery. However, as of now, no significant clues have been found to explain this perplexing occurrence. Wu Mingqi, the class monitor, reflects on the remarkable power of her teacher's light sword, which was capable of eliminating a species from a distance of over 300,000 kilometers away on the moon. Inspired by this display of strength, Mingqi realizes that she has much to learn and a long journey ahead of her in her own cultivation. Drake and his group effortlessly defeated a top 10 god-level hero, dismissing him as insignificant. Emboldened by their victory, Drake's followers anticipate his imminent rise to power and dominion over the world. However, they were interrupted by the arrival of two mysterious figures who commend Drake's bravery for deciding to be a villain in this world. They declare their mission to rid the world of scum, including individuals like Drake. 001 suddenly woke up and felt something bad was happening. Lingling asks Anan if she understood anything from their master's sword techniques. Anan admits that she didn't understand anything. Lingling finds it strange that there is no one around despite it being daytime. Lingling and Anan encounter the super ancient hero 003, who identifies them as intruders in the immortal world. Lingling realizes that 003 is aware of their presence. Anan questions 003 about its understanding of human language and asks for its identity. 003 revealed its humanoid form to Lingling and Anan. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, the president detected an energy source resembling that of 001 and suspected it to be originating from a super ancient hero. Another super ancient hero arrived and offered assistance to 003, but 003 declined and attacked Lingling and Anan, resulting in a powerful explosion. 001 identified the source of the explosion as 003. The impact of the explosion reached the Cultivation Academy, but Jensen instructed his students to focus on farming the land, stating that the events happening outside were not their concern. Lingling and Anan found themselves in an unfamiliar place and realized that the previous event was not an explosion, but a nuclear-powered restricted field. Pink asked 001 about it, and 001 explained that it is a high-density nuclear explosion that compresses space into a flat surface, which is a unique power possessed by 003. Lingling and Anan successfully escaped from 003's grasp and launched powerful attacks against him. The other super ancient hero mocked 003 for rejecting her assistance. Anan declared that they are not to be underestimated. 003 was impressed by their strength and acknowledged their abilities. The other super ancient heroes held a discussion about the situation and expressed confidence in 003's abilities. They also discussed what to do with Drake, knowing that he desired to remain in this world. They decided to take severe action against him by castrating him. Lingling and Anan found themselves in a challenging situation as they struggled against 003's dimensional abilities, which trapped them in a dimensional cage. Despite the immense pressure of the double dimension field, they miraculously remained unharmed. 003 acknowledged their exceptional power and expressed admiration for their resilience, considering the fight against them to be a worthwhile endeavor. The other super ancient hero interrupted 003's dialogue and criticized him for conversing with the dolls that Lingling and Anan left. 003 realized that Lingling had deceived him by pretending to want a duel. Lingling and Anan considered 003 to be even more foolish than themselves and deemed his behavior unacceptable. They acknowledged their current powerlessness and decided to retreat, with the determination to seek revenge in the future. Lingling expressed the desire to dismantle 003 once they became stronger. 003 expressed disappointment as Lingling and Anan were the first criminals that escaped from him. News of the revival of the super ancient heroes spread, sparking conversations among the citizens. Black expressed amazement at the strength of the revived heroes and commented on how powerful they were compared to 001. 001 denied any kinship with them and asserted confidently that he could defeat them easily in a matter of seconds. 001 approached 003 and the other super ancient hero. 003 greeted 001 as his big brother, but 001 dismissed the notion, emphasizing their lack of closeness. 003 claimed that 001 had become significantly weaker and could hardly utilize his power of the law anymore. He boasted that he could defeat 001 easily with just one finger. 001 demanded to know their intentions, urging them to get to the point instead of engaging in idle talk. 003 approached 001, seeking information about an SSS-class criminal on Earth. The Corps had been unable to gather any information about this individual, leading 003 to turn to 001 for help. 001 realized that the person in question was from the Immortal Academy, and warned 003 against provoking him, emphasizing the severe consequences that would follow. 003 expressed his desire for 001 to return to the Corps, believing that he would become even more powerful there. However, 001 disagreed, stating that humans were more powerful than artificial intelligence. Black questioned what the Corps was, and 001 explained that it was a computer with artificial intelligence used to maintain the flow of time and predict the future. Additionally, the Corps drew energy from the sun. Black thought 001 was kind for warning their comrades not to provoke the individual from the Immortal Academy. 001 acknowledged that his comrades would not have taken action if he hadn't given the warning and expressed anger towards them. Meanwhile, Jensen sensed someone talking about him. Ainen expressed frustration with her monster companions for not completing the task she had assigned them. The monster confidently assured her that they were experienced professionals and claimed that making friends was an easy task, offering to share their knowledge and expertise. The monsters empathized with Ainen and Lingling's feelings of rejection by the heroes and came up with a plan to give gifts to the people close to Jensen, hoping that they would speak positively about them. Ainen and Lingling were angered by the monsters for not sharing this idea earlier. Determined, they quickly went to the Immortal Academy to meet with the students. Ainen and Lingling were met with caution. Xiaolu intervened and inquired about their intentions. Ainen and Lingling presented their gifts to the students, who accepted them. They then went to Jensen's room but discovered that the other students were eavesdropping outside. The twins informed Zihao and the others that Jensen and Sister Lan had been in the dormitory for an extended period without leaving. Zihao scolded them for their behavior initially but soon joined in with their curiosity. They asked the twins how long Jensen and Sister Lan had been in the dormitory. The twins revealed that it had been half an hour. Mingqi speculated that Jensen might have finally made up his mind about something, and the twins confirmed that Sister Lan had entered the room looking uncertain and blushing. Mingqi wondered about Jensen's expression, but the twins admitted they hadn't seen it. They suddenly heard a noise from inside the room, causing Mingqi to feel anxious. The door breaks and they were surprised to see Jensen seemingly operating on Lan. Zihao questioned Jensen about his actions, and Jensen explained that Lan had agreed to let him conduct experiments on her to understand the power of their world. Lan asked Jensen what he had learned, and he explained that there was a strange magnetic field in the galaxy of their world, and the human body could communicate with this field to obtain energy. Jensen then proceeded to demonstrate how to tap into the power of the magnetic field, leaving the others astonished. Zihao noted that the resulting fire was caused by a superpower rather than spiritual power. Jensen admitted that he had become more skilled in utilizing these powers and showcased various attributes. However, he expressed boredom with them, stating that they were not as satisfying as the power of cultivation. Lan remarked that her superpowers had awakened naturally, unlike Jensen, who had acquired them like a novice learning to walk. Jensen, after listening to Mingqi and Xiaolu's explanation about the demons, he reminded them that the demons had previously attempted to harm them and asked if they had received any gifts from them. Mingqi laughed and admitted to receiving small gifts. Jensen, seeing that they had seemingly forgotten the past, decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. Instead, he instructed his students to inform the demons to come and meet him. Lingling and Ainen, addressing Jensen as their noble master, expressed their desire to become his disciples. Jensen questioned their motivation for seeking him as their master. Ainen replied that it would be an honor for them, as lowly demons, to be his disciples. Jensen, amused by their attempts to win over his students, mentioned the gifts they had given as a proof of their sincerity. He agreed to let them guard the door for now, considering the strength of their clan's guardian beast, and instructed them to return as his bodyguards once they reached the peak of their realm. Lingling and Ainen accepted his command, expressing their gratitude for the opportunity. The super-ancient heroes were engaged in a debate about letting their targets escape. one of them revealed that Drake had managed to escape. The green super-ancient hero addressed the Corps, informing them that they had investigated the criminal beyond the SSS threat level and discovered their presence in the Immortal Academy. However, the Corps advised them not to rush, explaining that in 2 weeks, during the most intense day of the Sun's nuclear fusion, they would have maximum capacity to overpower the criminals and send them to the afterlife. The Corps expressed their determination to protect the world left behind by their mother, and not allow interference from beings from other worlds. Drake and his subordinates found themselves wandering in the desert after their escape. Curious about their next move, the subordinates questioned Drake. He revealed their objective: to find the ancient vampires, specifically the legendary ancient vampire rumored to be in the desert. Drake explained that his parents, before their demise at the hands of humans, had informed him about these powerful vampires. However, he had limited information and only knew that they could be found in the hottest locations across different worlds. Drake invoked a spell, opening a portal that led them to a forest. The group was initially skeptical, believing it was all a fabrication. However, as they ventured further, they stumbled upon a gathering of vampires engaged in a volleyball game. They speculated if these vampires were the fabled Hobbs, but they seemed unimpressive in strength. Drake, however, was taken aback when he noticed that they were unaffected by sunlight. One of the vampire girls, curious about Drake's presence, exerted her power, overpowering him and pinning him to the ground. In that moment, she realized they shared the same lineage. During their journey back, the group interrogated Drake and his group and ridiculed their attire. One of the vampire girls clarified that they were in a completely different world, where everyone present was a vampire. She further revealed that this entire world was created solely by a being named Hob, who also brought them into existence. The man who offered fresh animal blood was referred to as Hob, and the girl expressed her gratitude to him. Drake, intrigued, realized that all the vampires shared the same name, Hob. Drake inquired if they consumed human blood. The other girl explained that they abstained from human blood, as it diminished their abilities. Upon arriving in the city, Drake's group was taken aback by the overwhelming strength of everyone around them. Drake then proceeded to explain their situation on Earth to the Hob group. The Hob girls were familiar with the colorful robots and considered them their enemies. Shades Hob shared the history of their conflict with the robots, recounting how they reached a resolution where the robots retreated into the sun while the Hob returned to their world, resulting in no further conflicts. Drake, emotionally distraught, revealed the mistreatment he endured at the hands of the robots, including being captured and nearly castrated. Whitehair Hob acknowledged the power gap, noting that the robots possessed the power of law, something the Hob group lacked. Shades Hob specifically mentioned the formidable entity, 001, who could handle 5 hobo elders. Drake expressed his awe at their strength. Yellow Hair Hob mentioned the problematic nature of the Corps, an artificially intelligent computer with mastery over multiple laws. Shades Hob reassured Drake, emphasizing that as vampires and allies, they had every right to stand up against the robots, since the agreement had been broken. Drake inquired if the Hobbs could make decisions within their family. Black Hair Hob confirmed their freedom, stating that they were the last 6,073.5 million vampires that Hob loved the most. Drake then questioned their destination, to which Shades Hob replied that they were headed to the house of the Third Elder, the only vampire in their clan with the ability of future telling. Drake expressed astonishment at the concept of future telling, and Shades Hob explained that whenever they ventured beyond their world, they sought the Third Elder's predictions to determine if their journey would be successful. Drake marveled at their power and asked if such vampires existed in the world. Whitehair Hob affirmed that the 3 elders held the utmost respect within their clan. Upon their arrival, the Hobbs greeted the Third Elder. The Third Elder questioned if they were ready to depart from the Hob world since they had come to see him. The Black Hair Hob agreed, acknowledging the Elder's accuracy. The Third Elder warned the Hob not to act solely based on Uncle Ho's affection for them and not to flatter her excessively. Drake's subordinate questioned the Third Elder's supernatural nature, unsure if they were a vampire or a wizard. The Yellow Hair Hob explained that the Third Elder had previously served in the magical academy and had decided to become a vampire after witnessing the impressive abilities of Hobo. The Black Hair Hob then requested the Third Elder's assistance in predicting the future. The third elder agreed and they began the process. The third elder laughed and remarked that the situation was excellent. She mentioned that the Big Brother, Super Ancient Hero 001, had already severed ties with his brothers and had become incredibly weak. This news boosted the Hobbs' morale, and they felt assured of their victory. The third elder confidently stated that there was no need for them to take action, as someone else would handle the situation, ensuring that not even a single problem would remain. The third elder became terrified as she couldn't foresee the future of a particular man she had encountered. She was left wondering about his identity. In the following scene, everyone mourned the death of the third elder. The first, second, and fourth elders arrived and inquired about the circumstances surrounding her demise. The yellow-haired hob explained that the previous night, they had sought the third elder's guidance regarding their journey beyond the world. However, unexpectedly, the third elder uttered the question, "Who is he?" and then met a violent death. During the burial ceremony, Hooper, the creator of their world, appeared and sought an explanation for the tragic event. The hob proceeded to recount the events that transpired leading up to the third elder's untimely demise. Black Hair Hob asked Hooper about the cause of the third elder's death. Hooper revealed that she had been scared to death. He then inquired if she had left anything behind. The Black Hair Hob shared that before her death, the third elder had managed to write down 4 words with her last breath: Immortal Academy. The hob expressed confusion regarding the meaning of these words. Drake chimed in, mentioning that they might have some knowledge on the matter, as there existed an immortal academy in the world they had just come from. He suggested that this could be what the third elder was referring to. The remaining elders expressed their desire to seek vengeance for the third elder's death. Meanwhile, one of the elders addressed Hooper, asking for an explanation of the events. Hooper responded, stating that in the world they were discussing, there resided a god. During this period, the world was in turmoil as vampires, super ancient heroes, and different academies began to emerge, creating chaos. Jensen, however, desired a peaceful and quiet life, but the circumstances prevented him from simply enjoying his tea at home as he had hoped. Xiaolu engaged in a spar with the Daemon Spirit, who provided her with valuable guidance on her cultivation. Meanwhile, Zihao and Lan Bin felt frustrated as they struggled to catch up with Xiaolu's level of cultivation. Minchi pointed out that their lack of progress was due to skipping training sessions. Lan Bin questioned Minchi's actions, to which she replied that she was meditating. Zihao commented that even the class monitor hadn't reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement state, but at least Xiaolu was still on the same level as them. Minchi warned Lan Bin and Zihao to keep quiet if they didn't want to face consequences. The intimidating statement scared the two. However, the monsters present comforted Zihao and Lan Bin, offering support. Meanwhile, Ainen and Lingling, taking their roles as gatekeepers seriously, threatened anyone who approached the academy. The Hobbs arrived on Earth, and the Corps promptly alerted the super ancient heroes. The Blue Ancient expressed surprise at the reminder of their existing rivals, while the Pink Ancient expressed their dislike for them. The Yellow Ancient questioned their intentions, and the Green Ancient acknowledged that their presence was not favorable. The Pink Ancient raised the topic of dealing with other deportees, but the Corps dismissed them, emphasizing the need to focus on the Hobbs instead. The Hobbs decided to train junior vampires and assigned a guardian for the portal. Yellow Hair Hob reminded Drake about the power-boosting serum provided by Hooper. Yellow Hair Hob then issued a strong warning to the other academies, asserting the superiority of the Vampire Academy as the top contender. Yellow Hair Hob questioned Drake about their previous plan, to which Drake replied, "Conquering the world!" Yellow Hair Hob, disapproving of the idea, physically reprimanded Drake, expressing disbelief that they still harbored such ambitions at their age. Yellow Hair Hob emphasized the importance of having intelligence, and mocked Drake for lacking it. Drake then inquired about their new course of action. Yellow Hair Hob proposed opening their classes and spreading their system worldwide, aiming to establish the belief and trust in their vampire family as their ultimate goal. Yellow Hair Hob acknowledged the presence of 2 formidable rivals, the Immortal Academy and the Ninja Academy with their formidable broken mecha. They highlighted the need for vengeance against the Immortal Academy for killing the Third Elder, anticipating that these rivals might already be aware of their presence and consider them enemies. Yellow-Hair Hob emphasized the likelihood of becoming the primary target and stressed the importance of devising a plan to confront and overcome the super-ancient heroes as a priority. A few days later, the monsters informed Lingling and Anan that Janaka had been abducted by powerful individuals. Anan was filled with anger and desired to seek retribution against the culprits. Meanwhile, the Hobs patiently waited for Janaka's rescue. Yellow-Hair Hob questioned whether they would come to their aid. Drake confidently asserted that they would indeed come, as the powerful mechs were meant to confront both him and the head teacher of the Immortal Academy. Drake believed that once they captured these two monsters, the news would spread, showcasing their mastery in spreading information throughout the world. Lingling and Anan arrived at the location but noticed the absence of anyone around. Janaka alerted them to the fact that it was a trap. Suddenly, Drake and his group consumed the serum and rushed towards Lingling and Anan. However, Anan effortlessly sent Drake flying with a single strike. Yellow-Hair Hob expressed frustration with Drake and his group, knowing that the serum hadn't had a chance to take effect on them yet. Yellow-Hair Hob commanded his men to attack and capture Lingling and Anan, but the duo skillfully evaded and defeated the enemy with ease. This outcome left Yellow-Hair Hob frustrated and disappointed. He expressed his anger towards his own team, considering them a group of losers and useless individuals. He thought Hooper wasted his efforts on them. Yellow-Hair Hob regretted taking them out for the mission, deeming them unreliable. The four Hobs decided to intervene personally, but Lingling landed a powerful strike on Yellow-Hair Hob. Meanwhile, Anan swiftly defeated the other Hobs, overwhelming them with ease. Anan expressed her disappointment, calling them useless kids. However, the serum Drake and his group had taken finally took effect, instilling them with confidence in their ability to triumph over Lingling and Anan. Lingling unleashed the power of the Grand Demon's art, creating a devastating force that blew away Drake and the other Hobs, causing a remarkable impact on the surroundings. This display left the other leading Hobs in shock. Lingling couldn't believe that she had to take these individuals seriously, realizing that they lacked maturity and were not worthy opponents. Lingling suggested capturing two of them to inquire about their identities and intentions. However, Anan expressed her desire to kill them all, showing no interest in learning more. In response, the Hobs called out for Hooper, seeking assistance in their predicament. Hooper exerted his power, putting pressure on Anan and Lingling and causing destruction in the area. He then transported the two individuals to his own world. The Elder inquired whether they were dead, to which Hooper responded that they were merely in a temporary coma and possessed stronger bodies than expected, making them difficult to kill easily. The Elder expressed astonishment at the strength displayed by the two young girls, questioning whether they were truly just gatekeepers. Hooper speculated that they were, based on their appearance. The Elder expressed outrage and questioned Hooper's motives for bringing them there, and the plans of his students. Hooper revealed that his students intended to frame the super-ancient mechs for the kidnapping, instigating a conflict between the two factions to exploit the situation for their own gain. The Elder chuckled and commended Hooper's students for their clever plan. He was eager to see the mechs be trapped in their scheme, unable to escape. The Hobs opted to operate covertly for the time being. One of the vampires from their group left behind a fragment of the mech they had obtained during their previous encounter with the super-ancient mechs. In the Immortal Academy, Munchi expressed frustration as they had been searching for Lingling and Anan for 2 days without success. Despite searching everywhere, they couldn't locate them. Finally, they discovered a part of the mech in the same spot where the clan beast had disappeared. Jensen, upon hearing this, appeared furious about the situation. The sudden change in Jensen caught everyone's attention. Lon tried to calm him down, urging him not to jump to conclusions. Xiaolu disagreed, pointing out that the only ones capable of dealing with their demons besides their teacher were the super-ancient mechs. Jensen acknowledged their concerns and asked them to wait for him at home for 10 minutes. Lan Bin noticed the intense expression on Jensen's face and realized that something significant was about to occur. Lan hurriedly caught up to Jensen, urging him to reconsider his actions. Lan reminded Jensen that as the hero of their world, he had a responsibility to rebuild their clan and shouldn't engage in destructive behavior. Jensen dismissed Lan's concerns, claiming that he simply wanted to take a walk and denying any intention to harm others. However, Lan could see the clear signs of killing intent written all over Jensen's face, refusing to be convinced otherwise. Jensen questioned the connection between his actions and rebuilding the clan. Lon emphatically responded that it did matter, highlighting the immense influence of the super-ancient heroes in their world. He explained that the heroes had been revered for centuries, having saved the world numerous times, and were now seen as champions of justice. On the other hand, the demons were still perceived as monstrous beings. Lon warned Jensen that if he fought against the heroes due to his association with the grand demons, he would be viewed as the villain. She suggested knowing someone who could help resolve the situation. Jensen arrived at the Ninja Academy, causing fear among the Rainbow Rangers who witnessed his approach. Yellow expressed confusion about his presence, stating that while the super-ancient heroes belonged to their academy, taking his pets was unrelated to them. However, 001 reassured them, suggesting that if Jensen intended harm, he could have easily wiped out the academy. He believed that Jensen's purpose wasn't to kill them but had another motive. The mechs charged up by harnessing the power of the sun, preparing themselves for an imminent battle. 003 expressed his anticipation for this day, eager to confront the Hobbs. He resolved to deal with the Hobbs first before turning their attention to the otherworldly adversaries, determined to send them back to where they came from. Drake and the Hobbs sensed the approach of the super-ancient heroes. However, the mechs were intercepted by 001, who stood in their way. 003 questioned whether 001 had made up his mind and intended to return to the core. To this, 001 dismissively responded, likening 003 to a powerless chicken and expressing no interest in bullying him. 001 confirmed that he had come to confront and defeat them. 003 laughed and swiftly underwent a transformation, just like the other mechs. 003 taunted 001, stating that while he referred to him as a big brother, he actually considered him to be worthless. 001 then asked the final question, inquiring if they were the ones who had taken the two gatekeeper pets of the Immortal Academy. To this, 003 confidently responded affirmatively, but also expressed that it didn't matter either way. He declared that a true man never needed to explain himself. 001 relayed the response to Jensen, prompting him to use a device to merge with 001. 001 stunned the other mechs by revealing his new form. Zihao and his companions noticed Jensen piloting the mech. Inside the mech, Jensen was equally fascinated by the technology before him. Red exclaimed in astonishment at the newfound power and transformations of the mech, noting that there weren't such enhancements when they drove 001. Drake recognized the mech as the one capable of taking on 5 Elder Hobbs single-handedly. Yellow Hair Hob confirmed that it was indeed the same formidable force they had encountered before. 003 reassured the others, stating that they had no reason to fear 001, even though he had regained his strength. They reminded each other that the current day was an exceptionally powerful day of solar nuclear fusion radiation, making them several times stronger than usual. Additionally, their years of training had prepared them to face any challenge, making defeat unlikely. 001 struck 003 with a powerful blow, sending him hurtling through space, crashing into the moon and then into Mars. In a display of immense strength, 001 hurled a sword, causing the moon to collide with Mars. The audience was filled with fear and astonishment at the devastating display of power. Zihao questioned how Jensen was able to control the mecha. The blue mech tried to reassure everyone and that they still had a chance to win. 001 swiftly closed the gap between him and the blue mech, leaving the latter astonished. The blue mech expressed disbelief at how 001 could move silently over such a vast distance of several hundred kilometers. Blue mech launched an attack, but to no avail as 001 remained unaffected. The green mech joined the fight, criticizing the blue mech for being too fearful. They noticed that 001 was airborne, readying for an attack. The green mech grew concerned, fearing it could be a decisive move. In response, 005 utilized his power of fire law to activate an absolute defense barrier. However, 001 unleashed a devastating spirit art that not only sent the other mechs flying but also created powerful shockwaves that reverberated across the world. The core emerged suddenly, inquiring if 001 had found a new host. 001 confirmed, stating that he would now be under the new host's command. The core merged with the other mechs, and 001 requested additional energy from Jensen, who complied. Transformed into a dragon, 001 confronted the core, feeling invincible with the boundless energy coursing through him. Both the core and 001 readied a powerful attack and unleashed it, resulting in a colossal explosion that melted the Arctic ice, transforming it into a desert. The melting of the Antarctic ice caused a rapid rise in sea levels, leading to widespread floods in coastal cities. Natural disasters such as storms intensified, resulting in the extinction of numerous species. If the issue is not addressed promptly, the oceans will face irreversible damage, and the Earth will gradually enter an ice age. The core and 001's intense battle extended beyond the confines of the galaxy, alarming the extraterrestrial beings residing on various planets. Drake and the Hobbs were pleased to witness this, believing that the adversaries were reaching their limits. The core transformed into a cannon, while 001 unleashed the powerful immortal art annihilation arrow. However, the audience became furious as the live feed of the fight was abruptly cut off. The culprits behind this act were the Hobbs and Drake, who also captured the reporter. Yellow Hair Hobb expressed satisfaction, confident that their plan was progressing as intended. They emphasized the need for speed to prevent the heroes from discovering their nefarious scheme. Meanwhile, the Hobbs' subordinates began forcibly taking children from their parents and enrolling them into the Vampire Academy. At the Superman League headquarters, the secretary urgently reports to the chairman about a sudden emergence of kidnappers who are targeting children worldwide. Alarmed, the chairman inquires about their appearance. The secretary admits to having no specific details but mentions that witnesses observed a group of individuals clad in black suits and sunglasses, all appearing identical. In that moment, the chairman realizes that the perpetrators are none other than the notorious Hobbs. In Y City, Drake confronts Guang Baiyu after taking the serum, but Guang Baiyu remains unconcerned. Meanwhile, the Rainbow Rangers confront the rest of the group, and Lon also joins in to confront the enemies. Lon boldly states that there seems to be a connection between the abduction of the two demons from the Immortal Academy and their group. In an urgent situation, the secretary informs the chairman about the immense danger posed by the Hobb family. The chairman declares a red alert and seeks information on the situation. The secretary reports that the Hobb family is actively kidnapping children worldwide, and despite the efforts of the top 10 heroes, they are unable to contain the enemy's onslaught. Concerning other professional heroes, the secretary reveals that many of them are residing in their homes due to fear of being mistakenly targeted for the disappearance of the Immortal Academy pets. The chairman expresses frustration and disbelief at the lack of action from others. He demands a new broadcast to inform them of the situation and calls them out for their cowardice. White Hair Hobb expresses concern about potential retaliation from their adversaries. Yellow Hair Hobb reassures White Hair Hobb by explaining that they have taken precautions to prevent the heroes from escaping. Extra locks have been added to their locked doors, and poison has been deployed as a deterrent that will incapacitate them for a significant period of time. The chairman was frustrated that no heroes arrived after half a day. Yellow Hair Hobb orders the execution of the second plan, instructing the remaining individuals to divide into 4 groups. Their objective is to head to the southeast and northwest regions, gathering all the captives and delivering them to Yellow Hair Hobb for further action. The Superman Academy arrives and immediately confronts Yellow Hair Hobb's group, effectively blocking their progress. Yellow Hair Hobb sarcastically acknowledges their presence, remarking that it coincides perfectly with their own plans. The Immortal Academy is approached by the Superman League for assistance, but Xiaolu rejects the request, emphasizing that they are not heroes. Xiaolu then instructs those with advanced cultivation to stand at the front, while the others should stand behind, indicating their intention to protect their own territory. Yellow Hair Hobb mocks the college students, claiming they are not on par with their group. Yellow Hair Hobb states that they don't deserve the Hobb family's combined fight, but to maintain their reputation, they will send their strongest member, Black Hair Hobb, to engage in battle. The Ninja Academy squad leader, feeling underestimated, launches an attack but is effortlessly sent flying by Black Hair Hobb's punch. Black Hair Hobb then activates the field of blood, causing everyone in the vicinity to struggle. Yellow Hair Hobb explains that the ability can manipulate the temperature and flow of one's blood, possessing half the power of the law. The chairman receives news that the efforts of the Superman, Ninja, and Magic Academy have been unsuccessful in stopping the Hobbs. Subsequently, the Hobbs arrives at the Immortal Academy. Yellow Hair Hob triumphantly declares their arrival and discusses the death of the third elder. They believe that after eliminating this academy, no force will be able to hinder their advance. Noticing the absence of any opposition, the Hobbs perceive the Immortal Academy as a group of cowards. Unbeknownst to them, the others were leisurely relaxing inside. Suddenly, Mingchi launches a surprise attack from a distance, causing damage to Yellow Hair Hob and everything in its way. Lan Bin expresses astonishment at Mingchi's newfound strength. Mingchi delivers a stern warning, asserting that they are not capable of challenging the authority of their teacher. Yellow Hair Hob curses the Immortal Academy for their sneaky attack. White Hair Hob inquires about their next course of action, suggesting that they simply trespass. However, Yellow Hair Hob clarifies that their purpose is to engage in combat and demonstrate the superiority of their academy. They express concern about potential traps due to the Immortal Academy's history of sneak attacks. Yellow Hair Hob issues a challenge to the Immortal Academy, urging them to come out and fight fair. In response, Zihao swiftly appears and delivers a powerful attack, sending Yellow Hair Hob flying. The other Hob accuses Zihao of another sneak attack. White Hair Hob retaliates, but Zihao realizes that she possesses greater strength. Just as the situation escalates, Xiaolu arrives and intercepts White Hair Hob's attack. Black Hair Hob attempts to activate Blood Field, but Mingchi intervenes and warns them that they are in the wrong territory. The chairman acknowledges that they were unable to establish communication with these cultivation classes, but now they are engaging in the battle independently. The secretary concludes that the Hob family intentionally provoked them. Yellow Hair Hob and Black Hair Hob regain their composure. Yellow Hair Hob taunts their opponents, remarking that they aren't as powerful as they thought. They point out that aside from the two women, there seems to be no significant difference in power among the ninjas and the rest of the group. Zihao agrees with Yellow Hair Hob's observation but challenges their assumption that those who cultivate immortality rely solely on physical strength to fight. Zihao demonstrates by utilizing a talisman, specifically the body-enhancing talisman. Mingchi astonishes Lan Bin by covering her eyes during the ongoing intense fight. The battle rages on, and Xiaolu unleashes the fatal formation, causing multiple swords to descend and impale the Hob group. Observing the fight, the other academies recognize that the technique is now even more formidable compared to when it was previously used against them. Yellow Hair Hob angrily insults the Immortal Academy, calling them shameless and using derogatory terms. Xiaolu takes offense to the insult directed at their teacher and sternly reprimands Yellow Hair Hob, instructing them to keep their mouths shut. Xiaolu readies a potent attack, taunting the Hobs in the process. Xiaolu unleashes the attack. White Hair Hob steps forward and intercepts the attack, pushing the other Hobs away from the attack. Yellow Hair Hob is left terrorized by the formidable power of the attack. The onlookers are astounded when they witness White Hair Hob's body swiftly regenerate. Yellow Hair Hob acknowledge that they as Hob vampires admit that despite their fear of pain, they possess immortality. They reveal that Seven's recovery speed is hundreds of times faster than their own. Yellow Hair Hob acknowledges the immense destructive power of Xiaolu's attack, noting that it would have taken them days to recover if not for Seven's intervention. With a begrudging respect for the Cultivation Academy's strength, Yellow Hair Hob declares that it is now time to bring the battle to its conclusion. Seven engages in multiple clashes with Xiaolu, expressing admiration for her superior skills compared to the other students. Despite being evenly matched, Seven believes that Xiaolu is wasting her strength in their current confrontation. Xiaolu creates some distance after being pushed back by the intense exchange. Zihao and Lan Bin observe Xiaolu's apparent struggle in the fight. Yellow Hair Hob confidently taunts them, stating that their class monitor is likely finding it difficult to contend. They claim that Six, their most powerful member, possesses half the power of the law, making it unlikely for Mingchi to match up against her. To their surprise, they witness Mingchi overpowering Six, causing her to crash into a nearby building. Yellow Hair Hob questions Six about the power of her law. In response, Six reveals that she is unable to manipulate Mingchi's blood because it remains still. Zihao to marveled at the strength of sword cultivation as a profession. Xiaolu realizes that they have a sword cultivator among their ranks in the clan. The Hobbs make the decision to launch a coordinated attack, but Mingqi swiftly counters their every move with remarkable speed. Despite the combined efforts of 7 and 6, they are effortlessly overpowered by Mingqi's prowess. Yellow Hair Hob attempts an attack, but Mingqi skillfully evades, leaving Yellow Hair Hob perplexed by her ability to do so even with her eyes covered. Mingqi launches a devastating assault, slicing through everything within a wide radius. Xiaolu explains that the practice of sword cultivation allows one to anticipate the movements of others, and covering the eyes enhances perception in this regard. 6 unleashes her field of blood to its full potential. Yellow Hair Hob believes that 6's strength alone will not secure victory, suggesting that no matter how powerful 6 may be, it will ultimately be in vain. The Hobbs express their confusion as Mingqi suddenly disappears, leaving them wondering about her whereabouts. Unbeknownst to them, Mingqi has ascended to the realm of swords intent and is currently in space. Xiaolu is astonished by Mingqi's rapid progress, achieving this realm in just a few days. Mingqi readies herself for an attack, causing the Hobbs to sense imminent danger and scatter in different directions. Despite their attempts to evade, they are ultimately struck by Mingqi's devastating sword technique. The Hobbs are sliced into tiny particles, vanishing from existence in the world. Mingqi triumphantly reappears after successfully defeating the Hobbs, leaving the other students in awe of her extraordinary sword technique. Xiaolu expresses her surprise, realizing that the class monitor possesses the ability to unleash such power. Zihao, curious about Xiaolu's knowledge, asks if she is familiar with this sword technique. Xiaolu reveals that the class monitor had already shared the introduction to sword training and the sword manual provided by Yensen-sensei in the library. She chides Zihao for not reading the books, expressing her disinterest in further conversation with them. Hooper utilizes his power to restore his students, enabling them to regenerate and return to their original state. Zihao speculates that the technique used may be some form of resurrection. Mingqi expresses her disbelief, as she is certain that she had cut through the particles of the Hobbs, making their restoration seemingly impossible. Yellow Hair Hob finds relief and commends Hooper for his ability to restore them. Mingqi remains determined, stating her intention to cut them down once again. Yellow Hair Hob advises Mingqi not to waste her energy, acknowledging their defeat and conceding that they cannot surpass her. Yellow Hair Hob goes on to reveal that Hooper, their ally, had achieved the creator level shortly after returning to their world. Yellow Hair Hob implies that even if all the ancient heroes and 10 cores were to confront Hooper, they still might not stand a chance against him. To emphasize the futility of Mingqi's efforts, Yellow Hair Hob pushes her back, suggesting not to waste her energy. During the intense clash between 001 and the core, 001's attack proves to be stronger, overpowering the enemy. 001 confidently declares that humans are more powerful than artificial intelligence. However, the core appears with multiple cracks, indicating its weakening state. Growing impatient, Yensen abandons 001, causing him to revert to his previous form. Yensen then subdues 003 and demands to know the whereabouts of Lingling and Ainen. 003 denies any knowledge of Lingling and Ainen's whereabouts, claiming innocence. The blue mech suggests that besides them, the Hob family might be responsible for taking the pets, emphasizing that robots do not lie. 001 realizes that the blue mech is referring to the vampire family they have been battling for centuries. The blue mech concludes that the Hob family currently possesses significant power and could be responsible for the pet's disappearance. Ignoring 001's suggestion to calm down and formulate a plan, Yensen used his divine sense and hastily returns to Earth, specifically to the location where Hooper is. Hooper marvels at Yensen's ability to quickly locate their current location. Considering it remarkable, he then wondered if Yensen was the rumored god. Yensen sternly warns Hooper that he has 3 minutes to return the beasts or face dire consequences. However, an elder intervenes and uses the law of space displacement, transporting Yensen to space. The elders and vampire citizens form the united front and launch an attack against Yensen. However, Yensen retaliated by unleashing a powerful beam of light that pierced through the planet, instantly killing all the vampires present. Yensen remarks that the 3 minutes he had given were not yet up, and this was just a display of his minimal power. Yellow Hair expresses shock and disbelief as the entire population of over 6 billion Hobbs has been wiped out. Everyone was filled with terror as they witnessed Jensen obliterate an entire planet. The elders, nearing death, called out to Hooper for help. Hooper sadly informed them that the gods had killed them and there was no chance for resurrection. One of the elders expressed his willingness to use his last breath to aid Hooper, but Hooper insisted that they rest, as they were unable to do anything after being struck. Hooper then addressed Jensen as the great god and stated it was an honor to fight him. Hooper took action to restore the planet that Jensen had destroyed. Yellow Hair boasted about the power of Hooper. Meanwhile, Six expressed concern for the 6 billion inhabitants who had perished. Hooper acknowledged the loss but expressed his determination to recreate them since revival was not an option. Hooper created a massive army of 6 billion powerful Hob, while Jensen manipulated the weather and formed an army of immortal cultivators from clay. One of the cultivators approached Jensen and acknowledged their understanding when Jensen pointed out that she is not the woman she thinks she was. Hooper eagerly awaited the moment, feeling that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The Hobbs launched their attack, but the cultivators countered with a variety of impressive techniques. Zihao and his companions were astonished by the diverse and unique moves employed by the cultivators. One cultivator utilized the go board, effectively immobilizing the enemies within its range. A cultivator showcased a sword technique similar to Mingqi's, but with even greater power, cutting through the planet itself. Zihao recognized the immense strength of their seniors and acknowledged their superiority. The sword cultivator declared that the Hobbs were unworthy of existence. Hooper readied a devastating attack that brought about a significant shift in the surroundings. Elder White marveled at the immense power displayed by their formidable adversaries, noting that Hooper's current actions surpassed anything he had ever done in the ancient times. Elder Green understood that Hooper was prepared to fight until the very end, relying solely on his own strength, as the gods remained passive spectators. In doing so, Hooper was fulfilling his mission. As the intense battle unfolded, people across Earth watched in awe and anticipation. Elder White questioned why Hooper would engage in a fight he couldn't win, to which Elder Green explained that it was part of the Creator's mission. According to legend, the gods held greater power than creators, but no one had ever reached their level, or even laid eyes on them. However, the only one capable of touching the gods was the Creator, who sought to prove that they were not insignificant beings in the face of the gods. By sacrificing their own lives, creators would resemble moths drawn to a flame, demonstrating their resolve. Hooper, aware of the existence of nearby gods, had accepted that his life would meet its end in this battle, intending to die there today. Elder White expressed confusion over the idea of sacrificing one's life for the mere proof of existence. Elder Green speculated that perhaps understanding such a perspective required reaching Hooper's level. In response to Elder White's question about their next course of action, Elder Green revealed his intention to join Hooper in his fight. Believing that Hooper aimed to demonstrate their strength in the face of the gods, Elder Green expressed his willingness to die alongside him. Hooper launched an attack on Jensen, traversing the world and even venturing into space. However, Jensen remained unaffected and questioned Hooper's decision to stop the assault. Jensen reminded Hooper that he still had half a minute remaining. Undeterred, Hooper unleashed the power of the Great Star and resumed his assault on Jensen. As the battle waged on, Jensen declared that the allotted 3 minutes had elapsed, causing all the combatants to cease their fights. Jensen acknowledged Hooper's immense strength, recognizing his ability to potentially conquer the world. While he understood Hooper's relentless pursuit to prove something, Jensen considered him to be no more than a mere ant in his eyes. Jensen mercilessly crushed the Hobbs world, with Hooper trapped within it. Fortunately, the cultivators managed to escape before the destruction. When they encountered Zihao and the others, they were questioned about what had occurred. The cultivator informed them that their master had destroyed someone's world. Concerned for their grand demons, Zihao expressed worry, but the cultivator assured them that their master had a plan of his own. Hooper, defeated and filled with regret, acknowledged his loss and expressed his curiosity about Jensen's godly nature. Jensen, unfazed by his own power, denied feeling lonely. Hooper then revealed the whereabouts of the grand demons, mentioning that the Great Elder could provide the exact location. Jensen responded with a suggestion that Hooper should not have peeked into the future and lived a purposeless existence. Hooper, facing his imminent demise, posed a final question to Jensen, inquiring if the attack unleashed upon him was delivered with Jensen's full power. Jensen responded with a mere fraction, stating it was less than 1,000th of his true strength. Hooper, realizing the magnitude of Jensen's power, declared that Jensen surpassed the status of a god. Hooper succumbed to death, resulting in the disintegration of the planet. Jensen raised his hand and restored the planet. Zihao asked the senior sister if they would meet again. The senior sister admitted that it depended on their teacher's decision and mentioned their existence as mere clay creations. Before parting ways, the senior sister and the other cultivators shared their knowledge and insights on cultivation and formations with Xiaolu and the others. Finally, they set off to meet Jensen. Jensen was approached by an immortal. Jensen handed over his drawing of the world of immortal cultivation, instructing the immortal to experience it on their own. The blind immortal expressed gratitude and accepted the drawing, while Jensen urged them not to disturb him. Reluctantly, the sword immortal also entered the drawing, joining the other immortals within. Elder Green, startled by Jensen's presence, expressed fear at the sight of Jensen. However, Jensen reassured him that Hooper was still alive. Elder Green commented on Jensen's early arrival, stating that if he had come later, he would have sent Jensen's minions back. Jensen responded casually, questioning Elder Green's belief in his statement, and referring to his minions as shameless hostages with the ability to devour the entire world. Jensen entered the portal and discovered Lingling and Ainen casually eating and playing. Elder Green expressed his concern about the enormous appetite of the two, mentioning that they could consume the entire population of 6 billion hobs in just 1 month. Anxious to be relieved of the burden, he urged Jensen to take them away. Jensen called Lingling and Ainen, informing them that it was time to leave. Before departing, Lingling and Ainen playfully taunted Elder Green, adding a touch of mischief to their exit. In the beginning, the conflict was between super ancients and vampires, but it escalated to involve the Academy of Immortality due to the intervention of the Grand Demons. Ultimately, the battle concluded with both sides suffering defeat at the hands of Teacher Jensen. The children were successfully rescued, but unfortunately, Hooper's 4 students managed to escape. Hooper himself sacrificed his life in an attempt to prove to Jensen that he was more than just an insignificant being in this world, even though he didn't actually die. It was considered a failure in his lifelong pursuit. As for Teacher Jensen, he scolded the Grand Demons for intruding into other people's realms and being unaware of how to return home. The students continued to cultivate the land and hone their skills in alchemy as if nothing had happened. It was evident that everyone was making progress in their respective professions, and it was time for them to receive individual coaching. However, let's not forget about the unfortunate consequences of their conflicts. Due to their disputes, Earth suffered immense devastation, with an entire city vanishing without a trace. The moon ended up colliding with Mars. The ancient heroes, being responsible for these catastrophic events, had to take action. They diligently worked to bring the moon back from a distance of over 55 million kilometers and rebuild the destroyed city. Additionally, they made efforts to mitigate the ecological impact caused by the absence of the moon on Earth. The mechs engaged in a discussion about the duration it would take for the moon to traverse back to its original position. 001 shared his concerns about the numerous disasters the universe had faced due to the destructive arrows of the sun. The vast expanse of the void posed a potential threat to Earth. Fortunately, the core was spared as the arrow missed its mark. However, it now had the responsibility of using its laws and body to seal the hole created by the arrow. Mingqi handed a letter to Jensen from the Hobbs, expressing their loyalty to him and addressing him as the Lord God. Jensen was surprised that the Hooper could still communicate. Mingqi explained that the Hooper used a device to transmit his words and that the Elder assisted in writing the letter. She also mentioned that Hooper had registered and obtained his hero license, making him the second most powerful superhero in the world. Jensen noted that the world's ranking was based on strength rather than contributions to society. Mingqi confirmed this. The 4 students visited Hooper and asked the First Elder when he would wake up. The First Elder admitted that he didn't know as Hooper had suffered a fatal injury. Yellow Hair lamented the deaths of the Third Elder, and the serious injury to their ancestor. The first elder explained that it was a duel between gods, so it was fortunate that Hooper had survived. Yellow Hair expressed sadness over the drastic reduction in the Hobbs population, with only 90 million remaining, including those he had brought to Earth. 6 expressed missing the elders and other Hobbs. The first elder assured them to wait for Hooper's recovery, as he would create new Hobbs in the future. An alarm sounded, indicating a foreign invasion. It was revealed that the intruders were from the Dwarf Kingdom. The dwarves were aware of the existence of 6 billion vampires in the Hobb family, but were puzzled by the absence of people. Curious, they decided to proceed to the main hall to investigate the situation. Goblin stormed into the main hall, catching the attention of the first elder. He expressed his disdain for the attackers' use of such lowly creatures. The dwarf, recognizing the first elder's deteriorated state, remarked on his appearance. The first elder responded by asserting that the dwarf was unwelcome and should leave. The dwarf unleashed his powerful aura, leaving the Hobbs astonished. He taunted the first elder, claiming superiority. However, Hooper made a subtle gesture, causing the dwarf to be forcefully slammed to the ground. Recognizing Hooper's immense power, the dwarf apologized and acknowledged him as the great ancestor. First elder conveyed Hooper's message to the dwarf, stating that they wished for peaceful coexistence. The dwarf demanded the fragment of the map leading to God's relics, but the first elder handed it over, explaining that they no longer needed it. The dwarf was taken aback by the Hobbs' newfound belief in a more powerful entity. Displeased, he ordered his forces to retreat, expressing his disdain towards their beliefs. Yellow Hair asked the first elder for clarification on the situation, and what their next course of action should be. The first elder simply responded, indicating that they were facing significant trouble. In the Dwarf Kingdom, the dwarf informed their king that the Vampire King had been reduced to a dried corpse. The Dwarf King took pleasure in the Vampire King's apparent demise, mocking his previous laughter. The dwarf also reported that the fragment of the map leading to their god's relics had been returned. The Dwarf King expressed satisfaction with this development. When asked about retrieving the remaining map pieces from the elves and orcs, the Dwarf King advised against rushing and emphasized the need to ensure a successful outcome. He assigned another task to the dwarf, indicating that it would be carried out before their ultimate move. Yellow Hair asked the first elder about the existence of dwarves in the world. The first elder berated Yellow Hair for his ignorance, and explained that alongside the Hobbs, there are also elves, dwarves, and orcs in the world. These 4 races, including the Hobbs, are known as the 3 grand leaders in the Chaos world. The first elder recalled a time when their leader, Hooper, became as strong as the leaders of the other tribes, but chose not to align with any of them in the pursuit of the god's relic. This led to tension between the Hobbs and the dwarves in particular, as they were formidable adversaries and the dwarf leader was even older than their own ancestor. The first elder revealed that the Hobbs had a history of bullying the dwarves. Despite their leader's strength, the dwarves themselves were weak and suffered a devastating loss when the Hobbs destroyed millions of them. Unable to retaliate, the Dwarf King eventually succumbed to the pressure and handed over the remnants of the gods to the Hobbs. As for the remaining 2 pieces of the map, the elves and orcs, upon learning that their ancestor had become the creator, immediately went into hiding. However, the dwarves, known for their stubbornness, exposed their world to the outside and thus couldn't be kept in the dark about their ancestors' current state. The first elder expressed concern that the other races, such as the elves and orcs, would not let the Hobbs go easily. Despite the current restrictions preventing them from leaving their world, once they regain their power, even the Hobbs' ancestor at his peak may not be able to defeat them. The immense power possessed by the leaders of these races is beyond their comprehension. The first elder then instructed Yellow Hair to visit Earth again, assuring him that it was not related to causing trouble at the Immortal Academy but rather for a different purpose. 7 asked the first elder if he was seeking help, to which the first elder replied that they were merely following their own belief in the gods. He mentioned that he had encountered this god before, and that the god didn't concern himself with the conflicts of young beings like them. Meanwhile, the Dwarf King informed the Elf and Orc Kings that Hooper was now also a corpse. The Elf King expressed sympathy for Hooper, while the Orc King laughed and expressed his satisfaction at Hooper's downfall. The Orc King revealed his long confinement in a cave for 300 years and his determination to regain freedom and seek revenge against Hooper. The Orc King instructed his subordinate to focus on regaining their power as their next step. The Orc King mentioned that what Hooper lost was merely what he had stolen. He warned his subordinate that once the Elf King or Dwarf King regained their power, they would be in trouble. The Orc King instructed his subordinate to prepare for a mission. The subordinate asked the Elf King if they were ready to leave. The Elf King responded that there was no need to rush, as the dwarves and orcs posed a threat if they regained their strength and could enslave them. The Elf King expressed her determination to prevent such a scenario. She then assigned Shuejian, the powerful and reliable monarch, a task to accomplish, which Shuejian assured she would complete. During the college admissions season, the city buzzed with excitement. A reporter asked a mother which college she planned to let her son apply to this time. The mother replied that she chose the Magic Academy. The reporter questioned why she didn't consider the Immortal Academy, which was highly esteemed. The mother explained that despite its power, the Immortal Academy had excessively high requirements, and she didn't want her child to spend years copying school rules and still be studying at the age of 30. In 1 month, the 5-year enrollment season would begin. Unbeknownst to Mr. Jensen, his college was on the verge of termination due to lack of enrollment. However, being true to his personality, Mr. Jensen paid little attention to these administrative activities. He had been busy focusing on training each of his students. Jensen trained Mingqi in sword cultivation and discovered her lack of basic knowledge when he easily blocked her attacks with a twig. Jensen then demonstrated a powerful attack, cutting through everything in its path. Mingqi expressed her fear, realizing the potential consequences of being struck by such a blow. Jensen emphasized that those who haven't experienced life and death are not qualified as immortal practitioners. Mingqi responded with fear, acknowledging her understanding. Jensen interrogated Zihao and Lan Bin while he was drawing a painting and questioned them about their lack of diligence in studying and failure to submit their homework. Jensen threatened to punish them, but Lan Bin defended themselves by explaining that they weren't lazy. Zihao added that they were working on a new method for creating spell tags. Jensen expressed doubt about their abilities in crafting spell tag weapons, and questioned their true motivation and desire for power. Lan Bin and Zihao expressed their disappointment over their current power levels, mentioning that they used to be respected representatives of the Immortal Academy. Jensen reassured them that they were not weak and that fusion could make them even stronger than the class leader. However, Lan Bin expressed reluctance to fuse with someone he considered a stupid rat, while Zihao expressed a desire to fight and beat up Lan Bin, referring to him as a four-eyed chicken. Jensen clarified his previous statement, and stated they were thinking a different thing, which relieved Zihao and Lan Bin. He then levitated his painting and handed them a pouch, instructing them to open it in case of danger. Finally, Jensen threw Zihao and Lan Bin into the painting, wishing them good luck. Zihao and Lan Bin separately arrived in the demon realm, with Zihao landing on the ground in a state of terror. He suddenly recalled the pouch Jensen had given them and decided to open it. Inside, he found a note reminding him to open it only in times of danger. Zihao, realizing he had no other pouches, wondered about his situation. Lan Bin and Zihao found themselves in an unfamiliar space, thrown into it by Mr. Jensen. They pondered over the possibility of their growth and maturity as two individuals who had experienced the world of immortality in the demon realm. Jensen taught Keshin about the practical aspects of alchemy, emphasizing the importance of understanding the effects of herbs and temperature changes beyond what books provide. However, Keshin admitted that she had been indiscriminately giving pills to the clan's beasts, regardless of their potential toxicity, in an effort to help them achieve a refining body. Keshin, feeling overwhelmed and burdened by the responsibility of providing pills for the two heavenly immortal stage demonic beasts, expressed her frustration and cried. Jensen, realizing the extent of their hard work and dedication, advised them to take a break and find time to relax, as it would benefit their cultivation. He asked Keshin if there was anything she wanted to do, and upon her affirmative response, he felt that he must have said something he shouldn't. Keshin and Jensen enjoyed a fun-filled day at an amusement park, going on roller coasters and exploring various attractions. Jensen fulfilled Keshin's wish by winning a prize for her at a game, sending it soaring into space. After their outing, Keshin returned home and successfully crafted a supreme quality pill. It was clear that taking some time off and having fun had a positive impact on her alchemy skills. Mingqi handed Jensen a letter from the Union, indicating that there was a task for him to fulfill regarding the upcoming admissions. Mingqi explained that it was part of the admissions season, and their academy was hosting the event this time. Jensen agreed and told Mingqi to do as she pleased regarding the admissions. The dwarves arrived on Earth with a mission. The leader dismissed the idea of employing a large army, emphasizing the need for a quick and secretive operation to steal something before the elves and orcs could. Aston, of the orc tribe, also arrived on Earth with the same mission as the dwarves. However, he was tricked by the elves led by Shui Jian, and took his equipment. During the admission fair, the Immortal Academy was surprised by the enticing strategies of other academies. The Magic Academy showcased various weapons, while the Vampire Academy offered a serum for easy power. When a prospective student mentioned that low-ranking vampires feared the sun, a representative from the Vampire Academy assured them that they had a solution: vampire sunscreen, which would be provided as a complimentary gift upon enrollment. Xiaolu and Mingqi grew frustrated with the other academy's offers of shortcuts to attract students. The Ninja Academy enticed enrollees with a limited edition mecha figure, while the Super Academy highlighted their excellent health and physique. Meanwhile, the Immortal Academy was being ignored by the crowd, leaving Mingqi and Xiaolu exasperated. The twins Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoi decided to step in, offering their assistance to address the issue and find a solution. Xiaolu questioned why Lan Bin and Zihao were not present and expressed the urgency of their presence. The twins responded that they hadn't seen them for several days and had no knowledge of their whereabouts, suggesting that their presence wasn't necessary. Without further ado, one of the twins proceeded to bring out the pills. The twins beckoned the crowd, enticing them with a remarkable offer. They urged everyone to sign up for a free pill, showcasing the Immortal Academy's exclusive pill-making technique, longevity pills that promised an additional 30 years of life. The astonishing claim surprised the other academies and piqued the interest of potential enrollees. The twins posed the question: were they still concerned about immortality, or worried about losing their hair? They invited everyone to apply to the Immortal Academy, assuring them that by doing so, they would not only receive a free pill but also one for their family. One of the twins handed a pill to a mother in the crowd, and almost instantly, a remarkable transformation occurred, stunning the other academies. They accused the Immortal Academy of cheating, but the people witnessing the incredible change rushed to join the Immortal Academy, leaving the other academies ignored and overshadowed. The enrollment process continued, while in the demon realm, Zihao found himself frightened by the menacing monsters. He was joined by one of Jensen's people. He assured Zihao that the enemies were nothing more than mere puppies. However, despite the reassurance, Zihao expressed his desire to return home. Frustrated by this, the man left Zihao behind. Lan Bin was chased by a monster and desired to go home, while Jensen and the blind immortal watched from a distance. The blind immortal reassured Jensen that the two brothers still had much potential for growth. In response, Jensen ordered to adjust the time ratio between the outer world and their current realm, making 1 day in the outer world equal to 10 years in this world. As the recruitment competition grew more intense, Yellow Hair and Yerong reached a boiling point, almost coming to blows before restraining themselves. Yellow Hair slyly managed to place something on Yerong's clothes. Six cautioned Yellow Hair against provoking Yerong further, advising him not to push her limits. They decided to execute their next move under the cover of night. At night, Yerong was consumed by fury over the earlier events at the recruitment fair. Meanwhile, the dwarves were also present there. One of the subordinates suggested forcefully taking the relics, but Dudu, the leader, admonished him, explaining that the academy was not as simple as it seemed. He revealed the legends of the White-Robed Mage and the Black-Robed Mage, ancient heroes who founded the academy and possessed immense power. These heroes had once dominated the chaotic world with their unfathomable strength, and their reputation exceeded that of the clan leaders. Dudu warned that they were not opponents to be confronted directly. Dudu added that the academy had changed since the disappearance of the two archmages. He expressed his frustration with the academy resorting to using machine guns and employing deceitful tactics. The only knowledge they had was that the legendary immortality medicine was hidden underground. Dudu suggested a plan to sneak in, steal the medicine, and make a swift escape to avoid getting caught by the powerful archmages. The orcs are also in the area and heard Dudu's explanation. Shui Jian and her subordinate managed to sneak into the underground of the Magic Academy while using orc nanotransformation equipment they stole from the orcs. They discovered a recipe for immortality medicine, but were puzzled by the presence of 2 bottles. Regardless, they decided to seize both bottles and take them along. The orcs witnessed the elves' successful escape and noticed that they were utilizing the orcs' own equipment. Aston, realizing that the elves had acquired the immortality medicine, made the decision to trail them. The dwarves, soon realizing the same, also decided to follow the elves and orcs. Dudu and Aston intercepted Shui Jian, demanding that she surrender the recipe. However, to their surprise, Shui Jian suddenly vanished, leaving them bewildered. While Dudu and Aston searched for her, Shui Jian disguised herself as a student from the Magic Academy. Jensen received a call from the chairman, discussing the summer field trip for the new students. Meanwhile, Dudu and Aston found themselves facing the 2 long-missing archmages. Dudu pondered the strange occurrence, considering why the Grand Masters would reappear after 1,000 years. The white-robed mage questioned their trespassing, to which Aston apologized, explaining their intent to prepare medicine for their king. Seeking forgiveness, Dudu and Aston pleaded with the Grand Masters. In a surprising turn, the white-robed mage pointed to a repugnant object and commanded them to lick it clean. Aston, realizing something was amiss, questioned the Grand Master's intentions. Why would they ask them to perform such a degrading act instead of outright killing them? Dudu suddenly understood the truth: they had been tricked. Only the cunning Shui Jian could orchestrate such a prank. Shui Jian emerged from her disguise and swiftly made her escape, with Dudu and Aston giving chase. Along the way, they stumbled upon a group of students and their teacher conducting a roll call. Shui Jian and her subordinate seamlessly joined the students, and had managed to write their names on the list earlier. After a short while, they were called by the teacher. Shui Jian quickly devised a plan for their escape, instructing her subordinate to take the recipe and flee to the elves while she confronted Aston and Dudu. As they strategized, they noticed Yerong, who was seen preparing her equipment, surprising them with her actions. The group of Magic Academy students, including Shui Jian and her subordinate, arrived at the Immortal Academy. Aston and Dudu noticed the presence of the Ninja Academy and the Super Academy among the attendees. To blend in and gather information, Aston disguised himself and made his way towards the Super Academy, while Dudu headed towards the Ninja Academy with the same intention. While on their way to enter the Immortal Academy, Shui Jian began to tremble with a sense of unease. Tang Tang, concerned, questioned her about the cause of her distress. Shui Jian expressed her fear, feeling that something dangerous awaited them in that place, and emphasizing the urgency to find an escape route. However, the teacher noticed them and insisted they proceed inside. Tang Tang, not comprehending the danger, remarked on the pleasant appearance of the academy, questioning why they should leave. Shui Jian, unable to explain her intuition, expressed a foreboding feeling that once they entered, they might never be able to leave. The elves noticed that Dudu and Aston were already ahead of them. Aston and Dudu, seizing the chance, taunted the elves and confidently declared that they would be waiting inside. Mingqi greeted Yerong upon her arrival at the Immortal Academy. Yerong expressed gratitude and inquired about the location of the Academy's field trip for the year. Mingqi admitted her lack of knowledge, mentioning that Mr. Jensen had not provided any details. She also speculated that their teacher might not be joining them. Tang Tang, noticing Ling Ling and Anan, directed Shui Jian's attention towards them. Shui Jian was taken aback when she realized that they were at the Grand Master level. Shui Jian was in disbelief, unable to comprehend the presence of Grand Master level creatures in the Immortal Academy. She questioned the nature of the place and speculated the existence of another highly ranked individual who had yet to reveal themselves. The thought of encountering such a powerful being filled her with dread, believing it would spell their demise. Dudu and Aston, witnessing Ling Ling and Anan, shared similar concerns. They lamented their fate, blaming Shui Jian for leading them into this dangerous situation. The Immortal Academy's immense size left everyone in awe and astonishment. Mingqi extended her welcome, introducing the Immortal Academy as the Heavenly God sect. The sight of the vast landscape increased the concerns of the three tribes. However, their attention shifted to Yensen, who was seen hovering in the sky. They hoped that Yensen would ignore them. Yensen called for attention, signaling an end to pleasantries. He revealed that he had received a request from the president of the alliance to organize the field trip. Yensen made an announcement regarding the field trip, stating that the Heavenly God sect would be open to the public indefinitely. The location of the trip turned out to be a world within a painting. Yensen explained that due to an accidental stroke, the world inside had expanded, and time inside would flow at a normal pace. He stated that the world inside has been developed for 1,000 years, so he was uncertain about the current state of affairs inside. He urged everyone to prioritize their safety. Yensen casually mentioned that he wouldn't be held responsible if anyone were to die inside. This revelation struck terror into the hearts of everyone present. Yensen transported everyone inside the painting, where they were astonished by the bustling world around them. Marketplaces and busy establishments filled with people caught their attention. Inside a restaurant, Yensen sat sipping tea, expressing his dissatisfaction with its bitterness. The disguised Ainen and Lingling suddenly appeared and intimidated the waiter, demanding the finest tea. Yensen intervened, reassuring the waiter that they wouldn't harm him. Ainen commanded the waiter to bring a fresh pot of tea for their young master. The waiter hurriedly complied, promising to fulfill the request immediately. Yensen and his group noticed a woman being harassed and inquired about the situation to the waiter. The waiter explained that conflicts among disciples from prominent families were common in Wu State. He revealed that the state was home to 6 immortal sects, and these sects were about to conduct a test to recruit inner disciples. The major families of Wu State were eager to send their disciples to these sects, as it would greatly elevate their family's status. The waiter explained to Yensen's group that the disciples recruited by the immortal sects were limited. He warned them that if someone was exceptionally strong and likely to qualify for joining the sects, the major families would unite their strong masters to eliminate that person during the night. This way, they would have fewer competitors. The waiter pointed out a man accompanied by several powerful masters who were about to reach the immortal stage, indicating that the woman would likely be killed that night. Yensen intervened by throwing something at the man, injuring him and putting a stop to his harassment of the woman. Angered, the man threatened Yensen, but his servant stopped him and pointed to the cup on Yensen's table. Yensen calmly asked for an explanation, seeking to understand the situation. The two individuals, realizing they may have underestimated Yensen's status, became terrified. The servant advised the young master not to provoke Yensen, noting the presence of Ainen and Lingling as his guards. The young master, acknowledging his own status as a member of a prominent family, decided to spare Yensen for the time being, citing his busy schedule. However, he warned Yensen that they would be watching him closely before departing. After the confrontation, Xiang, the woman who was being harassed, approached Yensen and expressed her gratitude. She introduced herself and her companion, Zhao Xingxin, as members of the third family of the Wu Kingdom. Xiang invited Yensen to visit her house, and Yensen thanked her for her kindness. He explained that they were foreigners and were interested in participating in the examination for immortals. Yensen humbly acknowledged his unfamiliarity with the area and apologized in advance for any unintentional mistakes he might make. Xiang noticed that Yensen didn't seem like a 10-year-old and commented on it. Yensen responded with a casual remark. Xiang then explained that casual cultivators were not readily accepted in their society. Typically, individuals would join a family first to increase their chances of obtaining a higher position. Yensen, intrigued by Xiang's response, asked if they had good tea at her house. Xiang confirmed that they indeed had good tea. Yensen called Lingling and Ainen over as they were leaving the restaurant. The waiter reminded the two that they hadn't paid their bills yet. Ainen threatened the waiter, but Yensen intervened and instructed them to pay the bill before leaving. The group arrived at an establishment and intended to get a room. Lingling informed Yensen of their whereabouts, prompting him to come down and take a look. The Mohawk guy handed money and his card to the clerk, who was frustrated and asked for blue glowing stones and spiritual stones as payment. Xiaolu expressed concern, wondering if they brought the stone with them. Mingqi realized she forgot to bring extra spirit stones, and worried about having to sleep on the street that night. Keshin offered a longevity pill as payment, and the clerk inspected it, recognizing its high quality. Keshin then brought out a basket of pills, thinking it might not be enough. However, the clerk reassured them that one pill was sufficient. The clerk explained that in the immortal world, it is essential not to reveal one's true talent. He took one pill for himself, emphasizing its value in boosting training progress by up to 30 times. He mentioned how individuals from prominent families desired the pill to draw chi energy from their bodies but were limited by their short lifespan. Xiaolu expressed relief that Chen Keshin was able to secure their accommodation, but Mingqi wondered if they would have to sleep on the street. Just then, someone approached them and inquired if they were participating in the Immortal Family internal examination for ordinary cultivators. He offered if they could go with him. Xiaolu and Mingqi blushed, finding the man handsome and polite. Jensen's group observed from a distance. Lingling commented to Jensen that the two girls seemed to be attracted to handsome men, while Ainen expressed sympathy for them. Jensen reminded Ainen that they themselves were not exactly deserving of admiration. Yi Jinan introduced himself and complimented Mingqi and Xiaolu on their youth and beauty. Mingqi expressed caution, citing their teacher's advice to not trust others in a strange world. Xiaolu apologized for their wariness. Jinan praised their response, wondering about the noble status of their master, which charmed Mingqi and Xiaolu while raising concerns for Jensen. Jinan revealed his cultivation level as refining qi into god level, impressing Mingqi and Xiaolu. He explained that displaying one's cultivation level is a basic form of trust in the immortal world. However, he mentioned that as a scholar, he lacked combat power and would not travel with a stranger, and reminded that the journey to immortality was particularly treacherous. Xiaolu and Mingqi, feeling unfamiliar with their surroundings, agreed to let Jinan guide them and explore the area. Jinan extended an invitation to Jensen, calling out to him and inquiring if he would like to join their group. Jensen sought clarification, confirming that Jinan was indeed referring to him. Jinan enthusiastically confirmed, saying that he had noticed Jensen's apparent availability. However, he admitted that he was unaware of Jensen's cultivation level. Jensen showcased his cultivation level, revealing that he had reached the peak of qi refinement. Jinan expressed his astonishment, commenting on Jensen's young age and remarkable achievement. He compared his own progress at a similar age, admitting that he had been reliant on pills to advance as a martial artist. Jinan guided the group in familiarizing themselves with the social system and survival strategies of their world. He emphasized that to participate in the Immortal Family internal examination, they needed to join a family, as casual practitioners were not accepted. Shuijian, Aston, and Duda also listened attentively. Jinan further warned them about the importance of safeguarding their belongings, as outside the city, violence and killings were a common occurrence. He urged the two ladies to be cautious, as their possessions would pass on to others in the event of their demise. Jinan handed over a drink to Mingqi, and their hands touched, making Jensen angry. Lingling and Ainen tried to calm him down. After Jensen eventually calmed down, Ainen contemplated taking action, but Lingling intervened, preventing her from doing so. Jinan then offered wine to the girls while cautioning them about drinking excessively. He also extended the offer to Jensen, who declined due to being underage. Addressing Jensen, Jinan expressed concern about his recent uneasiness, and asked him if he had feelings for the ladies present. Jinan assured Jensen that he had no intention of monopolizing them and suggested a shared approach. He urged Jensen to cooperate, and not spoil the atmosphere with his current demeanor. Jensen smiled and seemingly agrees. Later that day, Mingqi assisted the intoxicated Xiaolu. Meanwhile, Jinan and his subordinate planned to target Mingqi and Xiaolu. However, when they initiated their attack, Mingqi swiftly regained consciousness and drew her sword. The commotion woke everyone up. Dudu, Aston, and Shuijian felt unwell and realized that the wine had been poisoned. Mingqi exhibited her impressive sword skills, swiftly defeating the enemies, leaving Jinan surprised. Xiaolu also joined the scene and activated her formation. Jinren's group realized that Mingqi was skilled in swordsmanship and Xiaolu possessed magical abilities. Confused by the attack, Xiaolu questioned Jinren's motives. Jinren revealed that he targeted them because of Xiaolu's wealth, and asked if she had fallen in love with him. Angered by his remarks, Xiaolu confronted Jinren, vowing to exact revenge for playing with her emotions. Xiaolu unleashed the full power of her formation, impressing everyone present. The other academies offered their assistance, but they were suddenly afflicted with sickness. Witnessing this, Jensen's group decided to pretend to be injured. Aston, furious at Jinan for poisoning him, was ready to retaliate, but Xue Jian intervened, reminding Aston of his true identity and urging him to exercise restraint. Jinan expressed curiosity about how Mingqi and Xiaolu remained unaffected by the potent poison. Mingqi and Xiaolu simply spat out the wine. Realizing his underestimation of their capabilities, Jinan decided to unleash his full power, activating his cultivation to the return to the void level. Xiaolu boldly confronted Jinren, dismissing his attempt to conceal his true strength. She fearlessly stated that she had faced opponents at the return to the void level before. Without hesitation, Xiaolu launched her attack against him. Jinan successfully blocked Xiaolu's attacks but was unexpectedly struck by Mingqi. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jinan prepared to face Mingqi, recognizing her as a formidable sword cultivator. However, he was caught off guard when Mingqi summoned a powerful sword spirit. Mingqi commanded the sword spirit to attack, resulting in Jinren's men being blasted away and the barrier they had erected being damaged. Jinren urgently instructed his subordinates to repair the barrier, while expressing his determination to handle the sword spirit himself, urging his men not to impede his progress. Jinren dismissed the significance of the cultivation level gap, emphasizing that potential was unrelated to it. To prove his point, he summoned a massive snake, which Xiaolu identified as a 7th-grade demon beast. In their battle, the summoned spirit and the giant snake clashed, with the spirit overpowering the snake. However, Jinren used the technique to bind the spirit with the snake, temporarily gaining the upper hand. Jinren boasted about his higher cultivation level compared to Mingqi and Xiaolu. In response, Mingqi asked Xiaolu to give her some time, while she prepared to unleash a powerful skill. Xiaolu engaged in an attack against the bound snake, distracting it, while Mingqi readied the heavenly sword of blood. As the battle intensified, the spirit's sword also began to emit a red glow. Jinren pondered in astonishment, wondering where Mingqi and Xiaolu acquired such formidable power. He questioned how it could be that someone at the reborn level was unable to defeat a god of transformation. Enraged, Jinren unleashed even more power, determined to prove that Mingqi and Xiaolu couldn't bridge the level gap. He proclaimed himself as a god of refinement of the void, confident that he could defeat two individuals at the level of refinement of the god of transformation. Empowered by Jinren's increased strength, the snake managed to break free from Xiaolu's bindings, escaping its constraints. The snake launched an attack, but the spirit swiftly sliced it in two, causing damage to both the snake and Jinren. As Mingqi and Xiaolu approached the injured Jinren, Xiaolu intended to deliver a finishing blow. However, they suddenly felt unwell, realizing they had been poisoned. Mingqi questioned Jinren about his actions, and he revealed the truth. The poison had been administered beforehand, even before they placed their trust in him. The cup they drank from served as an additional guarantee. Jinren admitted to bribing the innkeepers and revealed that the incense in their room contained a chronic poison. He cautioned them about the dangers of the world, emphasizing that they were still young and vulnerable. As Mingqi began to lose consciousness, she apologized to Jensen for causing him embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jinren reflected on the incredible power displayed by the two ladies, acknowledging that he had come close to losing his life despite being at the reborn level. Recognizing their genius, Jinren saw an opportunity to utilize their potential. He planned to take them back, allowing them to mature before extracting their cultivation and implementing the dual cultivation method. With this approach, he believed that achieving the status of a heavenly immortal or Xian would be within reach. Jensen intervened, preventing Jinren from taking the girls and issuing a warning to keep away from them. Sensing the arrival of the master of the two girls, the three tribe leaders became aware of the situation. Jinren, feeling nervous, addressed Jensen, acknowledging that he had acted improperly in the past. However, he reminded Jensen of their previous agreement to share the rewards they obtained. Jensen exerted force, causing Jinren's arm to break, eliciting screams of pain. Jinren quickly distanced himself from Jensen, realizing the formidable and unfamiliar power possessed by his opponent, who appeared to be at the chi refining stage. Jinren's subordinate also noticed Lingling and Anan observing from above, their cultivation levels leaving them shocked and astonished. Lingling confidently assured their teacher that there was no need for their intervention to handle someone like Jinren, referring to him as trash. She suggested leaving the task to them. Anan chimed in, emphasizing their expertise in eliminating targets. However, they were promptly instructed by Jensen to step back. Jensen handed Jinren a pouch, acknowledging that he had emerged as the victor. He also made it clear that he didn't want his students to encounter Jinren ever again. In response to Jensen's warning, both Jinren and his subordinate experienced sudden pain and damage, signifying the consequences of crossing Jensen. Jinren accepted the message and agreed to leave the immortal world of Wu, indicating his compliance with Jensen's demand. Jensen and his group departed, taking Mingqi and Xiaolu with them. Anan was reluctant to just leave and wanted to confront Jinren, stating that she had sharpened her sword. Lingling echoed the sentiment, also indicating her preparedness for a confrontation. Jensen responded by affirming that this would serve as a lesson for Jinren. A few days later, Keshin expressed concern over Mingqi's lack of appetite in recent days. Xiaolu speculated that Mingqi might still be blaming herself for the events that unfolded earlier, considering her role as the squad leader and the responsibility she feels for the team's near loss. Xiaolu decided to bring food to Mingqi's room, hoping to uplift her spirits. However, Xiaolu herself remained downcast. Jensen overheard the concerns of the students regarding Mingqi's well-being and the events that transpired previously. One student inquired about what had happened a few nights ago, to which Keshin responded that city guards had arrived and the perpetrators had fled. Keshin also mentioned that her potions seemed to have vanished, presumably taken by someone. Another student emphasized the importance of being well prepared and knowledgeable in such situations. Keshin, reminding them of her expertise as an alchemist, mentioned that the potions were not a significant concern for her. He expressed gratitude towards Jensen, acknowledging that without his assistance in distributing the herbs, Keshin wouldn't have been able to save as many people at once. Keshin and another student approached Jensen's group to express their gratitude for his assistance. Keshin was taken aback upon learning that Jensen and his group were already preparing to depart. Jensen confirmed and explained that it was time for them to leave. He bid them farewell and advised them to take care of themselves. Keshin suggested that they stay a few more days, but Jensen declined, stating that he was ready to leave. Keshin offered to fetch their squad leader, but Jensen reassured her that it wasn't necessary, suggesting that she focus on recuperating. He emphasized their need to depart promptly and declined any farewell ceremony. Mingqi contemplated the perils of the demon realm and came to the realization that humans could be even more fearsome than demons and ghosts. Meanwhile, Jensen's group floated in the air. Jensen spoke, expressing that he would only extend his assistance once, and expressing his hope for their growth. With those words, Jensen and his group departed, leaving the scene. Mingqi emerged from her room and apologized for causing concern to the others. She then declared that it was time to begin the Immortals competition and urged everyone to proceed. Keshin sensed a shift in Mingqi's demeanor but couldn't quite pinpoint the exact change. Xiaolu suggested that she had become more mature. Aston expressed his fear and unease, stating that people in this world were terrifying. Duda shared the sentiment, mentioning that it was their first encounter with such a situation. Aston expressed a desire to return home, to which Shui Jian responded with frustration, expressing the same sentiment. Aston blamed Shui Jian for their current predicament, and threatened her to hand over the recipe or face consequences. Shui Jian surprised Aston by producing the recipe, and then informed them that they couldn't take it out regardless. She explained that if they had taken it, they might have already lost it. Shui Jian emphasized that the poison used against them was relatively low level, and if it had been more potent, they would have been the first to perish. Aston, while still skeptical, couldn't deny the truth. Dudu expressed curiosity about the ingredients, but Shui Jian dismissed their ignorance, and stated her priority was to figure out how to survive in this world. Tang Tang asked Shui Jian about her conversation with the others. Shui Jian described them as scared and stated that the people in this world are treacherous and insane. They discussed the need to find a way out, and Shui Jian inquired if Tang Tang had found a way to contact the outside. Tang Tang informed her that there had been no connection since their arrival. Shui Jian expressed their precarious situation, fearing they would eventually be killed in this dangerous place. She proposed a plan for Tang Tang to go to the top of the mountain where they had arrived during the immortal competition to search for a signal, while they were separated. Shui Jian entrusted Tang Tang with her sister's life. Aston expressed his fear of the scary world they were in, and emphasized the need to establish contact with the outside. His subordinate agreed with him. Dudu acknowledged that even if they didn't complete the entire journey, they couldn't let Shui Jian leave alive with the recipe in her possession. Xiaolu and the class leader underwent significant maturation following the incident. They learned to conceal their cultivation and avoid drawing attention to themselves. Their focus shifted towards entering the family and acquiring the necessary qualifications for the immortal competition. Xiaolu and the class leader approached a house to inquire about recruitment of cultivators but were promptly turned down. Meanwhile, in the Devil's Realm, the king received news of a battle taking place on the front line. Strikingly, the king bore a striking resemblance to Zihao. Zihao's subordinate congratulated him on capturing the city of Pingcheng in the east of the Demon's Realm. Zihao laughed and praised his men for their accomplishment. However, the subordinate also informed Zihao that they had lost the northern Golden City. Angered, Zihao berated his men for their repeated failures, questioning their competence and the purpose of their training. Zihao's subordinate expressed his concerns about the ongoing conflict with the Demon's Realm, suggesting that surrender might be a more favorable option. However, Zihao angrily dismissed his subordinate's suggestion, reprimanding him and struck him for offering such advice. Zihao showed no tolerance for excuses and emphasized his commitment to continue the fight rather than surrender. Zihao expressed his frustration over his inability to defeat Lan Bin, the ruler of the Demon's Realm. He believed that Lan Bin's dominance over the realm was undeserving, considering him to be nothing more than trash. Zihao refused to accept defeat and vowed to claim his own piece of land, even if it meant risking his life in the process. Due to the ongoing conflict and animosity between the Jade King and the Demon King, frequent wars erupt in the region known as the Desert of Death. The continuous hostilities between the two factions have turned the area into a constant battleground. The subordinate showed Zihao the image of Xiaolu and Mingqi on a crystal ball. The subordinate informed him that someone resembling the king's uniform had been found in a neighboring country, and they had recorded the encounter. Zihao, overwhelmed with emotion, expressed his joy at their presence, and reminisced about his exile and how he spent 100 years in this place. Although he wondered why they hadn't aged, he dismissed those thoughts for the time being. Urgently, he commanded his soldiers to send capable individuals to establish contact with them. He also issued a strong message, declaring that no one would dare to harm his classmates under the protection of their brother Zihao. He warned the major clans in the immortal world that any harm inflicted upon his companions would result in the destruction of their clans. Yensen visited Xiang's family as a guest and inquired about the whereabouts of the family head. Xiang explained that his father was busy with the immortal sect examination, which held great importance for their family's reputation. Yensen then asked about the strength rankings of the immortal clans in the country, to which Xiang listed the 6 clans in order: Tianlan Clan, Yuanming Clan, Tianyuan Clan, Spiritual Cloud Sect, Saint Xian Sect, and Lingyan Sect. Lingling expressed astonishment at Yensen's lack of knowledge about the clan's strength ranking. Yensen explained that due to a time adjustment error, time was passing much faster and he couldn't keep constant track. He also noticed the resemblance between the Tianlan clan and the Tianshan clan, wondering if it was started by someone he knows. Meanwhile, some of the group encountered difficulties in trying to join a family. One of the Ninja Academy members was dismissed and ridiculed for his lack of strength, while Xiaolu was rejected because the family was already at full capacity. In order to obtain the qualification for the immortal examination, joining a family was a prerequisite. As everyone struggled to find a way to join a family, there was one person who didn't panic. Keshin impressed the vendor with her elixirs and sparked a conversation about her alchemical abilities. The vendor, surprised by her young age, recognized her as an alchemist and expressed astonishment. Keshin mentioned her ability to create a first-class potion in just half an hour, leaving the vendor shocked. The vendor concluded that Keshin couldn't be a first-grade alchemist based on the quality of her potion. Considering its mass production potential, the vendor speculated that it must be at least a fourth-grade potion or higher. Keshin's exceptional treatment as if she were a queen surprised her peers, including Mingqi and Xiaolu. A man informed her about an emperor wanting to meet her, but Keshin declined, explaining that she needed to focus on the immortal test. A servant assured her that, as a fourth-grade alchemist, she didn't need to take the test but rather decide which of the 6 major clans deserved her allegiance. While others were striving to qualify for the immortal family test and secure a place within the family, Qin Keshin was sent directly without having to go through the usual process. Furthermore, she became the first student to graduate directly during the outing. The head of the Wuhou family, being the father of an 18-year-old daughter, announced a match to determine who would marry her. The winner of the competition would not only gain half of the family's property but also become a member of the prestigious Wuhou family. Mingqi, stepping forward, expressed her apologies to Xiaolu, acknowledging the need for unconventional measures in extraordinary circumstances. Mingqi swiftly defeated his opponents, effortlessly overcoming them with simple moves. This decisive triumph allowed Wu Mingqi to claim a resounding victory and secure her entry into the influential Wuhua family. Following Mingqi's success, Xiaolu's behavior took a mischievous turn. She surreptitiously placed magical flags in front of people's houses, resulting in a month-long rain shower over the Luxure family. Eventually, Xiaolu pretended to be a skilled formation expert to assist Jinyu. As a result, Xiaolu became the second person to join the family after the class leader. Apart from the immortal class, other academies also made notable accomplishments. The class president of Superman Academy took on the life of a bandit in the mountains. Ninja Academy joined the beggar gang, while Magic Academy led their class to the mountains to practice as nuns. As a result, the class leader joined the Ho Shijia, and Xiaolu joined the Lu Shijia, each academy aligning with their respective factions. With the immortal examination approaching, all the colleges began preparing their belongings to join their families and head to the assessment site. Yensen and Xiang discussed the demon's world and ghost world. Xiang highlighted how these realms contribute to the abundance of the immortal cultivation world in the Wu Kingdom. Suddenly, Yensen realized he had forgotten something important. The prosperity of the immortal world relied on the ongoing conflict between the demon world and the ghost world. Xiang explained that the emergence of the Ghost King and the Devil King caused the two realms to focus solely on their own battles, sparing the immortal world from their aggression. However, the continuous fighting between them posed a perpetual threat. Xiang expressed that if a definitive outcome were to occur, it would lead to catastrophic consequences, leaving no place for humanity to find refuge. Xiang explained that the prosperity of their world was attributed to the ongoing conflict between the demon world and the ghost world. Despite this, the patriarch of the Tianlan clan, who appeared happy to stop the fight, was unable to stop it, and had even suffered injuries in the past. Anan expressed frustration with the ungrateful boys involved in the conflict, while Lingling questioned their strength. Anan believed that their elder sister, with her strong abilities, should have been capable of dealing with them despite her character. After Xiang left, Yensen informed Anan and Lingling that he would be leaving to visit both the ghost world and the demon world, along with the Tianlan clan. He instructed them to stay behind. Meanwhile, Tang Tang, accompanied by an orc and an elf, was searching for a signal. Suddenly, the orc successfully managed to acquire a signal. In the Tianlan clan, a subordinate expressed contentment with the peaceful atmosphere and questioned the need to concern themselves with the demon world and ghost world. The matriarch responded, stating that they were all students of the same teacher and should not harm one another. However, the matriarch privately admitted that if they hadn't heard about the teacher's presence, they wouldn't have bothered with the two individuals causing trouble. The subordinate expressed concerns to the matriarch, stating that her approach was not the right path to follow. The matriarch defended herself, stating that she didn't let them off easily this time, considering they had wasted 800 years of their lives fighting over a small piece of land. She further emphasized that if Teacher Yensen were to discover their actions, he would be furious. The subordinate admitted to hearing the matriarch frequently mention Teacher Yensen and expressed curiosity about the kind of teacher she had. The matriarch revealed that their teacher was renowned as the most beautiful man in the immortal world and possessed great power, highlighting that he was not just a teacher but also formidable. They noticed someone approaching, and Erisher quickly recognized the arrival as Jensen. Surprised, she questioned his presence. Jensen explained that he had intended to inspect the demon world and the ghost world and decided to visit the matriarch first, thinking she was closer. In her thoughts, Erisher decided it would be better not to inform the teacher about the ongoing conflict between the two brothers right away. Jensen inquired about the situation between the matriarch and the two youngsters, expressing a sense of remorse for them. Erisher, uncertain of how to respond, reassured the teacher not to blame himself. Erisher explained that the two disciples had experienced a difficult past a few hundred years ago, but now they had become rulers and were engaging in troubling actions. Patriarch Yuan of the Tian Yuan clan arrived and requested to meet Erisher to discuss their spirit mine. However, upon seeing Jensen's presence, he immediately knelt down. Jensen dismissed the need for formalities and assured Yuan that he would provide a spiritual item when the time was right. This news delighted Yuan. Erisher approached Jensen with something in hand, intending to discuss another matter. Jensen, curious, asked about the object. Erisher, unsure of its origin but certain it did not belong to their world, presented it to Jensen for his inspection. The three of them examined the mysterious symbols on the object but were unable to decipher their meaning. Yuan inquired about the origins of the ancient artifact, but Erisher admitted she didn't know and assumed it was left by Jensen. Surprised, Jensen recognized it as a relic of the gods but denied placing it there. Erisher revealed that the item had been secretly placed in her room thousands of years ago, shortly after her arrival in this world. Yuan questioned why she hadn't noticed the person responsible for leaving it. Yuan suggested that the relic might be connected to the time when Jensen fought the creature that fed on human blood and was referred to as a god. He speculated that it could be from the heavenly realm where Jensen once resided. However, Jensen wasn't convinced. Erisher chimed in, pointing out that the relic could be deciphered using a differential equation, suggesting that it contained a set of geographical coordinates. Jensen and Yuan were astonished by Arashi's ability to solve the puzzle. Erisher, slightly annoyed by their excitement, explained that she thought it was a treasure map left for her by her teacher. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered spending her time learning calculus. Jensen, determined to investigate further, stood up and prepared to leave. Erisher, concerned about the possibility of it being a prank or trap, urged him to wait. Jensen, unaffected by the uncertainty, insisted on going and even transformed back to his original appearance, ready to confront anyone who dared deceive him. Yuan suggested that he take a shower and rest before setting off, but Jensen disregarded the suggestion and left immediately, ignoring their advice. Yuan expressed a suspicion that someone was intentionally trying to deceive Jensen. Erisher dismissed the idea, questioning who would dare to trick their teacher. Yuan raised the possibility that it might not be a person behind it, suggesting an alternative possibility. Two cloaked figures were seen walking through the streets, discussing the absence of a fearsome individual. Cloaked Guy 1, claiming to be a son of God, lamented his long-standing fear and struggle for sustenance. Cloaked Guy 2 dismissed his complaints, stating that their father prophesied the resurrection of the black and white archmages in this world, urging them to act quickly and ensure their success. Yuan questioned Arashi's destination, but Erisher insisted on going to the retreat. Yuan expressed concern about the upcoming cultivation examination, to which Erisher emphasized the importance of practicing to avoid being surpassed by younger students. A disciple of the Tian Yuan sect welcomed the future members and informed them that the immortal entrance examination would take place in the capital of the martial kingdom. They emphasized the importance of not getting lost during the long journey. Mingqi and Xiaolu, accompanied by other academy students, were among the crowd. Meanwhile, Zihao and Lan Bin's subordinates were observing the twins and recognized them as the individuals their king had mentioned, noting their matching attire. The twins became aware of the surveillance, and noticed the two individuals observing them. Zihao's emotions overwhelmed him upon seeing the twins, while the twins themselves recognized him through a crystal ball. Zihao couldn't hold back his tears and felt relieved that he could finally reunite with his friends after 600 long years. Lan Bin, too, was moved by the sight of them. Lan Bin's subordinate extended an invitation for the twins to visit the ghost world, but Zihao's subordinate intervened, insisting that they should go to the demon world instead. This led to a heated argument and a fight between the two subordinates, each advocating for their respective realm. The twins observed their enmity and deduced that Zihao and Lan Bin must have been fighting each other for centuries, given their past relationship. The twins presented Zihao and Lan Bin with a gift, a 600th birthday present. Zihao was curious about its contents, and the twin explained that it was taken from Mr. Jensen's room. They had a hunch that the upcoming journey would be perilous and retrieved it for safety, but they lacked the strength to utilize it. However, considering Zihao's current cultivation level, it would be of great use to him. The twin decided to give it to Zihao. The students grew tired during their long journey to the examination location. Xiaolu asked about their progress, and the disciple assured her they were close, only around 400 million kilometers away. To ease Xiaolu's worries, the disciple mentioned the presence of a teleportation formation they could use for the rest of the journey. The disciple gathered everyone and introduced them to a special teleportation formation created by their patriarch. Assuring them of its safety, the disciple explained that it was designed specifically for long-distance rapid teleportation, easing any fears they might have had about the journey. Curious about the formation, Xiaolu examined it and discovered that the teleportation distance was comparable to the distance between Earth and Mars. Intrigued, they all entered the teleportation formation. The cloaked figures followed the group, discussing the long distance they had to cover. They realized that walking was not an option for them, as they were not immortal cultivators. Concerned about the resurrection of the two mages, they debated using their abilities to speed up but feared being detected by the black and white archmages. Determined to reach the resurrection site in time, they hurried forward, hoping to arrive before the mages were resurrected. The students arrived at the examination location where the disciple reassured them not to be nervous. He explained that the test would take place in the sky, emphasizing that the ability to fly was a qualification for the examination. The disciple informed the students that the entrance was ahead and the backyard was behind, cautioning them not to fall down as it would lead to elimination. Mingqi questioned the location of the trial, wondering where the capital of Wu Kingdom was. The disciple instructed her to look down, revealing a sprawling city beneath them as the actual capital. The twins fell on the floating boats, and quickly realized that they had been eliminated from the examination. The disciple clarified that the people on the boats were the audience for the competition, explaining that this examination was held once every 100 years and attracted participants and spectators from all over the continent. The ninja, Superman, and magic academies were ready for the competition, joining the other participants. In the crowd, the three tribe leaders were present, along with Lingling and Ainen. The examiner welcomed the participants to the continent of Immortal, where the cultivation examination would take place. He explained that due to the large number of candidates, the examination would be divided into 3 parts, all taking place inside the ring. Each family could only choose one representative, and the selection process would involve fighting. The winner would be determined based on their spiritual ability, as there were many talented individuals participating in the test. The examiner introduced a device that resembled a punching machine, explaining that it was brought from the outside world and modified to measure spiritual ability. Participants would hit the ball, and their spiritual ability would be measured and processed by the formation to provide an exact score. To ensure fairness, anyone scoring over 500 would be eligible to enter the next round. With that, the examiner declared the start of the examination. During the examination, the students exerted their best efforts to achieve impressive results. When it was Xiaolu's turn, she unleashed an incredibly powerful attack that destroyed the measuring device, leaving the audience in shock. Her spiritual ability reached a remarkable 2,000. Soon after, Mengqi followed suit and caused another explosion, surpassing Xiaolu with a spiritual ability of 2,100. During the test, Aston managed to score 1,000 points despite not possessing any spiritual power or ability. However, he received a scolding from Shuijian for drawing too much attention to himself. Aston expressed frustration, not knowing his true strength and only wanting to leave the spotlight. Shuijian responded sharply, telling him to be quiet. Shuijian followed, scoring 800 points, while Dudu achieved a score of 998. Enabling them to progress to the next round. Lingling and Ainen also flipped the ball and received 800 points. As they passed by the three tribe leaders, they noticed something. Shui Jian became terrified, thinking they had been caught. Aston inquired about the situation, but Shui Jian dismissed it as nothing. Dudu, however, had a sense of familiarity and remarked that he had seen them before. Aston reminded him that they were the two guards from the hotel where they had stayed. Dudu clarified that he recognized the guards from a time before they arrived at the hotel. Shui Jian brushed it off, urging them to be cautious. She suggested that they intentionally lose the first game and surrender. The examiner announced the matchups for the next round, and Shui Jian was shocked to learn that they would be facing Lingling and Anan. Other matchups were also announced, including the Nunnery vs. Beggar Gang and the Ho family vs. the Lu family, which would pit Mingqi against Xiaolu. The twins playfully arranged a bet on who will win the fight, which irritated Xiaolu and Mingqi. Xiaolu and Mingqi eagerly faced each other in the next round of fights. A curious gambler, noticing their connection, inquired about their abilities. The twins proudly shared the exceptional talents of their friends, praising Xiaolu's mastery of magic and her creation of the formidable 10-minute storm formation. They also mentioned Mingqi's prowess as the class leader, skilled in the art of sword cultivation. The gambler expressed concern about a staged fight, but the twins assured him that in the Academy of Immortals, the tradition is to give their best and fight genuinely. Xiaolu swiftly launched an aggressive attack, only for Mingqi to swiftly counter. However, Mingqi soon realized that Xiaolu's previous attack was merely an illusion. In a sudden turn of events, Xiaolu unleashed her powerful spell, sending Mingqi crashing into the walls. The audience, including the Ho family who had recruited Mingqi, was shocked to discover that Mingqi was actually a woman, causing both the father and daughter to faint. Mingqi retaliated with the powerful heavenly sword, devouring blood, while Xiaolu attempted to activate her formation. However, Mingqi's attack interrupted Xiaolu's efforts. Mingqi summoned the sword spirit, but it was quickly bound by Xiaolu's formation. Xiaolu acknowledged Mingqi's skill, mentioning a previous encounter with Jinren. She expressed confidence that she would emerge victorious in their current battle. Mingqi, on the other hand, remained unfazed and dismissed Xiaolu's tactics, claiming that the iron-locking formation could not trap her. The sword spirit broke free from the chains that bound it, much to Mingqi's satisfaction. She warned Xiaolu that despite being trained by the same teacher, she would show no mercy in their fight. Mingqi suggested settling the battle with a single powerful move. Xiaolu accepted the challenge, declaring that she would unleash the full version of the Sea of Qi Dragon skill. The twins, upon hearing this, were filled with fear and immediately escaped the scene. Xiaolu released an incredibly powerful attack, shocking the audience. The examiners grew concerned, realizing that the attack had the potential to cause widespread casualties. In the midst of the chaos, the sword spirit clashed with Xiaolu's attack, resulting in a massive explosion that obliterated the examination location. From a distance, the twins witnessed the destruction, and they offered prayers for the souls of the gamblers and vowed to take care of their money. The examiners narrowly avoided a disastrous outcome. The full-stage version of the dragon transformation technique utilized during the fight shocked them, causing internal injuries. They wondered what kind of technique it was. Mingqi and Xiaolu sustained injuries and fell from the sky, resulting in a tie. The examiners declared that both of them passed the examination. Despite the gamblers' dissatisfaction, Xiaolu and the class leaders secured their places and gained priority in selecting the immortal qualification. After their match, Xiaolu and Mingqi engaged in a conversation, reflecting on their fight. Xiaolu expressed his belief that if Mingqi had executed her powerful move at the start of the chopping genetic sword technique, she would have been defeated instantly. Mingqi, however, disagreed and pointed out that if Xiaolu had summoned Mr. Hades and unleashed a full-rank dragon technique, her small sword spirit would not have been able to withstand its power. Xiao Bai arrived outside and excitedly informed Xiaolu and Mingqi about their tie, which resulted in a victory for the banker and a reward of 2.6 billion tons of spirit stones. He then promised the two sisters a special treat, leaving them pleasantly surprised. Xiao Bai heard water splashing and, driven by curiosity, attempted to peek at the girls taking a bath. However, his mischief was abruptly interrupted when a sword narrowly missed him, piercing through the wall. Startled, Xiao Bai quickly fled from the scene. Mingqi proposed to Xiaolu that they explore the Tianyuan sect while the examination was still in progress. Meanwhile, Zihao grew frustrated with his subordinate for not bringing his classmates along. The subordinate explained that the classmates had mentioned joining them after the examination. Zihao expressed his discontent with the immortal world, finding it dull and lacking excitement beyond the test. The test entered its later stages, and not only Earth's Immortal Cultivation Academy but also other academies were striving to achieve high scores in this excursion. The nunnery and the beggar gang competed against each other, with the nunnery emerging as the victor. The audience was puzzled by the ongoing fights. The next match featured the Wangshi family and the Qinshi family, pitting Lingling and Anan against the three tribe leaders. While the three tribe leaders were discussing their plan, Anan swiftly initiated an attack, exposing their true identities. Anan questioned their pretense, prompting the tribe leaders to demand the return of the recipe. However, Lingling and Anan surprised everyone by removing their own disguises and swallowing the recipe, leaving the others in shock. The tribe leaders demanded the return of the items, which triggered Shui Jian's anger, and she unleashed her fighting spirit. Anan expressed her desire for a thrilling fight and stated that surrendering is boring. Meanwhile, the cloaked figures grew anxious upon realizing that the mark of the black and white archmages had vanished. One of them speculated that the items must have been concealed and suggested that they go to the location where it disappeared. Shui Jian unleashed her full power, fueled by her anger, while Aston cautioned her about the strength of their opponents. Dudu also joined the attack, but Anan effortlessly neutralized his assault. Anan then engaged in a fierce battle with Aston, quickly overpowering him. Lingling targeted Dudu and delivered a powerful blow. Shui Jian, on the other hand, launched her spiritual arrows at Anan, creating a massive explosion. However, to everyone's astonishment, when the dust settled, Anan emerged unscathed, leaving the three tribe leaders in shock. Anan confidently proclaimed that it was their turn to attack, instilling fear in Shui Jian, who swiftly led Dudu and Aston in an escape. Shui Jian decided to return and reunite with their subordinates. Anan and Lingling attempted to pursue them, but suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Xiaolu and Mingqi approached to inspect their condition, only to be surprised that the two were simply asleep and not harmed. Dudu expressed concern about their inability to leave the world they were in and join the others. Shui Jian revealed that Tang Tang had already established contact with the outside world and she was in the process of arranging their rendezvous. Aston questioned why he hadn't been informed earlier. Shui Jian explained that due to the imminent danger they faced from the demons, they couldn't afford to divert their attention. They eventually found Tang Tang and the rest of their group, who appeared exhausted from their journey. Tang Tang was relieved to see Shui Jian and immediately asked if they were leaving. However, Shui Jian explained that they couldn't leave because the prescriptions they needed had been taken away. Tang Tang was shocked and wondered how it could have happened. Shui Jian asked for the phone, and Tang Tang handed it over, mentioning that they hadn't used it much due to the lack of charging options. Frustrated, Shui Jian expressed her anger towards the immortal cultivators who had caused them trouble and vowed to make a call to seek assistance. Dudu called the dwarf king on Earth and explained the situation, specifically mentioning the 2 bottles of black and white archmages. The dwarf king found it amusing and laughed at the situation. Meanwhile, the Orc King believed that the items were not remedies but the actual black and white archmages themselves. He made preparations to head to the location. The Elf King was also informed of the situation. The Elf army was then seen preparing to move. The Dwarf and Orc army also did the same. The Dwarf King utilized his teleportation powers to bring his forces to the Immortal Academy. Meanwhile, Jensen was located somewhere deep in the galaxy. Mingqi and Xiaolu brought Lingling and Anan to Keshan and informed her that they had consumed 2 vials of an unknown substance. Mingqi expressed frustration over the absence of Senior Tian Yuan and Senior Erishur. The disciple, realizing that Mingqi and the others were juniors of their clan master, apologized and explained that all the clan masters of the 6 grand clans were currently on a spiritual sabbatical, unaware of the reason behind their simultaneous absence. Mingqi expressed curiosity about the identities of the 3 individuals that Lingling and Anan had encountered. Yerong informed them that according to the book on the history of magic, the trio consisted of a dwarf, an elf, and an orc. These individuals were extremely protective of the two vials, which were considered sacred treasures of Yerong's Magic Academy. If the historical accounts were accurate, they would stop at nothing to prevent anyone from possessing those vials. One of the individuals proposed surrendering Lingling and Ainen, along with the vials, to the three tribes. Mengqi vehemently opposed this idea and threatened the man, declaring that they would never betray their comrades. In response, the disciple assured Mengqi that all the cultivators from the 6 clans would stand under her command, showing their unwavering support. Keshin sensed someone watching her while she treated Lingling and Ainen. The twins felt that something dangerous was going to happen, and seek the help of Zihao and Lan Bin. Zihao swiftly prepared his army and was ready to take action. Zihao rallied his loyal troops and expressed his determination not to let anyone dare to humiliate them. With 3 adversaries seeking to challenge them, Zihao asked his soldiers for their course of action. The resounding response from the army was unanimous: they would eliminate them all. Determined to uphold their rule, Zihao vowed that no elves, dwarves, or orcs would survive if they dared to cross them. Lan Bin followed suit and commanded his army to mobilize. In the meantime, Mengqi requested the twins to provide the money they had acquired from gambling, while Xiaolu questioned the king about the whereabouts of his armies and guards. The king explained that due to 600 years of peace, the armies had been employed as laborers for palace repairs. Xiaolu chastised the king for his apparent lack of foresight. Interrupting their argument, Mengqi urged them to focus on the matter at hand. She revealed the significant sum of 2,060 million spirit crystals they had won and asked if it would be sufficient. The king confirmed its adequacy and was prompted to swiftly begin recruiting additional armies. Shui Jian received confirmation that their armies were en route. Realizing the vastness of the world, Shui Jian emphasized the need to provide the armies with a specific location. Understanding the importance of coordination, they joined hands to establish a connection and share the location information. Working together, Didu, Aston, and Shui Jian opened a portal. The disciple witnessed the arrival of a vast army, consisting of cultivators at various levels of strength. Overwhelmed by the sight, the disciple hurriedly informed Mengqi and Xiaolu about the situation. Expressing surprise, the disciple revealed that many of the arriving cultivators were at the refining Qi level, refining Daemon level, and Xingtao level. This unexpected turnout made Mengqi and Xiaolu realize the gravity of the situation. With no time to waste, Mengqi swiftly organized the members from the 6 major clans into their respective positions, while instructing the disciple to gather the army of immortals. With the army assembled and ready, Xiaolu informed Mengqi that she had completed arranging the troops. Mengqi acknowledged her and immediately issued orders, emphasizing the importance of setting up protective formations. However, the disciple expressed doubt, noting that the enemy consisted of immortals and sheer numbers might not be enough to overcome them. Undeterred, Mengqi reassured the disciple, stating that they would fight back with everything they had. She assigned the Tianlan clan, Tianyuan clan, and herself to defend the west gate, while the Huyan clan and Linyun clan were tasked with protecting the east gate. Dudu and his army arrived at the scene and wasted no time in issuing the order to advance. One of his subordinates expressed concern, urging Dudu to remain calm and avoid reckless actions. However, Dudu was filled with determination and frustration, refusing to be subdued by the elves and orcs attacking the north and east gates. He understood the potential consequences if these enemies managed to break through before them, and thus he commanded his troops to push forward with full force, determined to repel the invaders at all costs. Mengqi swiftly issued the command to activate the protective formation, and the disciples diligently set the mechanism in motion. The dwarves, despite their efforts, were unable to breach the fortified gates, held back by the formidable defense. Meanwhile, Dudu, determined to overcome the defenses, ordered his dragons to launch an assault. Their relentless attacks proved successful, eventually breaking through the barriers, opening a pathway for their forces. Similar challenges were faced at the East Gate and the North Gate, with the immortal army struggling to fend off the relentless onslaught from the enemy forces. Zihao received the urgent update regarding the precarious situation on the battlefield, realizing that the immortal army had a mere 10 minutes before their imminent defeat. Determined to turn the tide, Zihao sprang into action. Amidst the chaos, a colossal palm suddenly materialized in the sky, casting a shadow over the battlefield. One of the disciples recognized it as the fearsome sky-blocking palm of the Demon King. Dudu, attempting to intervene, was swiftly struck down, sending shockwaves through Mingqi and the others witnessing the devastating blow. Mingqi, astonished by the tremendous power displayed, pondered over the identity of their unexpected savior. The disciple confirmed that it was the demons who had come to their aid. Aston and his army observed the astonishing events unfolding before them, filled with curiosity about the powerful force that had intervened. Xue Jian, having witnessed the display of strength, recognized the formidable nature of the city they were facing and urged everyone to remain vigilant and alert. Meanwhile, Xiaolu and the defenders found themselves locked in a fierce struggle, with their efforts being met by mocking taunts from Aston and his forces. Lan Bin and his army pressed forward, but one of his subordinates expressed concern about their slow pace, estimating it would take them 2 days to reach the battlefield, still 1,000 miles away. However, Lan Bin made a swift decision, instructing his subordinate to lead the army and continue while he himself flew ahead, determined to reach the battlefield as quickly as possible. Xiaolu, who was nearing her limits, was taken aback by the sudden arrival of Lan Bin. Lan Bin greeted her, noting that she appeared unchanged despite the passing years. He commended her efforts and assured her that he would take over the situation. With confidence, Lan Bin reassured Xiaolu that anyone attempting to pass through his position would meet their demise. As Lan Bin descended towards the orc army, the orcs were perplexed, questioning his identity. Unfazed by their curiosity, Aston ordered his troops to disregard Lan Bin and press on with their attack on the fort. Lan Bin, however, unleashed a mighty punch, causing the orc army to be thrown into the air. Witnessing this spectacle from a distance, Mingqi found herself bewildered by the unfolding events. In a display of formidable power, Lan Bin unleashed a devastating attack, obliterating the orc armies. A subordinate informed Xue Jian of the orcs' defeat, prompting her to make a swift decision. All elves were to retreat immediately. Xue Jian's subordinate informed her that all the armies had retreated and inquired about the situation. Xue Jian expressed her astonishment at sensing an unprecedented presence. Mingqi asked Xiaolu for an update, and she revealed that it was Lan Bin who had caused the dramatic turn of events. Mingqi was surprised, and the disciple advised showing proper respect as Lan Bin was the king of the ghost realm. Aston, shocked by Lan Bin's power, attempted to retaliate along with the remaining orcs. However, he was swiftly defeated by Lan Bin's kick and crashed near Xue Jian. Aston accused Xue Jian of plotting to let the cultivators and the orcs fight each other, intending to seize the recipe once they weakened each other. In response, Xue Jian commanded her subordinate to lead their armies to the west gate, stating that both dwarves and orcs were now under her command. Mingqi and the disciple realized that the army was not retreating, but rather regrouping in a different location. Mingqi communicated with Xiaolu, informing her that the army was heading towards her location. Xiaolu acknowledged the information but mentioned that it would take some time to reach them. Mingqi expressed her intention to find a way to delay the enemy and buy Xiaolu more time. However, before she could act, Lan Bin suddenly appeared, carrying Xiaolu with him. Mingqi questioned Lan Bin about his status as an immortal, to which he cryptically responded that it was not just him who had achieved immortality. Meanwhile, as the enemy army continued to advance, Zihao and his army observed their movements. Mingqi and Xiaolu were relieved to see Zihao, and the twins expressed their joy at his arrival. The leader of the ninja academy was shocked upon recognizing Zihao. Zihao confidently stated that he alone was sufficient to deal with the enemy, causing Dudu to realize that Zihao was the one who had attacked them earlier. Xue Jian proposed joining forces with Aston and Dudu, expressing their long-standing relationship and the need for a serious fight. Xue Jian decided to confront the tribe leaders while entrusting the troops with attacking the fort. As the armies clashed, Zihao and Lan Bin confronted the 3 tribe leaders head-on. Xue Jian offered to heal and enhance Aston and Dudu, instructing them to restrain the tribe leaders. She utilized the Crusaders' enhancing art, a unique skill of the elves known for their healing and enhancement abilities. Yerong recognized the technique and mentioned its potential to elevate individuals to a high level of immortality according to historical records. Lan Bin launched a powerful attack, leaving Dudu fearing for his life. But Zihao intervened, delivering a strike that halted Lan Bin's assault, surprising everyone present. Zihao boldly declared that the enemies belonged to him alone, implying that he alone was sufficient to handle the battle. Enraged, Lan Bin rose to his feet and cursed Zihao vehemently. Mingqi and the others pleaded with Zihao and Lan Bin to cooperate, as the gate was on the verge of destruction. However, Lan Bin unleashed his power, manipulating the people around him and commanding them to attack their own allies. Additionally, Lan Bin summoned skeletal creatures from the ground. Mingqi questioned this unfamiliar technique, wondering if immortals possessed such abilities. The disciple explained that it was a special art of demon cultivation, allowing demon cultivators to control souls and manipulate corpses. As the battle raged on, Zihao showcased his dominance over the tribe leaders. However, just as he was dealing with Aston, Lan Bin emerged and delivered a powerful attack. The twins, frustrated by the ongoing conflict, pleaded for Zihao and Lan Bin to join forces. Sadly, their pleas fell on deaf ears as Zihao and Lan Bin continued to exchange blows, disregarding the twins' plea for cooperation. Aston, filled with fear, hid and cowered, earning a scolding from Shui Jian, who urged him to take action. Amidst the ongoing battle between Lan Bin and Zihao, Aston suddenly reappeared and stabbed Zihao in the back. This turn of events surprised Mingqi, while Aston mocked Zihao for his perceived carelessness and arrogance. However, Aston's surprise grew as he realized that Zihao remained unaffected by the attack. Mingqi, perplexed by Zihao's resilience, questioned the situation. The disciple explained that Zihao's ability stemmed from demon cultivation, a distinct form of cultivation that differed from their own. Demon cultivators draw strength from the damage they receive, feeding on killing qi or grief qi instead of spiritual power. Their limits and rules defy conventional understanding, making them unpredictable and devoid of common sense. Zihao seized Aston by the neck and effortlessly tossed him towards Lan Bin, taunting their feeble strength. Aston was swiftly dismissed by Lan Bin. Despite Shui Jian's desire to continue the fight, she received a slap from Lan Bin before engaging in a fierce battle with Zihao. Zihao and Lan Bin unleashed their tremendous power, causing the entire continent to tremble. The twins pleaded with them, reminding them of their shared bond as classmates. However, Zihao denied any association with Lan Bin and launched an attack in an attempt to defeat him. The twins warned that their teacher would be furious if he found out about their conflict. Mingqi proposed that they should escape the battle, considering the safety of Anan, Lingling, and the remaining people in the city. The disciple revealed that he had already taken them to an underground shelter before the war began. Meanwhile, the intense fight between Zihao and Lan Bin created powerful shockwaves, catching the attention of two hooded figures who watched from a distance with terror. The orc, elf, and dwarf creators faced difficulties in finding a way to enter the demon realm. Frustrated, the dwarf creator questioned why they, the creators, were unable to enter while armies, kings, and ordinary people could. They wondered about the identity of the individual who had created this world. Jensen explored the alien world, observing its inhabitants. Suddenly, he unleashed his immense power, obliterating everything in his path, including planets and the entire galaxy. Keshin expressed frustration over the vials and their contents, unable to extract them despite various attempts. The king shared information he had heard from Keshin's colleagues, mentioning the presence of powerful beings on the vial known as the White Mage and Black Mage, hinting at their intimidating nature. The White Mage and Black Mage pleaded with Anan and Lingling, begging them not to expel them. They promised to comply with any requests in exchange for their mercy and mentioned a prophecy that suggested their freedom once they could overcome their current predicament. Anan, unimpressed, remarked on their lack of dignity considering their status as Ding Feng level lords. The mages urged them not to believe the rumors spread by orcs and elves and admitted their limited knowledge beyond potion making. The black and white mages confessed that they possessed no combat skills, prompting Anan to question why they had been confined to vials. The white mage explained that they were ancient power holders who belonged to an academy on Earth. Due to their exceptional pill-making abilities, they consumed potions, pills, and enhancements regularly for 10 years, eventually reaching the creation level of power. Anan realized that they were likely apothecaries from the outside world. The black mage added that their lack of combat prowess allowed them to remain hidden, but they had been discovered by a god who would never permit a lower being to attain the creation level. The black mage revealed that they had been sealed by the god, who summoned his children and trapped them in the vials. This seal had endured for 20,000 years. Anan inquired about the identity of the entity responsible for their confinement. The white mage responded that it was the mighty god or mind, an incredibly powerful being without a physical form. They emphasized that no one could rival the god's might. Just then, Lingling heard a sound, drawing their attention. Outside, the tribe leaders were vanquished, and one of the disciples expressed gratitude for the concealed structures of the 6 clans, as it had prevented the complete destruction of the city. Suddenly, a swirling vortex manifested in the sky, capturing the attention of all present. Shortly after, a colossal entity emerged from within the vortex. The colossal being was under the control of the dwarf creator, while the elf and orc creators supported it by giving their energy. Onlookers identified it as a golden immortal. Zihao and Lan Bin made the decision to join forces, and Lan Bin launched Zihao towards the giant entity. One of the twins felt a sense of relief witnessing the cooperation between the two. However, Zihao's assault was halted by the intervention of the dwarf creator. In retaliation, Zihao propelled Lan Bin towards the dwarf creator, only to have his attack effortlessly stopped by a single finger. The dwarf creator belittled Lan Bin and labeled him as a mere child. Meanwhile, Zihao unleashed his power, absorbing the damage inflicted upon everyone during the battle, thereby augmenting his strength. On the other hand, Lan Bin suffered injuries and collapsed to the ground. The dwarf creator admired their bravery and commanded the giant being to unleash destruction. Zihao bravely charged forward and managed to halt the attack, but was visibly struggling. Lan Bin informed the others that Zihao wouldn't be able to sustain his defense for much longer. The dwarf creator acknowledged Zihao's exceptional prowess, expressing that individuals like Shui Jian and her allies were no match for him. Lan Bin recognized the insurmountable power difference and understood the challenge they faced. At that moment, the twins remembered the gift they had prepared for Zihao and Lan Bin. They presented the gift to Lan Bin, who hesitantly opened it. However, upon seeing its contents, Lan Bin made a firm vow never to fuse with it, even if it meant his own demise. The twins pleaded with him to reconsider, but Lan Bin resolutely tossed the item towards Zihao. To everyone's surprise, 001 suddenly materialized before them. Mingqi inquired about the item that had caused Lan Bin's embarrassment, curious about its nature. The twins explained that they had prepared the item for their special trip, aware that it held significance beyond a simple excursion. They had managed to sneak into their teacher's room during his absence and obtain the item. However, recognizing their own limitations, they decided to give it to Lan Bin and Zihao instead. The item turned out to be the device formerly used by the Rainbow Rangers. Earlier, before 001 emerged, Zihao and Lan Bin exchanged curses over the device that Lan Bin had given him. Lan Bin expressed his reluctance as he made his way towards Zihao. Reluctantly, they decided to use the item, all the while cursing the twins for their actions. Meanwhile, 001 separated from the other ancient mechs and set a course toward the demon realm. In the current moment, 001 appeared and swiftly seized the giant being by its neck, and they threw it away, shocking everyone, even the creators. 001 thought it was Jensen who had summoned him, and was surprised it was Zihao and Lan Bin. Zihao and Lan Bin requested access to the control room, but 001 deemed them unworthy. 001 confronted the giant being and questioned Zihao and Lan Bin about their powers. Zihao explained his ability to grow stronger with damage, while Lan Bin revealed his immortality. 001 unleashed his power and engaged in a fierce battle with the giant being, causing powerful shockwaves. However, the monster managed to land a hit on 001. The dwarf creator expressed confidence in wearing down 001. Meanwhile, 001 called out to Lan Bin and Zihao, who were engaged in their own fight. The monster exuded a formidable aura, causing Zihao and Lan Bin to worry. The dwarf creator asserted that the creators should not be underestimated, as they surpassed humans and were akin to gods. 001 reassured them, mentioning his remaining trump card. He summoned the other ancient mechs and merged with them, transforming into the King of Mecha. The King of Mecha towered above the monster, shocking the creators. The two hooded figures were aware that a fierce battle was taking place at their intended destination. They speculated that the black and white mages might be present there. One of them acknowledged that there were only a few hours left before the black and white mages could break free from their seal, emphasizing the need to act swiftly and not waste any more time. The other figure expressed concern over the impending return of Jensen, noting the limited time they had. Determined, they hastened their journey towards the location of the battle. Ainen expressed her desire to leave, but the white mage pleaded with her not to do so, warning that the god was approaching and if they were freed, they would only be sealed again. Lingling pointed out that their clan disciples were in danger, prompting Ainen to consider fighting to protect them. The white mage questioned how Ainen could stand by and do nothing while they were being sealed, but Ainen asserted that their predicament was not her concern. The black mage disagreed with Ainen's indifference, stating that the god would kill everyone to protect their secret. The white mage added that even as king-level beings, they wouldn't stand a chance against the creator. However, they could offer a solution by allowing Ainen and Lingling to become creators themselves. The mechs, now experiencing the thrill of cultivation, expressed their newfound enjoyment and decided to enroll in the Cultivation Academy. Lan Bin urged them to focus and stop wasting time. Meanwhile, 001 unleashed a powerful tornado that trapped the monster within it. The dwarf creator called for help from the other creators, but they explained that they had reached their limit and could only allow him to enter the world. Frustrated, the dwarf creator realized that the elf and orc creator had not come alone for this reason. The monster managed to break free, but 001 easily captured it once again. Meanwhile, the two hooded figures were getting closer to the location. The black and white mages gave Lingling and Ainen a potion to help them become creators, but nothing seemed to happen, surprising the white mage. He requested more potions from the black mage. 001 forcefully slammed the monster to the ground, incapacitating it, along with the dwarf creator. The hooded figures reached the location, and one of them instructed the other to search for the black and white mage while he confronted the remaining individuals. The second figure expressed concern about the immense power exhibited by 001. Meanwhile, Lingling and Ainen persisted in consuming the potions provided by the black and white mage. The white mage grew frustrated, as they had already consumed 300 pots, perplexed by the fact that humans only typically required only one vial. The second figure alerted the first figure to the presence of 6 powerful individuals hiding in the deepest part of the city. However, the first figure reassured the second figure, confident in possessing a summoning core that would bring about the destruction of the world when their father arrived. As the second figure observed the situation, they realized they had been detected. Meanwhile, 001 caught the attention of Zihao and Lan Bin, informing them that a problem had arisen. The second figure swiftly engaged 001 in combat, while the first figure commenced the summoning of their god. The second figure successfully infiltrated 001 and focused its attention on Lan Bin. Zihao attempted to retaliate but found himself immobilized by the enemy's powers, who expressed annoyance at their abilities and emphasized the need to prevent them from working together. Confused, the mechs crashed to the ground, questioning how the enemy managed to enter the control room. However, 001 realized that it was a mental attack. Meanwhile, the second figure sensed that the formidable individuals were beginning to awaken, but the first figure restrained them, recognizing the urgency in finding the mages as they acknowledged the strength of the opposition. The second figure successfully located the black and white mages, while Erishur managed to break through the barrier and confronted the figures, questioning them about causing trouble in their world. Mingqi and the others rejoiced at the sight of Arashi's arrival. The second figure expressed surprise at Arashi's swift appearance, questioning the other why he didn't buy them more time. The first figure explained that Erishur was much stronger than the others. Erishur confronted the figures, accusing them of placing the map in their room as a deception, causing them to waste hundreds of years trying to solve it, and sending Jensen on a wild goose chase to a distant location. The hooded figures expressed uncertainty about whether Jensen would arrive before they completed their task. Meanwhile, Jensen found himself facing numerous planets designed to confuse him. Despite the challenge, Jensen was impressed by the immense power on display and proceeded to destroy the entire galaxy he was in. The hooded figures transformed into their demigod forms and launched an attack against Erishur. However, Erishur effortlessly deflected the attacks and continued to strike the enemy. The demigods regenerated instantly, realizing that Arashi's power was formidable, even though she was an artificial creation. Demigod 1 acknowledged the greatness of Arashi's creator but emphasized that this was their mental form. They claimed that while Arashir could destroy their genes, they couldn't be killed. Arashir confidently displayed her sword technique, proclaiming that everything, including time, fate, lifespan, and the world itself, would be severed by her blade. She dismissed the hooded figures as mere manifestations of mental energy. Arashi's sword field enveloped the demigods, overwhelming them with its power. The disciples marveled at her ability, recognizing that only a great immortal could activate such a formidable sword field capable of cutting through anything. Arashir relentlessly attacked the demigods, leaving them no chance to recover. Realizing the threat to their lives, the demigods made a hasty decision to retreat, acknowledging that Arashi's sword field had the power to kill them. Arashir prevented the demigods from escaping, explaining that while the space may appear small from the outside, it is an infinite space within. Despite their attempts to disintegrate their mental forms, they found themselves trapped and unable to escape her domain. Arashir unleashed her skill, Last Slash, which sent the demigods into a state of panic, prompting them to call out to their father for assistance. Suddenly, a surge of green fire erupted, creating a powerful shockwave that sent Arashir crashing to the ground. She was left bewildered by the origin of the green flame. Taking advantage of her injured state, the demigods launched an attack, determined to eliminate her. The others watched with growing concern as the situation unfolded. Arashir found herself in a difficult situation as she struggled to hold her ground against the two powerful demigods. However, just as the odds seemed stacked against her, someone intervened and launched an attack on the demigods, pushing them back. It was revealed that Lingling and Anan had arrived to assist Arashir in the battle. Zihao and Lanbin observed a noticeable change in Lingling and Anan's demeanor as they confronted the demigods. Meanwhile, the orc and elf creators urged the dwarf creator to regain consciousness as the black and white mages were residing inside Lingling and Anan. The demigods, realizing this, threatened to harm Lingling and Anan to extract the mages. In response, Anan unleashed her power and defiantly challenged them to try their luck. Anan's transformation into the divine realm Great Demon King left everyone astonished, while Zihao and Lanbin recognized that they are at the creator level. The black and white mages were relieved by the success of their plan, despite the sacrifices made. However, the demigods remained dismissive, believing that the arrival of Lingling and Anan would have no significant impact. Anan unleashed a devastating attack that cut through space and caused damage even on Earth. This left everyone astonished. Xiaolu asked if the enemy had been defeated and whether their consciousness could be severed. Arashir explained that demons possess inherent strength, and their bodies are filled with essence. She further elaborated that demons become even stronger after promotion, and with their invincible bodies, early golden immortals can easily confront hundreds of golden immortal peak cultivators. The demigods, seeking more power, called upon their father and underwent a transformation, assuming new formidable forms. One of the demigods declared that they no longer required their father's assistance, and confidently claimed that even with the ability to burn and slash consciousness, their opponents still couldn't match their strength. Anan launched another powerful attack, inflicting significant damage on the seemingly invincible demigod. While acknowledging their invincibility, Anan made it clear that she could still make their existence miserable. She skillfully folded the demigod into a ball and kicked it towards Lingling, who expertly used her sword as a bat to strike the demigod repeatedly. This exchange continued for a while until they finally sent the demigod crashing to the ground. Anan taunted the defeated demigod, proclaiming them a loser and commanding them to burn for the next 1,000 years. With that, Anan released a torrent of fire, engulfing the demigod in flames. The remaining demigod unleashed a surge of energy, undergoing a transformation into a white-haired man. He confronted Anan, questioning her grumpy disposition. The sudden appearance of the white-haired man caught everyone's attention, causing surprise and recognition among the three creators. The black and white mage, realizing the man was God, became frantic with fear. God demanded that the two old men causing chaos in the world be handed over to him. Meanwhile, Arashir made her way towards the other clan masters. The black and white mage pleaded for forgiveness, claiming they had already apologized, but God dismissed their pleas, stating that apologies alone were not enough. Anan accused God of being jealous of the Creator's talents, and attempting to seal them out of fear of their potential. However, God refuted the accusation, asserting that he could easily overpower them and that the creators were not weak either, being masters of creating worlds. He criticized the mages for inciting conflict among the creators and spreading potions everywhere. God stated that with the abundance of creators in existence, it was not uncommon to find multiple creators in one world. He questioned whether the two old men should be dealt with. Anan turned to the black and white mages for confirmation, but they remained silent, displaying guilt. God invoked Article 351 of the laws, declaring that the two old men must be sentenced to life imprisonment. Anan, however, cited Article 1310 of the Heavenly God Sex Rules, stating that a small favor should be repaid with a greater one. God expressed his disdain for their immortal cultivation practices. The black mage expressed love for the others in the immortal world, while the white mage expressed gratitude. Anan and Lingling acknowledged that if it weren't for Jensen's warnings, they might have abandoned the two old men. They emphasized the importance of keeping promises, hinting at their decision to stand by the black and white mages despite their actions. God unleashed his immense power, causing a dramatic transformation in the surrounding environment. The clan masters arrived to confront God, while Zihao and Lanbin made the decision to retreat, realizing their limited ability in the face of such a formidable battle. They informed the others that they couldn't stay to watch and urged them to leave. Mingqi noticed that Zihao and Lanbin had grown taller, to which Zihao replied that it had been approximately 600 years. The surroundings turned darker, and everyone's bodies, including the clan masters, began losing color. They realized that their opponent had the power to manipulate their world. As people started losing consciousness, Erishur warned that the opponent was blocking the connection to the outside world with his body. She urged everyone to stop him, or else they would be trapped in the painting. Anan disregarded God's actions and unleashed her fire, gradually restoring color to the surroundings. Yuan questioned the origin of the great demon king, bewildered by the recent events. Erishur called for assistance, and everyone joined forces, offering their energy to the light released by Anan. As the light gradually returned to the surroundings, God remarked on the power of the creators, emphasizing that it was not simply a matter of quantity. Lingling attempted to attack by throwing her sword, but it was effortlessly deflected. Anan charged forward, launching a series of attacks, but she was unable to land a hit on God and was eventually pushed back. Lingling and Anan suddenly found themselves in a space-like environment, and speculated whether such a space existed in their teacher's world. God, holding the space in his hand, revealed his control over it, leaving everyone shocked and with a sense of familiarity. He addressed Lingling and Anan as troublesome individuals, promising to deal with them later. As the battle between the demons and the unknown god intensified, everyone became aware of the magnitude of the situation. It became clear that this new adversary surpassed the capabilities of a mere golden immortal or creator. It was no longer a question of numbers but rather the dominance of power in the great realm. Facing God, tension filled the air as everyone braced themselves for the impending battle. God, exuding arrogance, taunted them, knowing they awaited their teacher's arrival. Erishur couldn't tolerate his attitude and confronted him, but God effortlessly unleashed his power, causing Erishur and the others to crumble into clay-like forms. Lanbin and Zihao, filled with determination, wanted to intervene, but Xiaolu stopped them, emphasizing the futility of their actions against such overwhelming strength. Despite the odds, Lanbin and Zihao recognized that sacrificing themselves might buy precious time in this desperate situation. Zihao and Lanbin courageously charged towards God, determined to halt his devastating attack. However, God scoffed at their efforts, acknowledging the infinite damage and immortality abilities of Zihao and Lanbin within the immortal world. He then absorbed their powers. Zihao and Lanbin, weakened and defeated, were caught by their companions. Mingqi expressed her realization that God possessed immense power, capable of destroying the sky and the earth with a mere gesture. They wondered about what level of strength God had attained. God was impressed by Zihao and Lanbin for reaching such a level at such a young age, marveling at their astonishing achievements. Jensen's voice resonated through the surroundings, sparking curiosity about the God of creation. The unexpected revelation that Jensen was present in the palace surprised everyone, bringing a sense of relief. God initially believed that Jensen had arrived, only to realize that he was still in a distant location. Jensen clarified that he had never actually left and had been there the entire time, dispelling any misconceptions about his absence. As Jensen's clone vanished, it became clear that his presence had been concealed all along. God expressed disbelief at Jensen's presence, questioning if it was merely a small doppelganger. Jensen nonchalantly acknowledged that he had destroyed an entire galaxy in another realm, implying his immense power. God, realizing Jensen's capabilities, acknowledged that Jensen was also a god. Jensen further asserted his intention to fulfill his promise of breaking God's neck. The tension grew among everyone as they prepared for the impending battle, filled with a sense of terror and anticipation. Jensen and God engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing their powers that caused massive destruction. The painting containing the demon realm was shattered, leading to the explosion of the world within it. The damage to the scroll resulted in the world inside expanding infinitely, spreading throughout the galaxy and continuing to expand outward. God unleashed a devastating attack, forcefully pushing Jensen back across various planets. Despite the powerful assault, Jensen remained unscathed. In a daring move, God surged towards the sun, traversing the entire solar system, and began absorbing its energy, leaving everyone in awe and disbelief. As the sun vanished, the Earth lost its gravitational pull, resulting in a catastrophic event. The planets were thrown off their orbital paths, hurtling away at an astonishing speed of nearly 30 km/s. The entire solar system teetered on the brink of collapse, on the verge of disintegration. Jensen unleashed a devastating attack that obliterated God's physical form. With the absence of the sun, darkness engulfed everything. However, Jensen swiftly restored light by creating a new sun. People on Earth, witnessing the chaos, directed their anger towards the Cultivation Academy, blaming them for yet another calamity. God regenerated her body and revealed her true form as a woman, leaving everyone astonished. The significance of Jensen referring to God as a half-half became clear. Utilizing the powers of Zihao and Lan Bin, God attempted to strike Jensen with a planet. However, Jensen effortlessly pierced through the attack and delivered a powerful blow to God. Jensen confidently remarked that he was stronger than the gods. God, consumed by fury, seized Jensen and trapped him in another universe, confident that Jensen would be unable to escape. God boasted about having taken away Jensen's student's abilities, believing that Jensen would be powerless to defeat her. With the universe contained within her, God taunted Jensen to stay and perish within its infinite confines. Jensen made a simple gesture, causing God to scream in agony. Jensen questioned the intelligence of the gods, emphasizing the importance of having a functioning brain. God, in disbelief, argued that as a conscious being with immortality and the ability to enhance injuries, they were invincible to attacks and possessed infinite energy. However, Jensen revealed that the magic world, the ghost world, and all the beings within them were creations of his own design. He had orchestrated every aspect, including the Devil King and the Ghost King. Even the concepts of immortality and injury enhancement were bestowed by him. Jensen pointed out the irony of God using the very skills he had created to challenge him, suggesting that God's actions were indicative of a psychopathic nature. God's transformation into an old man surprised everyone once again. 001 shared a different perspective, stating that a true God is not confined to a specific appearance or gender. According to legend, every god represents a universe within themselves. They can take on various forms, including that of an old man, a woman, a child, or even a stranger encountered on the streets of Earth. God began absorbing the life force of everyone, consolidating the cosmic consciousness into his control. With a sinister laugh, God taunted Jensen, questioning his next move in the face of such power. Jensen, however, remained composed and challenged God's perception of their actions. God tried to assert dominance, highlighting the consequences of destroying him. He claimed to possess the life essence of the entire universe, warning that eliminating him would result in the annihilation of all life. Jensen tapped into their immense power, unleashing a force that blew away God. God, in a desperate attempt to defend himself, reminded Jensen of the consequences of his actions. He claimed that all conscious beings, including Jensen's students, resided within his body, making him responsible for the destruction of all life if they were defeated. Undeterred, Jensen unleashed the King of Immortality's palm strike, aiming to deliver a devastating blow. Jensen's powerful attack had a profound effect on God, disintegrating them at the cosmic level. Inside God's body, Mingqi and the others were miraculously unharmed and safe. Jensen, reflecting on the situation, expressed that his original intention was simply to teach God a lesson, but it was God who ultimately chose their own demise. Jensen asserted that he could not be blamed for the consequences of God's actions. Jensen released Lingling and Anan from their captivity, and the two were overjoyed to see him. He then removed the black and white mages from their bodies. Jensen, aware of their presence all along, scolded the black and white mages for causing chaos and upheaval. The duo, realizing their mistake, sincerely apologized and pleaded for Jensen's forgiveness and mercy. They stated that they were swallowed by the sisters and were unaware of the situation. Jensen confronted the black and white mages about their role in the chaos, specifically, their misguided actions and attempts to shift the blame onto the clan's demon beasts. The black mage eventually admitted their fault and apologized sincerely to Jensen, acknowledging their own responsibility in the situation. The black mage, in their thoughts, questioned the relevance of the Chaos World's laws to the immortal world, suggesting that Jensen was avoiding publicly confronting his own disciples. They offered to take the blame to protect Jensen's reputation. Jensen, recognizing their sincerity, decided to seal them for another 5,000 years as punishment. The white mage pleaded, then proposed sharing their alchemy experiences as a form of reconciliation. Jensen agreed to the white mage's proposal, stating that it was not a bad deal. The black and white mages were surprised by this outcome, realizing that power held more weight than laws in their situation. Jensen effortlessly restored the world within the painting, and the time had come for everyone to depart. As they made their way out, the dwarf, orc, and elf armies were captured and held accountable for their actions. Zihao expressed his disdain to Shuijian and the others, and stated that if it had been up to him, there would be no trace left of their adversaries. In the midst of all this, Keshin showed her appreciation to the king by giving him some pills as a token of gratitude for his hospitality during her time there. The disciple suggested staying a few more days, but Xiaolu declined, mentioning the need to return and write their reflection paper. Meanwhile, Mingqi's promised bride clung to her, crying, while Jensen carried Lingling and Anan intending to punish them when they get back. A subordinate of Lan Bin expressed concern about his leadership promises, but Lan Bin assured them that although they had to part ways, he would still visit and entrust them with taking care of the family business. Zihao expressed his sadness about leaving after spending over 600 years there. He instructed his subordinate to take advantage of the chaos and seize all the territory of the ghost world in his absence. The subordinate acknowledged the orders and pledged to carry them out. After opening a portal, Jensen and the rest of the group exchanged heartfelt farewells. Erishur and the others wore sad expressions as they see them leave. Upon their return, Jensen found himself in the Superman League building, attending the evaluation session for the field trip he had directed. Despite encountering challenges along the way, the field trip was ultimately deemed a resounding success for the students from each college after some encouraging looks from Jensen. After the incident, Anan and Lingling faced punishment in the form of a 3-year dieting and kneeling penance for the trouble they caused. Zihao and Lan Bin also received their share of consequences for their actions, involving burning their life force and engaging in a fight. Ultimately, their punishment entailed sweeping the yard for a duration equal to the years of life force burned. Erishur gazed at the picture of Jensen, deep in thought, when Mingqi approached her for a visit. Meanwhile, Xiaolu found themselves in the company of Yuan, engaging in a conversation about playing chess blindfolded. Xiaolu expressed her curiosity about the possibility of such a feat. In response, Yuan encouraged Xiaolu to rely on her senses, to feel her opponent's moves and strategize accordingly. He assured Xiaolu that with dedication and practice, she would eventually master this skill, and the world would become her chessboard. Xiaolu nodded, understanding the advice, and Yuan expressed his belief in Xiaolu's potential, believing that she would surpass the others in their accomplishments. In the far reaches of the galaxy, the demigod successfully regenerated his body. Overwhelmed by the destruction on Earth and the loss of his family, he questioned his purpose and existence. Unsure of what to do next, he pondered the reasons why he had survived. A water formation materialized and approached the demigod, revealing the figure of Poseidon, the god of the sea. In a swift motion, Poseidon severed the demigod's arm, from which a god emerged. Confused by the turn of events, the reborn god expressed gratitude to Poseidon for saving his life. Poseidon inquired about the demigod's journey and learned of his unexpected visit to Earth while en route to the Chaos World. Poseidon informed the reborn god that Zeus, the king of the gods, wished to meet him, leaving God in a state of shock. Thor, aware of the situation, expressed his concern about confronting Poseidon and the potential consequences of engaging in a battle with him. He decided that it was best to return quickly and inform his father about the situation. 600 years later on Earth, during the enrollment season at the Cultivation Academy, Jensen, the principal, was reading through the papers. As the younger students chatted about the academy, one of them expressed a dream to meet Jensen, unaware that he was nearby. Another student believed it was nearly impossible to discover the true identity of their principal. Jensen and Lon enjoyed tea together, but Jensen reminded Lon of her behavior despite being over 600 years old. He warned Lon not to visit him for tea anymore. Lon criticized Jensen for being selfish and questioned why he gave so many longevity pills to the retired Rainbow Rangers. Jensen explained that he gave them the pills in exchange for the super ancient mechas they sold to him. Lon asked about Jensen's 4 disciples, and Jensen replied that they were currently busy recruiting more students. Some students expressed their concerns, acknowledging that the 2 most powerful masters at the Cultivation of Immortal Academy had already found their students. They wondered what they should do next, feeling disappointed that among the many students, they couldn't find a stronger teacher. Zihao and Lan Bin, who overheard their conversation, became curious. Brown hair student and ponytail student expressed their disinterest in staying at their current college, believing it to be hopeless. Lan Bin and Zihao invited them to become their disciples, claiming to be the strongest Taoists they were looking for. However, the other students mocked them, calling them floor sweepers. Zihao and Lan Bin defended themselves, stating that the strongest individuals are often found doing humble tasks. They mentioned their long lives as proof of their strength. The yellow-hair student mentioned Wu Mingqi and Sun Xiaolu as the strongest people they knew, showing doubt about Lan Bin and Zihao's claims. Lan Bin and Zihao acknowledged that they haven't been involved in many activities since being grounded, which explains why people don't know them. The students were still determined to leave, but Zihao pleaded with them to become their students. Zihao mentioned the consequences he would face if he didn't fulfill an assignment given by Mr. Jensen, their teacher. The brown-hair student asked if they knew the Grand Master, to which Zihao and Lan Bin replied affirmatively and mentioned that they were the direct disciples of their teacher. Zihao also mentioned being part of the Elite Four in the Immortal class, which the student was unaware of. The ponytail student accused Zihao and Lan Bin of lying, pointing out that their clothing indicated they were martial Taoists. Zihao and Lan Bin admitted that they were being punished for violating the rules of their sect. The ponytail student questioned the severity of their punishment, mentioning that the Grand Master is known to be gentle. The brown-hair student agreed and decided to leave. Lan Bin expressed his frustration with their lack of belief, but Zihao reassured him, saying he had an idea. Zihao enticed the students by mentioning a hidden space in the inner gate, a vast fairyland on Earth. The ponytail student, intrigued by the idea, agreed to go with them. However, on their journey, the other students voiced their skepticism about Zihao and Lan Bin's claims. The ponytail student commented that they didn't appear to be the strongest individuals in the academy, while the brown-hair student dismissed them as mere fools. The brown-hair student noticed that they were actually in the school's backyard and questioned Zihao and Lan Bin about their promise to show them the inner gate. The ponytail student expressed doubt, suspecting that they might be joking. In response, Lan Bin assured the students that they would go to the inner courtyard later and handed one of them a timer. Reluctantly, the brown-hair student agreed to proceed. As the timer started, Lan Bin surprised the student by instantly teleporting to another planet. Meanwhile, the ponytail student witnessed Zihao also unleashing his power. This spectacle caught the attention of Jensen, who became curious and decided to investigate the situation. Zihao and Lan Bin clashed as soon as they unleashed their power, baffling both students as they fought. Their battle carried on to another planet before returning to Earth. Zihao's attack was deflected by Lan Bin, resulting in a huge explosion that angered the citizens, who cursed the Immortal Academy. Eventually, the students understood the reason behind their punishment, and felt that a mere 1,000-year sentence was inadequate. Zihao and Lan Bin unleashed their full power, but Jensen intervened, stopping Zihao with a single slap. Lan Bin received a similar slap, causing them to crash to the ground. Zihao then asked the students to become their disciples, and although hesitant, they reluctantly agreed. The two students faced ridicule from their peers due to their attire. They explained that their teachers had compelled them to wear the clothes. The student with a ponytail clarified that these outfits represented soldiers, emphasizing that as they progressed to the sinking stage, they would receive proper military uniforms, distinguishing between individuals, centurions, and grand centurions. One of the students inquired about the whereabouts of their masters, only to discover that they were in jail. The brown-haired student remarked that now they would have to go to the jail for their lessons. The ponytail student added that they also had to bring them food every day, as their masters were sentenced to a 300-year imprisonment. The other students consoled the two students and offered good news to lift their spirits. The gray-haired student revealed a secret world discovered by astronauts near the dwarves while they were peeing in space. This incredible alien world had just one unrestricted entrance, and when asked what it was, the gray-haired student responded that it was filled with monsters, piquing the curiosity of the others. Yellow Hair expressed confusion about what was so strange, mentioning that the 4 kings of monsters were still present in their college. Gray Hair clarified that the real issue was that the monsters in the secret world possessed the superpowers of Earth's heroes. The Superman Alliance was planning to deploy their own heroes to combat these monsters, with dwarves, elves, orcs, and other races joining forces as well. While the Alliance claimed to assist in the investigation, their true intention was to eliminate all the monsters. The others grew excited and expressed their desire to participate. However, Gray Hair mentioned that League rules required parental accompaniment, preventing their immediate involvement. Gray Hair grew frustrated when he sought guidance from his master, only to be instructed to continue training. Yellow Hair suggested finding Lu Xiaobei and Lu Xiaolu, but Ponytail warned against it, deeming them even more peculiar than their own masters. Brown Hair, noticing a newcomer, addressed him, noting that his clothing differed from theirs and inquired if he was also from their college. Jensen explained that the costume belonged to an earlier era. Yellow Hair pondered aloud about who they could seek help from in their current situation. Ponytail expressed a wish for the Grand Master to guide them, but Yellow Hair dismissed it as a mere dream, stating that the whereabouts of the historical master were unknown. Brown Hair exclaimed in awe, wondering if Jensen was one of the first students of their college. Jensen replied acknowledging his connection but hinting at a significant time gap with the thought. "Thousands of years earlier than your master." The students found Jensen intriguing, admiring his cool costume. Gray Hair then asked Jensen if he knew about the secret place, and pleaded for his help in accompanying them there. The students eagerly begged for Jensen's assistance. Yielding to their requests, Jensen agreed, prompting the students to cheer. However, Brown Hair expressed concern about potential punishment for sneaking out. Jensen reassured them, saying that when he takes them out, nobody should say anything. He secretly planned to inform Mingqi and the others about their excursion. In the Superman League, Guang Bai expressed his intention to resign. President was taken aback by this news, questioning Guang Bai's decision to leave. Guang Bai firmly believed that the Earth no longer required his presence. The president raised concerns about the implications for Superman Academy and the upcoming otherworldly trials. However, Guang Bai asserted that no one at Superman Academy possessed the ability to assist in the current situation. Determined, Guang Bai stated that he had made up his mind to depart. The president inquired about Guang Bai's destination upon leaving. Guang Bai responded with determination to embark on a journey in search of his faith. Mingqi received information about her disciple Xiaoming taking the others to the secret realm. Concerned about their safety, Mingqi remarked on Xiaoming's youthful and headstrong nature, noting that he had not yet attained refined qi. She intended to bring him back, but upon spotting Xiaoming and the others with Jensen, she pretended not to notice. A student expressed worry about their safety, to which Mingqi responded, stating that they were currently safer than anyone else. Mingqi and Xiaolu received a sovereign order from Yansen, informing them that he would take their disciples to play for a few days. President announced that it was a significant day, marking a 600-year interval since the previous occurrence of such an event. Recently, Earth had discovered a mysterious world neighboring our own. Surprisingly, the monsters in this world possessed extraordinary superpowers akin to heroes. Exploring the entrance, a 2.1 billion-year-old spaceship, our astronauts found it empty. Due to the inherent dangers, Earth planned to dispatch multiple colleges and external forces to aid in the investigation, ensuring peace. Additionally, this venture presented an opportunity to train the new generation, leading to the event being dubbed Earth's first child-raising event. The president welcomed everyone to attend the event and began reading the list of participants, including Hooper from the Vampire Academy. Demigod asked Lord Poseidon about the need to their destination. God interjected, expressing frustration at having flown for 600 years. Poseidon explained that it was a rule set by God King Zeus, forbidding gods who could fight from using their powers in the area of Earth. God questioned the vastness of Earth's area and wondered about the secrets of the mysterious world. Poseidon revealed that the world was once a battlefield between the gods and the Earth's superpower academy, where Zeus's father and all the gods were ultimately defeated. Demigod asked Poseidon if there was anyone else in the world as remarkable as the mysterious figure they were discussing. Poseidon, uncertain of the individual's strength, mentioned that even the father of Zeus and his uncles had no opportunity to face him. Since that person's disappearance, they had been searching for him. Poseidon suggested that they continue their journey, as they were nearing Olympus. The people were taken aback when they learned that Hooper would be leading the team. They assumed that Hooper, as a powerful parent, was enthusiastic about educating the next generation. Xiaoming teasingly approached the students from the Vampire Academy, recalling a previous incident where they had stumbled during a kindergarten rally. However, Xiaoming's surprise grew when he noticed Hooper's high level of cultivation. One of the Vampire Academy's students proudly introduced Hooper as their principal and the maximum level creator. They assured others that if anyone faced danger inside, they could ask for their assistance, emphasizing their open-mindedness. Xiaoming, feeling annoyed, reacted to the situation. Xiaoming expressed his disdain, questioning how they could dare to invite a Ding Feng creator to join them. He claimed that if his master were present, they would not stand a chance against him. In response, the Vampire Academy student retorted, asking who had brought Xiaoming there in the first place. Hooper was taken aback when he saw Yansen, and before he could react, Ponytail swiftly escorted Yansen away. The vampire student intended to mock Yansen but was halted by an apprehensive Hooper. Ponytail inquired if Yansen was acquainted with Hooper, to which Yansen responded that they were not particularly close. Meanwhile, the three kings of chaos, who were also leading their teams, were astonished to see Yansen among the participants. The dwarf creator suddenly recalled a pressing matter and hastily announced his departure, much to the confusion of his subordinate. The dwarf creator cryptically remarked that his subordinate had no knowledge of the situation. The students were perplexed as they observed Yansen. The president decided to get straight to the point, urging everyone to proceed without further delay. In Olympus, Demigod questioned his father about the identities of the individuals present. God reassured him, stating that they were all gods. However, he clarified that among the 12 gods, only Zeus possessed true power. When Demigod asked about Zeus, God confirmed that Zeus was the supreme ruler of all gods in the universe. God asked Poseidon, expressing curiosity about why they were willing to take the risk of pursuing the formidable individual they had been discussing. Poseidon responded with determination, stating that it was for revenge. He explained that their father's generation had been annihilated by that very person. Poseidon believed that Zeus's power had surpassed the limits of godhood, and this time, they had a real chance to defeat him. Demigod, intrigued, questioned what kind of power could transcend the concept of gods. Poseidon admitted that he did not know, as he had never experienced such power himself. He hinted that understanding it would only be possible when one surpassed the limits of godhood. They stood before Zeus, and Poseidon proposed that they pay their respects to the god king. However, to their astonishment, they discovered that Zeus was just a baby. Zeus innocently asked if they had brought any toys, confusing both god and demigod. Zeus commanded their execution after seeing they didn't have any toys, instilling fear in god and demigod. Poseidon intervened, reminding Zeus that they were not there to buy toys but rather to learn about Earth, as Zeus had instructed them. Zeus seemed to understand and inquired if they had been to Earth. God affirmed that he had been there, and engaged in a battle with someone. Zeus presented a picture of an individual and inquired if they were defeated by that person. God responded by showing a picture of the one who had defeated them. Zeus seemed uncertain, expressing his lack of knowledge about the individual. Poseidon recalled him as the inventor of wearing underwear outside, but Zeus remained unsure. Poseidon suggested that he be sent to investigate, and determine if it was indeed the same person after all these billions of years, indicating a willingness to undertake the task. Zeus commended God for his efforts and assured him that if he answered truthfully, he would be treated well. Zeus requested detailed information about the powers the individual used to defeat him and all the knowledge they had about him. As a display of his power, Zeus created a vast universe, surpassing the size of the universe within God's own body. He offered this universe to God as a reward for his dedicated service in upholding the law. Overwhelmed with gratitude, God knelt before Zeus and expressed his heartfelt thanks. God expressed his curiosity to Zeus about how their feud with the powerful man began. Zeus explained that long ago, there were multiple god kings, including himself and the giant Norse god, Odin. The gods from Olympus and Asgard Temple were historically at odds, engaging in intense battles. One fateful day, while fighting over the small planet Earth, an accident occurred. Unexpectedly, a human appeared and effortlessly defeated the gods with a single strike, leaving them unable to react. The man then disappeared, and the incident resulted in the destruction of both temples. It took an immense span of 2.1 billion years to rebuild and recover from the devastation. Zeus revealed that his father and Odin's father were among the casualties of that monumental battle. God expressed concern about why they would continue to pursue the powerful man despite the devastating outcome of their previous encounter. Poseidon reassured God, stating that with Zeus, the king of the gods, now able to reach such heights of power, defeating the ancient gods would not be a problem. Zeus then instructed them to leave, indicating that there were still matters to be discussed. Poseidon suggested sending a god to Earth to investigate the powerful man, but Zeus reminded him that Earth was forbidden for the gods as they would be sensed upon arrival. Zeus then inquired about Athena's whereabouts, and Poseidon informed him that she was still on top of Olympus and had not returned. Realizing the importance of the situation, Zeus decided to send Aphrodite, the goddess of love and joy, as she had no battle power. Poseidon agreed to inform Eros about the mission. However, Zeus had another idea and suggested sending Athena as well, urging her to stop playing around and prioritize her responsibilities. Zeus believed that with Athena's wisdom, she could protect Eros and potentially bring him back if he were in danger, leaving a chance for resurrection. God and demigod encountered Thor and his companion, who quickly captured them and made their escape. Meanwhile, upon reaching the monster nebula, the group was informed that individuals over 1,000 years old were not allowed to enter. A monster explained that their strength had already exceeded the limits of the game. The dwarf creator expressed frustration, stating that they had come all this way only to be denied entry. The monster reiterated that rules were rules and clarified that although monsters had been afraid of the heroes, they had moved out of Earth and held no grudges. They had agreed to assist the heroes in the investigation to save face. The monster urged everyone to remain peaceful, as they were civilized beasts. Ponytail worried about Jensen not being able to enter due to the age rule. The monster warned everyone not to attempt to bypass it, and provided a tool to measure age. Frustrated, Hooper looked on as Jensen cleverly disguised himself as a younger man. Jensen assured the others that hiding one's current power was a mandatory skill in the cultivation of immortality, and considered himself a professional at it. The students were astonished by his transformation. Jensen's turn came, and he was found to be 9 years old from the Superman Alliance, successfully passing the age requirement. Hooper also passed the test. Ponytail was amazed by Jensen's abilities, while the others couldn't determine Jensen's rank due to their lower levels. The monster explained that they were in the Monster Nebula, a vast space with numerous galaxies and planets. It was once a battlefield between the gods, and the monsters now lived there after the gods disappeared. Each planet in the nebula was inhabited by different alien monsters. The monster emphasized their commitment to peace and cooperation with the Superman Alliance, allowing them to investigate for 7 days. Lan discovered that the Immortal Academy was also present at the event, and she hoped to meet someone she knew. She believed that following the Immortal Academy, who inherited great power from their ancestor, would provide a strong guarantee for success. Lan made her way to Jensen's group, and Jensen was taken aback by her presence, thinking she had already retired. Curious, Lan inquired about the whereabouts of their elder leaders. The students pointed towards Jensen, referring to him as their senior. Intrigued, Lan couldn't shake the feeling that she recognized Jensen's eyes. Lan assumed that they were the new students of this year's Immortal Academy. Ponytail confirmed that their masters were Xiaolu, Mingqi, Zihao, and Lan Bin. Astonished, Lan realized that these disciples were trained by the 4 strongest Immortal class members whom she had examined during their graduation. She commended their master's choice and found the students to be adorable. Jensen, however, pointed out that he was not one of their disciples and questioned if Lan, as a former hero, was retired. Lan acknowledged her retirement but expressed her desire to accompany and guide the younger generation. Brown Hair asked Lan when she arrived, as he didn't notice her earlier. Lan explained that they arrived early because they only had 7 days to investigate the planet, which was teeming with numerous species. Brown Hair then inquired about where they should begin their investigation. Lan replied that they should start by exploring the ancestral graves of the monsters. They reached their destination, the Keith Nebula, where the monster informed them that this is the place they would be investigating. Some of the students expressed dissatisfaction and questioned if it was a trap. The monster pleaded with the Earth heroes to stop, stating that they had already disturbed all of their ancestral graves. Brown Hair called out Xiaohua, asking what they were doing. Xiaohua replied that they were practicing the feng shui method taught by their master, emphasizing the importance of considering feng shui before disturbing a grave. Brown Hair expressed doubt, but Xiaohua insisted that the entrance was beneath them. Lan showcased her impressive power by destroying the ground, astonishing everyone, including Jensen, who realized that Lan had become immortal. They entered the tomb, and the monster warned them that he couldn't go any further, not wanting to witness his ancestral tomb being disturbed. He cautioned them about potential traps and left nervously, leaving Jensen suspicious of his behavior. Xiaohua noticed numerous murals in the tomb, while Ponytail found it odd that there were graffiti and unfamiliar paintings related to Superman. Lan identified the paintings as depicting the history of monsters and heroes. Ponytail asked if Lan could read the words on the stone wall, and she confirmed that she had learned them before, finding them familiar as some words were still used by heroes. Lan began reading the inscription on the stone wall, revealing that the narrator was born on an ordinary farm on Earth with extraordinary powers. This revelation surprised Ponytail. Lan asked for a moment to organize the information, as the inscription appeared to be a bit disorganized. During Lan's attempt to read the inscription again, the carvings unexpectedly lit up, causing Hooper to intervene and get injured in the process. Jensen swiftly pulled Lan back and shielded the group from the powerful surge of energy. Jensen himself sustained minor damage but grew curious about the situation. Ponytail expressed astonishment at the immense energy released, noting that even Hooper was bleeding from the shock. Xiaohua, on the other hand, marveled at Jensen's ability to catch the energy with just one hand. Lan thanked Jensen for saving them and insisted that she recognized him as the powerful person she mentioned earlier. However, Jensen denied it and claimed not to know the person she was referring to. Lan, however, was certain that he was the one she was talking about, as no one else possessed such incredible power. Jensen questioned why his hand was burned if he possessed such immense strength. Lan acknowledged that the person she was referring to was indeed difficult to harm. Jensen reiterated that he was just the 599th student and not the person she believed him to be. Lan started to doubt her judgment. The students, impressed by Jensen's abilities, eagerly requested him to teach them a secret technique. Jensen agreed and assured them that they would learn it quickly. Jensen urged Lan to continue reading the murals. Meanwhile, the monster reported to their primordial king about the situation. The primordial king inquired if the children, who were the future of Earth's heroes, had been shaken to death in the tomb. The monster hesitated, unsure of the outcome. The primordial king insisted on hearing the bad news first. The monster revealed that the children had survived the energy in the tomb and were still alive. However, there was also good news: the energy shield that had trapped them in the Kiska system had been broken by one of the children. The monsters showed the primordial king a picture of Jensen, and he expressed disbelief that someone had survived the energy wave from the mural. The ancestor questioned if there could still be a person like that in their world. Lon read the inscription, revealing the name, William Force Henry, and his extraordinary birth on an ordinary farm on Earth. The inscription spoke of a chaotic world inhabited by monsters, demi-humans, and humans, with humans being the weakest group. Lon continued reading the inscription, which described how William was born with extraordinary powers. Despite his unique abilities, he longed for a normal life and questioned the origin of his power. His parents, instead of emphasizing responsibility, encouraged him to rule the world. However, William had no interest in power or fulfilling a special mission assigned by a higher power. All he desired was to live as an ordinary human being. Henry, at the age of 6, witnessed a significant crisis that unfolded on Earth. A child asks Henry why he's wearing a teacher's tablecloth. Henry responds playfully, saying it's cool. The child questions if Henry can fight monsters while dressed like that. Henry confidently claims he can defeat monsters with a single slap. The child calls him a liar, citing Henry's height. The child expresses their aspiration to join the Technology Alliance when they grow up, believing they are the only ones capable of fighting monsters. The Technology Alliance received an alert about an alien planet heading towards Earth, but their current technology was insufficient to stop it. Meanwhile, on a planet located 1,300 trillion light-years away from Earth, a powerful lord discussed his plan to attack Earth. The lord boasted about modifying the orbit of a star using a gravitational device, intending to crash it into Earth without needing to personally fly a spaceship. This destructive move would allow the Lord to wipe out Earth from the comfort of their own planet. The people panicked and thought it was all over. However, Henry made his move and sent the planet back to the aliens. Lon was shocked that Henry managed to do this at 6 years old. Lon noticed that Jensen was cooking fish while she was narrating the story and felt offended. Jensen claimed to have been listening attentively, but Lon called him out on pretending. She also questioned where he had obtained the fish. Jensen responded confidently, stating that he had a whole ocean in his hand. Lon remained skeptical, refusing to believe that he wasn't Jensen based on his demeanor and behavior. While Jensen was cooking, he took the opportunity to train the students, further convincing Lon that he was indeed Jensen. However, he interrupted her by handing her the cooked fish, leaving the students confused upon hearing his name. Jensen encouraged Lon to continue with the story, but she became furious, accusing him of behaving like a mischievous grandfather despite his age. She scolded him for his actions, expressing her disappointment. At the age of 6, Henry discovered his extraordinary abilities, unaware of his limits. The Technology Alliance was astonished to learn that a child had saved the world. From that moment, Henry became the Earth's first superhero with superpowers, the pioneer of his generation. The Earth Technology Alliance building transformed into the Earth's Superman Alliance building. Henry continued to protect humanity, saving them from countless threats and establishing the first Superman Academy on Earth. As he grew older, his speed and strength reached their pinnacle. There was no problem that he couldn't solve with a single move. The reputation of the Academy soared, surpassing the desire to rule the world himself. During that time, Henry encountered Gump, a monster capable of obliterating the entire universe. He considered it the ultimate challenge for someone like him, who possessed godlike powers. With a single strike, he defeated Gump, who then laid an egg and vowed to confront him again the following year. However, Henry managed to seize the egg before it could escape. After annihilating the monster that posed a threat to humanity, Henry stored the eggs it had released in his home. He effortlessly defeated the gods and titans that followed, believing that they had created him. However, he soon realized that he was just an ordinary being. Despite ushering in an era of boundless peace on Earth, Henry found himself engulfed in a profound emptiness. The absence of worthy adversaries left him feeling desolate and pondering the extent of his own capabilities. As he reached middle age, this sensation peaked, becoming unbearable. Consumed by despair, he contemplated ending his own existence. Through his extraordinary abilities, Henry altered the Earth's magnetic field, ensuring that future generations would be born with powers like him. Henry, unable to end his life due to his immortality, made the decision to enter a deep slumber. Setting a specific start date, he disconnected his power source, knowing that only someone of equal strength could awaken him from his dormant state. Lon realized the truth, that their superpowers originated from Henry, their ancestor. Jensen, on the other hand, expressed disappointment upon learning that Henry had already passed away. Xiaohua successfully harnessed the dragon qi, impressing Jensen. However, Lan became panicked and expressed her concern about the children possessing the power to potentially harm the Earth. She questioned the reasoning behind allowing them to have such dangerous abilities. Jensen reassured her that everything would be fine. The monster ancestor observed the group and realized that Jensen presented an opportunity for them to return to Earth. However, the monster warned against attempting to absorb Jensen's energy, as he had previously withstood a powerful attack from Henry. The monster also noted the presence of several creators, further complicating their plans. The primordial king reassured the monster that they had a plan to deal with the creators and obtain their power. Showing a picture of the 4 monster kings, the ancestor promised to return soon as their grandfather. Jensen and the others encountered multiple passages and decided to split up. Jensen directed Lan to a specific passage, but she insisted on sticking with him. Eventually, the group divided into 4 teams, each taking a different passage. The primordial king decided it was time to act and unleashed a powerful illusion using his superpower. The monster expressed doubts about the effectiveness of the illusion, but the primordial king assured him that it was no ordinary illusion. Despite his diminished strength, the primordial king believed in his innate godlike power and instructed the monster to handle the situation at hand. Hooper's group realized that their powers were being drained. The dwarf creator also noticed the illusion and saw the elven and orc creators bowing before him, pledging their allegiance. Although the dwarf creator recognized it as an illusion, he found himself enjoying the spectacle. The primordial king was satisfied with the success of manipulating their desires to his advantage. The illusion affected the elven and orc creators as well, making them believe that the other creators were bowing to them. Meanwhile, Hooper remained confident, realizing that the illusion was based on desires and claiming that he didn't have many desires. However, his confidence quickly vanished when he saw Jensen within the illusion. Upon seeing Jensen within the illusion, Hooper immediately knelt before him. Jensen asked him if he wanted to serve him, and Hooper gladly accepted, feeling pleased with his decision. As the primordial king witnessed this, he felt his power returning and realized that the creators were stronger than he had anticipated. He set his sights on targeting Jensen next, believing that by absorbing his power, he would become unstoppable. Jensen observed as the powers of the others were being absorbed and then witnessed an illusion depicting his clan thriving and his disciples spreading across the heavenly realm. However, Jensen remained unimpressed and instead created his own artificial heavenly realm, leaving the primordial king shocked. The monster advised the primordial king to give up, but he refused, determined to face Jensen in battle, as he couldn't believe that a human like Jensen had no desires. The primordial king attempted to entice Jensen with money, spirit stones, and even beautiful women, but none of it had any effect on him. Frustrated by Jensen's lack of desires, the primordial king suddenly realized that he had defeated Henry and conquered Earth. Confused, he questioned how this had happened since he was the one who had cast the illusion moments ago. Jensen realized that the entire journey, including the cemetery and the trip, were all part of a deception orchestrated by the ancestor. The seal was real, but everything else was a ploy to eliminate them. Feeling deceived and angry, Jensen decided that he would no longer hold back and confront the primordial king without any politeness. Realizing they had been caught in their deceit, the primordial king and the monster begged Jensen for mercy. However, Jensen unleashed his power, destroying multiple planets in his wrath. In the midst of his display of immense power, he also managed to save the others from harm. The students were astonished by the extent of Jensen's abilities, while Hooper, was weakened by having his powers absorbed. The primordial king refused to accept defeat and unleashed the power of the infinite black hole. Yensen, undeterred, moved closer to the black hole. Lan, concerned for their safety, called out to Yensen and reminded him to be precise in his actions, considering they were still in the area. The students were astounded as they realized that Yensen was their great teacher all along, leaving them in a state of shock. The monsters, seeing an opportunity while Yensen was occupied, ordered the nebula monsters to capture the hostages. With their powers drained, the monsters believed they had the upper hand. Lan, ready to fight, prepared herself to face the monsters, while Yensen confronted the formidable primordial king. As the overwhelming number of monsters closed in on them, Hooper's weakened state prevented him from joining the fight. Lan grew increasingly concerned about their dire situation. However, Xiaohua refused to stand idle and harnessed the dragon chi, launching it at the approaching monsters. Lan anxiously reminded Xiaohua to detonate it at a safe distance. Hooper used his power to shield everyone from the ensuing explosion, while Lan tightly held on to the students. The immense power of Xiaohua's technique left the others in awe and disbelief. As the primordial king boasted about his invincibility within his realm, being the embodiment of infinity, he reveled in the power he gained from absorbing the energy of the black hole. Yet Yensen remained unfazed by his display of power. Yensen, recognizing the primordial king's affinity for absorbing power, made a bold move by offering him an overwhelming surge of energy. The primordial king, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the power he was absorbing, pleaded for Yensen to stop. However, the power overload reached its peak, resulting in a massive explosion. Meanwhile, Henry's sleep system detected a huge amount of energy, causing Henry to awaken. Poseidon informed Zeus about the presence of Eros and Athena, expressing the urgency to seize Earth if the person they encountered is not Henry. Zeus instructed Poseidon to gather all the gods and prepare for battle. Suddenly, Zeus felt something bad is going to happen. As the black hole began to collapse, the primordial king attempted to escape by spitting out an egg, but Yensen swiftly caught it. When they landed on the ground, the students immediately surrounded Yensen, addressing him as their grandmaster. And so, this adventure concludes. The battlefield of the gods, home to the ancestor of monsters, was exposed and resolved by Yensen. The eggs of the primordial master were collected by Yensen and kept in his modern home, attracting admiration from the later generations of beasts. A brief period of peace settled upon the Immortality Academy. Meanwhile, God and the demigod were brought before Odin, who inquired about the situation on Earth. God explained the events that had transpired. Thor and Odin's daughter found their account credible, and questioned the possibility of Henry still being alive. Odin, however, dismissed the idea of collaborating with Zeus, expressing disdain for a god who wears only underwear. Poseidon suggested to Odin that they should consider working with the gods of the northern universe, considering the uncertainty surrounding Henry's survival. However, Zeus adamantly refused the idea, expressing his disdain for the gods with chicken feathers on their heads. He believed that the most important matter at hand was determining who would possess Earth and become the ultimate ruler. Yensen received a call from the president of the Superman League, who wanted to discuss the galactic defense plan with him. The president explained that due to the rapid growth of Yensen's students, the solar system was no longer able to accommodate them. He requested Yensen's assistance in setting up a magical formation to address this issue. Yensen agreed to the request, assuring the president that it was a simple task and that he would take care of it. This relieved the president. Yensen acknowledged that as someone who had been around for hundreds of years, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't handle such a task. He decided to delegate the job to Xiaolu, who had advanced to the level of Daxian and chose to conceal his presence. Yensen realized that there was a risk of accidentally breaking it. He decided to provide the necessary materials for Xiaolu to complete the task. Aphrodite and Athena walked the streets of Earth, drawing the attention of everyone they encountered. Aphrodite expressed her disdain for the pervert Earthlings, considering them weak. Athena reminded her to refrain from charming others, as their god-king had instructed them to be more restrained during their mission. Aphrodite denied charming anyone, but Athena saw through her facade. As Aphrodite enjoyed the adoration of the people around her, Athena chose to separate herself from her companion. Athena examined Jensen's sketch, discussing their two objectives, determining if he was Henry and seeking revenge if he was, or sparking a war with Odin if he wasn't. However, her attention quickly shifted when she noticed a man advertising liquor, and she became sidetracked, indulging in drinking. Meanwhile, Aphrodite continued to charm people around them. Aphrodite was surprised to find that her charm had no effect on a person who passed by her. Confused and intrigued, she couldn't understand why her arrows of love, which could charm even gods, had no effect on him. Determined to uncover the truth, she decided to follow Jensen, intrigued by his resistance to her powers as the goddess of love. Aphrodite, determined to charm Jensen, attempted various tactics but found them all ineffective. Frustrated by Jensen's resistance, she resorted to disguising herself as a reporter to approach him. She asked him if he had ever been in love, to which Jensen responded that he hadn't seen a woman in thousands of years. Aphrodite expressed surprise at the idea of going without love for thousands of years and questioned if humans on Earth could live that long. Jensen dismissed the notion, stating that he found women annoying and they disturbed his rest. Aphrodite then asked what he was currently doing, to which Jensen replied that he was hungry and tasked by the Alliance with creating a formation specialized in slaying gods. Jensen mentioned that his disciples had been growing rapidly and accidentally caused an explosion in a galaxy. As a result, he intended to create a formation capable of killing gods to keep them in check. Aphrodite was taken aback by this revelation, but tried to laugh it off. She expressed her interest in seeing the formation, to which Jensen casually agreed. Thor and her sister arrived on Earth, contemplating the idea of declaring war instead of conducting an investigation. Thor expressed confidence in his abilities, stating that aside from Poseidon and Apollo, there was no one on Earth who posed a threat to him. Jensen arranged the fruits on the table, explaining to Aphrodite that this was the formation he mentioned. Each fruit represented a celestial body, such as the orange representing the sun and the apple representing Earth. Jensen activated the formation, causing barriers to form around the planets, symbolizing their protection. Thor and his sister attempted to leave but were forcefully pushed back to Earth by the powerful formation. They wondered if the person who created the seal could be an Earthling with god-level strength. Thor was skeptical, believing that there couldn't be a warrior of that caliber on Earth. Determined to continue their mission, they decided to search for their father and verify if the man they encountered was indeed Henry. Spotting students from the Immortal Academy, Thor and his sister recognized their uniforms and decided to follow them. Thor and his sister arrived at the Immortal Academy and were taken aback by the presence of fierce beasts. Xiaoming and Xiaohua hesitated to enter, expressing their fear of the dangerous creatures within. Loki was hesitant to enter, but Thor reassured her, stating that as gods, there was no one on Earth, except Henry, who could defeat them. He believed that there was no one on Earth with such high power to pose a threat to them. Xiaoming and Xiaohua, who were unfamiliar with the inner gate, were greeted by Janaka, who recognized them as the students of Master Mingqi and Xiaolu. Janaka invited them to enter, as Lingling and Anan, the clan protectors, also recognized them. Lingling and Anan were excited to see the two boys, whom they identified as the students raised by Wu Mingqi and Sun Xiaolu. They assured Xiaoming and Xiaohua that the inner gate was a safe place. Lingling expressed the desire to take on a student, but Jensen, despite being stronger than Mingqi and Xiaolu, did not permit it. As Janaka returned with food, Thor swiftly grabbed him and warned him not to make a sound. Thor demanded to know their location, and Janaka responded by writing on the ground. Confused, Thor questioned the Immortal Academy and its purpose. Suddenly, Thor sensed a powerful pressure bearing down on them. Lingling expressed her annoyance at being underestimated and revealed that she could see through Thor's concealment. Thor, astonished to encounter god-level beings on Earth, introduced himself as the son of Odin, the gods of the north. Lingling clarified that she was not a god and declared that intruders in the clan's forbidden area must die. Lingling's attack wounded Thor, catching him off guard. Anan and Lingling expressed their determination to defeat the intruders. Thor and Loki tried to reason with them, suggesting that they should introduce themselves before engaging in a battle between gods. However, Lingling paid no attention to their words and continued to attack. Thor unleashed his power while Loki activated her god's domain. Loki cautioned Thor about the potential destruction of the universe if he used his full power. However, Thor expressed indifference towards the consequences. He struck Lingling with his hammer, causing a tear in space, but it quickly healed, and Lingling remained unscathed. This surprised both Thor and Loki. Lingling and Anon declared themselves as powerful demon beasts serving their lord. They prepared to launch their attacks, prompting Thor to instruct Loki to leave and inform others about the situation on Earth. Thor insisted on handling the situation alone and assured Loki that he had a plan. Anon attacked, but it was dodged by Thor. However, he was hit by Lingling. Loki made her escape, but she was pursued by Anon, causing Loki to cry and express her intention to go home. Thor recalled the energy Odin gave him. He then throws the item toward Xiaoming and Xiaohua. Lingling and Anon protected the boys as an explosion happened. The two boys were worried seeing Lingling and Anon were injured, but Anon assured them that they are fine. Anon and Lingling noticed a bead containing a trace of power from the god of transformation realm. They discussed how powerful the intruders were and suspected the presence of a god at the transformation level behind them. Lingling suggested reporting the situation to the clan master to unravel the intrigue behind their sudden arrival on Earth. Jensen expressed annoyance with Aphrodite for persistently following him. Aphrodite tried to justify her actions by claiming she found him interesting, although she secretly cursed him. Jensen encountered someone who resembled Henry, but quickly dismissed him. Aphrodite asked about a key to unlock a locked door, and Jensen confirmed its existence. He then surprised her by throwing a walnut, which she found confusing. Henry sensed the presence of a god nearby. Jensen explained that the walnut was the key, serving as the eye of the formation, allowing a way back for the person under the formation's influence. Jensen noticed that Aphrodite had vanished. It was then shown that Henry had captured her. Henry expressed his disdain for the gods and questioned Aphrodite's purpose on Earth. He disregarded the walnut, which Aphrodite recognized as the key to her home. As Henry introduced himself, Aphrodite was taken aback by his identity. Henry emphasized that Earth was not a suitable realm for the gods and proceeded to confine Aphrodite within a created universe temporarily. Jensen arrived at the location where Henry and Aphrodite had been earlier and found the situation intriguing. Henry approached a nearby vendor and inquired about the location of the Superman Academy. The vendor, curious about someone wanting to enroll at the Superman Academy, provided directions, instructing Henry to continue straight ahead and then turn right next to the garbage. This guidance would lead him to the Superman Academy. Henry, dissatisfied with the state of the Superman Academy, approached the reception desk and expressed his desire to apply for a teaching position. His statement caught the man at the desk by surprise, leading him to quickly sign Henry to a contract, making him an instant member of the Academy. Henry inquired about the need to take a test before joining the Academy, referring to the rules. The Red Cape ignored the rules and pointed out that Henry had already pressed his handprint, indicating his commitment. The man rejoiced, realizing that they had finally recruited someone after a span of 600 years. The Superman Academy's remaining students were surprised by Henry's arrival. He introduced himself as their new teacher, prompting the students, who had only stayed because classes were non-existent, to head out. However, Henry stopped them by showcasing his extraordinary power. He explained that he could not just shift space, but also bring the entire galaxy into his realm. Within this space, one could wield godlike abilities, altering destinies of individuals, species, and even Earth's history. The mention of snapping fingers to erase half of universal life left everyone astonished. Amidst this, Jensen observed planetary changes, while the students grappled with shock over Henry's incredible capabilities. Henry revealed that the displayed power was just one among numerous superpowers available. He hinted at showcasing only a fraction of divine abilities. Witnessing this, the students bowed in reverence, addressing him as their master. The lessons commenced. Henry began by explaining that superpowers stemmed from cosmic magnetic fields, with everyone capable of sensing them at birth, termed innate power. Strengthening these abilities depended on one's comprehension and perception. This too was a gift. Additionally, there existed acquired superpowers, which some could activate until age 30. He emphasized against discouragement, highlighting that acquired powers were on par with innate ones. Hard work could lead to an array of abilities. One skeptical student believed each person could only possess a single superpower. But Henry demonstrated two distinct abilities that shocked the students. Henry persisted with his teachings, and the student population gradually increased. Meanwhile, Jensen chose to take a taxi instead of flying to the Superpower Academy, explaining it was a matter of politeness. Simultaneously, Athena grew puzzled about Aphrodite's whereabouts. Suddenly, Aphrodite's voice reached Athena, revealing she was within Henry's dimensional space. This surprised Athena, prompting her to consider informing the other gods about Henry's appearance. Aphrodite insisted on being rescued, to which Athena assured her that Henry was a hero and wouldn't harm her. Athena suggested waiting for her release. Aphrodite then urged Athena to notify their clan to stay away from Earth due to the ongoing chaos caused by an immensely powerful individual, potentially even more powerful than Henry. Aphrodite emphasized the urgency of the situation and pleaded with Athena to alert their family. Athena acted swiftly, dialing the divine service line to alert them about the dangerous state of Earth. However, she received a tardy response, as the god of consciousness had already been apprehended, and it was determined that the man in black was not Henry, and was informed that the others were already on their way. Thor and Loki, having suffered defeat, made similar calls, echoing the warning of Earth's danger. Thor revealed details about the Immortal Cultivation Academy, a powerful institution on Earth, and its immensely strong janitor. They admitted to their defeat and expressed concern that the Academy's master, Jensen, might surpass even Henry in strength. They were informed that Odin and their uncles were en route to Earth, intent on engaging in a conflict with Zeus. As Athena considered her next steps, a man approached demanding payment. He claimed she had been at his disco bar for a week without settling the bill. Confused, Athena mentioned she had paid in gold, but the man dismissed it, explaining that the bar accepted payment in spiritual crystals, as indicated by a sign on the door. Realizing she lacked such a crystal, the man warned that trouble awaited her, given that the bar was under the Immortal Cultivation Academy's ownership. Consequently, Athena was led to a dungeon to work off her debt. In the cell, she encountered two distressed women who revealed they had been abducted and were destined to be sold as wives to aliens. Their difficulty ignited Athena's anger. Determined to assist them, she inquired about a way to help. One of the women suggested tearing a seal. Athena tore the seal. She found herself apprehended by Zihao, who questioned her about the possibility of more of her people arriving. Athena responded that she had planned to advise against further arrivals. Subsequently, she was imprisoned by Zihao and Lan Bin. After getting their freedom, Zihao and Lan Bin looked forward to the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Xiaolin met with 001, conveying crucial information about powerful invaders en route to Earth. These invaders surpassed even the god of consciousness in strength, and were numerous. Xiaolu acknowledged their growth but recognized the challenge of facing a group of gods. Despite this, she stressed that the invaders' primary goal remained the planet and sought 001's assistance. 001 inquired about Jensen. Xiaolu revealed that Jensen was occupied with exploring the extent of his own power, and asserted her determination to not let her teacher be disturbed and vowed to stop any incoming enemies. 001 revealed that, through a century of research, they had transformed themselves into a fusion of aura and nuclear power. Grateful for the magic weapon from the Immortal Cultivation Academy, they were determined to give their all. Although 001 couldn't guarantee the complete defeat of the invaders, they were confident in their ability to prevent them from reaching Earth. Hooper, sensing the impending danger, resolved to support their god, Jensen. In the Chaos World, the black and white mages chastised the three rulers for their inaction, prompting them to swiftly travel to Earth. In the Sword Cultivation Cave, immense dragons materialized in the sky. In a burst of light, Mingqi emerged, having successfully reached the Yuanying realm. Zihao and Lan Bin took note of Mingqi's newfound power, with Lan Bin recognizing her as the firstborn Yuanying realm. Xiaolu also shared in the happiness of Mingqi's progress. The president of the Superhero Association advised all heroes and beings to gather at the Immortal Cultivation Academy. A subordinate expressed concern about overcrowding, but the president assured that the academy could accommodate billions, even multiple galaxies if needed. As Mingqi readied herself for the impending battle, Zeus' army arrived at JB Nebula. Poseidon acknowledged the significance of the location, often referred to by locals as the god's battlefield or god's grave. He blamed Henry's intervention for preventing their victory over Odin's gang. Poseidon then declared that, under God King Zeus's orders, he held the supreme combat command. The immediate objective was to defeat Odin's gang of false gods and send them to Hades. A subordinate raised concerns about Earth, questioning whether their plan involved taking over the galaxy. Poseidon outlined their strategy. Once Odin's gang of false gods was defeated, the galaxy would naturally fall under their control. To counter Odin's gang's lack of martial prowess, Poseidon proposed sending a formidable fighting god to subdue them and bring them to the battlefield. Poseidon decided to send his nephew Apollo. Odin's army also arrived. Odin faced criticism from his wife, who suggested sending their daughter-in-law, Sif, Thor's fiancée, to confront Apollo. On Earth, Thor and Loki were in hiding from Anan and Lingling, who were determined to punish them for trespassing on clan territory. Apollo, in a daring move, extinguished the sun, plunging the Earth into darkness. This caused widespread panic as colors faded. Apollo deemed Earth unworthy of the sun's presence. However, Xiaolu intervened, unleashing a potent burst of energy that rekindled the sun, astonishing Apollo. Xiaolu then appeared before Apollo, issuing a challenge, and demanded to leave an arm before he left. Apollo disdained Xiaolu's cultivation level despite her being a max-level creator. He readied himself for an attack, and Xiaolu responded by using her flagless formation, the Genesis formation, which caught Apollo within her realm. She surprised Apollo by suddenly plunging him into the water. Enraged by Xiaolu's provocations, Apollo managed to counter her move and push her back. Apollo expressed his status as a max-level god, implying that it would be a joke for him to unleash his full power against a creator like her. He acknowledged her prowess but lamented that she was the sole earthling who could make him utilize his full might. Zihao intervened by holding Apollo from behind. Lanbin emphasized their distinction as not just ordinary creators, but rather the golden Taoist masters of the Earth Cultivation Academy. Sif and her subordinate watched in astonishment as the situation took an unexpected turn. Lanbin proceeded to strike Apollo, leaving Sif speechless. Sif's subordinate suggested she should easily resolve the situation. However, Sif dismissed the idea, acknowledging that the current adversaries were far from ordinary creators. She directed attention to Zihao, who was suppressing the sun god. Sif explained that the sun god's temperature naturally soared to extreme levels, and even a casual motion could annihilate a group of creators. Notably, Sif pointed out that the Zihao's hands showed signs of serious injury, indicating a power that increased with the severity of injuries, an indication of an unbounded and potentially limitless type of power. Sif stated that they still possessed the option of employing suppression tactics. However, she declared her aversion to engaging in battles with uncertainties. She mentioned the presence of another individual whose abilities remained unknown. Back at the Superman Academy, students continued their studies under Henry's guidance. The students expressed their desire to witness the ongoing battle. Henry, though, emphasized the importance of adhering to the rules of time regardless of external events. He abruptly dismissed the class, instructing the students to depart. As the students left, their astonishment grew upon seeing Jensen already present in the room. After some initial formalities, Jensen inquired about the core of the formation he had created. Henry responded that he hadn't known it was Jensen's creation, leading him to discard it. He assured Jensen that he would send someone to recover it and return it to him. Jensen expressed gratitude for Henry's consideration and moved to leave. However, Henry stopped him, realizing that Jensen hadn't just come to get the core. Henry suggested a fight. Jensen acknowledged that he had learned about Henry from inscriptions on stone walls. Having lived for more than 2,800 years, he had finally encountered someone with a similar life story. Jensen shared his journey from childhood, likening cultivation to the wind. He emphasized his suppression by his own potential and noted that those who regarded him as an adversary couldn't compare. He conveyed a lack of loneliness due to his limitless capabilities. While immortals usually refrain from wrongdoing or combat, Jensen expressed a desire to unleash his full potential today. Henry accepted Jensen's challenge and unleashed a powerful attack, causing a pause in the battle due to the energy surge. Despite the attack's power, Jensen remained unaffected, surprising Henry. Xiaolu realized Jensen's movements and instructed Zihao and Lan Bin to take out the two gods out of the galaxy. Zihao and Lan Bin released their power, revealing to be at demigod level. Sif called for reinforcements, but Mingqi confronted her, claiming superiority and threatening Sif. Simultaneously, separate battles unfolded between the two armies. Apollo informed Poseidon of Earth's demigods and Henry's emergence. Poseidon stopped attacking the opposing army and redirected focus to Earth. Odin also received the same news, and Hela ordered to head over to Earth. Meanwhile, Henry praised Jensen's strength. Jensen did the same to Henry and taunted him to release more power. Henry unleashed his strength, and Jensen decided to release Jin-level power in response. Surprised by Jensen's sudden power surge, Henry attacked, only for Jensen to effortlessly counter with a gesture. Undeterred, Henry continued his assault and managed to crack Jensen's barrier. Xiaolu sensed approaching gods, causing concern among the group. Zihao expressed doubt about their ability to handle the upcoming challenge, given that only Mingqi had reached the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, Keshin successfully created 3 heavenly realm pills and continued to increase its potency. Poseidon's group arrived, encountering Xiaolu's team. Poseidon found it strange that powerful opponents, aside from Henry, had emerged on Earth. Apollo cautioned Poseidon not to underestimate their opponents, specifically mentioning the female mid-level creator's ability to fight gods. Although skeptical, Poseidon instructed the 12 gods to engage. In another location, Mingqi held Sif hostage. Balder led Odin's army to the scene, where Sif pleaded for help. Balder rushed forward, seizing Mingqi, only to be surprised by a second Mingqi appearing behind Sif. This surprise revealed Mingqi's separation ability. Mingqi clarified that it was an incarnation, created using a sword spirit to assume an identity with strength equal to hers. Balder boasted about his power comparable to Poseidon's, only to be struck by Mingqi. Another god's arrival heightened Xiaolu's concern. Ares unleashed energy surpassing Apollo's strength. Recognizing the need for time to prepare the heavenly realm pill, Xiaolu decided to rely on 001 and the others. 001 and his companions fused with Zihao, Lan Bin, and Xiaolu, boosting their collective power. Apollo was taken aback by this sudden development. The spectators desired a detailed view of the battle and pressured a reporter into live streaming it. Merging with the mechs proved effective for Xiaolu's group. However, Ares remained unfazed and charged ahead, only to be easily stopped by Lan Bin. 001 reminded Xiaolu that their current power wasn't enough to defeat the gods and provided her with instructions. Xiaolu activated a card, summoning giant swords that restrained Apollo and subsequently impaled him. Ares faced a similar fate. The unexpected arrival of Hephaestus surprised everyone. Hephaestus expressed his desire for a confrontation with Henry, deeming others insignificant. He planned to draw Henry out by threatening to destroy the entire solar system. Hephaestus then engaged Zihao, who summoned the burning great sword to counter. Poseidon entered the fray but was frozen by Lan Bin's power. Meanwhile, Mingqi had already defeated Balder and Sif. She envied the others' ability to transform into mechas. Recognizing Mingqi's immense power, Odin considers destroying her. However, Hela advises Odin to conserve his energy for Henry. Hela acknowledges Mingqi's superiority to even the god of war but suggests facing her herself, intrigued by her strength. Meanwhile, Mingqi desires her own mech. Kor arrives, revealing his role as their power supplier and designer. Mingqi dismisses him based on his appearance, deeming him unreliable and claiming she no longer needs assistance. Kor disagrees and points towards Hela. Hela warns Mingqi that she could reconsider her actions. Kor, while not wanting to discourage her, cautions that despite her ability to challenge and overpower gods, she currently isn't a match for Hela. He emphasizes Hela's strength, comparable to Odin's due to her status as his wife, making her a deity of the mysterious immortal realm. Undeterred, Mingqi remains determined. She unleashes her sword spirit and attacks, only for Hela to effortlessly stop her strike with a powerful attack that fractures space. Concerned, Kor follows Mingqi through the space rupture. Xiaolu also grows anxious about Mingqi's safety and instructs Zihao and Lan Ben to assist her. But they were blocked by Hephaestus. Within the space fracture, Mingqi suffered severe injuries. Kor, deeply devoted to protecting Earth, as he had already dedicated his existence to safeguarding their planet. He merged with Mingqi, surprising everyone. Mingqi reappeared from the crack, activating her sword domain. Despite Hila's efforts to intervene, Mingqi effortlessly repelled the attack and launched a counter-assault, piercing Hila all over her body. Observing her newfound power, Mingqi weighed the sensation of immortality at the incarnation stage. Zihao expressed amazement at the possibility of a person at the primordial infant stage achieving a higher level within a mech. Hila swiftly recovered from the attack and activated her ability. Mingqi recognized the danger of an incarnation stage cultivator manipulating space and prepared to stop her. Hila attempted an attack, but Mingqi thwarted her efforts. In a fit of rage, Hila unleashed a potent energy surge, obliterating a nearby planet. Yet, the planet promptly regenerated due to Jensen's magic. Observing the escalating situation, Odin intended to make a move. In a different world, the citizens were astonished by the sudden appearance of Jensen and Henry. A clash ensued, with Henry initially overpowering Jensen by slamming him down, but Jensen swiftly retaliated, pushing Henry back. In the midst of Jensen and Henry's battle, the Empire's mightiest warrior entered the scene, only to be thrown back by Henry's violent strike against Jensen. The attack nearly decimated the planet, yet Jensen remained unscathed, leaving the warrior astonished. Jensen expressed that he might have overestimated Henry. Unfazed, Henry grinned and unleashed an even more potent energy, launching an attack. Despite Jensen's efforts to halt it, an explosion occurred, destroying another planet in the process. Henry created a new universe and transported the inhabitants of the ruined planet into it, promising to return and repair it later. Afterward, Jensen and Henry descended to Pluto, where Jensen appeared to have sustained damage. The sight of Jensen in that state surprised everyone, as it was the first time they saw it. The gods came to the realization that the intimidating aura they had sensed actually emanated from Jensen, not Henry. Jensen launched an attack that Henry withstood, causing planets to shatter in the process. Henry remarked on his age, acknowledging a more cautious approach compared to his youthful impulsiveness when even a light punch could displace opponents across multiple worlds. Henry then tapped into his full power, reverting to his younger self, which astounded onlookers. Jensen acknowledged this rejuvenation, mentioning that in the heavenly realm, everyone had this ability. Upon seeing Henry, Odin, and Zeus ordered everyone to attack to avenge their ancestors, Jensen resolved to unleash his immortal emperor cultivation level. The immense energy he radiated generated a black hole in space, and instantly annihilating Poseidon and the other gods. Jensen's true form manifested, shocking all present, including Zihao, who was affected by Jensen's aura. Xiaolu acknowledged the overwhelming difference in power levels. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Hades was surprised by the appearance of Poseidon and the other fallen gods. On Earth, people were overwhelmed by the potent energy, leading to fainting. Henry reflected on his encounters with formidable individuals throughout his life, acknowledging Jensen as the strongest he'd encountered. Jensen challenged Henry to make a move. Odin and Zeus appeared with the intention of exterminating Henry. However, they were swiftly defeated by Henry, leading Zeus to join the other gods in Hades. Henry attempted an attack on Jensen, but it fell short. Jensen questioned if Henry could actually be injured, prompting a counterattack that sent Henry reeling with an injury. Despite this, Henry laughed, showing excitement. Jensen shielded everyone with a protective barrier and intensified his assault, distorting the fabric of the universe. Henry found himself immobilized due to Jensen's overwhelming attack. Jensen hinted at an even greater power, leaving Henry shocked and intrigued. Jensen's display of power intensified as he reshaped the universe, yet he was taken aback to see Henry still alive. Jensen challenged Henry to reveal his true strength, expressing his intent to get serious as well. He initiated a space-twisting maneuver that even the mechs retreated from due to its ferocity. To Jensen's surprise, Henry managed to break through his technique, leading Jensen to acknowledge Henry's true power. Henry responded with a profound declaration, asserting that in this realm, his invincibility was established by being the embodiment of the setting itself. Jensen found this concept intriguing, and as a result, he was inclined to engage in a genuine confrontation, aiming to shatter the very rules that defined Henry's supposed invincibility. Henry and Jensen engaged in a fierce clash, but Henry was repelled by Jensen's assault, leading to disbelief over his own defeat. Jensen pointed out that while Henry's current strength wasn't enough, his power was still increasing, embodying the essence of the setting and unlimited power to surpass adversaries. Jensen acknowledged this unique challenge and decided not to kill Henry. Instead, Jensen summons another Henry from drops of his own blood, leaving everyone stunned. The duplicate Henry confronted the original, questioning his authenticity. Jensen proposed that the two Henrys fight, with the winner being declared as the real one. The fake Henry agreed, leading to a clash between the two. To Henry's surprise, the clone displayed the same ability as him, growing stronger in response to the opponent. Their confrontation caused the world to crumble, prompting Jensen to intervene, repairing the world and summoning more Henry clones. As the genuine Henry became overwhelmed by the situation, Jensen halted the battle and took him to have tea. During their tea time, Henry marveled at the taste and requested more. Jensen explained that it was meditation tea and it wasn't easily produced. Henry speculated that someone as powerful as Jensen could easily cultivate such a thing. Jensen concurred with his power, yet he emphasized his ability to disrupt the natural order of the world. Henry conceded defeat and apologized for not being able to provide better entertainment. Jensen reassured Henry that it was fine, sharing that he, too, had to take the confrontation seriously and couldn't actually kill him. Jensen then stood to leave. Henry asked if he was going to imprison him for an extended period, prompting Jensen to reply that he would release him the following day at noon. Jensen restored the distorted space to its initial condition, and life resumed for everyone, returning to their respective routines. Keshin felt useless and started to cry, but Minchi offered comfort by acknowledging how Keshin's potions helped her. Zihao and Lan Bin engaged in light-hearted gossiping. But Xiaolu reminded them of their choir duties, which they still had to fulfill for another 1,000 years. As time flowed on, life settled into a calm routine, characterized by the ongoing task of sweeping the floor. Additionally, an individual frequently visited the teacher for tea and studies. Jensen started teaching Henry how to perceive aura. Henry addressed Jensen as Black-robed Jensen, expressing surprise at Jensen's willingness to teach him. He playfully questioned whether Jensen wasn't worried that he might eventually surpass him in strength. Jensen responded irritated by Henry's attitude. He complained about Henry's progress, lamenting that he had never encountered such a terrible student in his thousands of years of teaching. Henry shared his struggle, explaining that despite his efforts, he couldn't sense the qi. He wondered if their original systems were different. Jensen abruptly silenced him, shutting down further discussion. Years passed and a fresh group of students gathered around Jensen, amazed by his youthful appearance despite being the Grandmaster. Xiaolu and Mingqi's students misunderstood and thought the newcomers were mocking Jensen. They called their students back, but Jensen didn't mind and asked about their masters. They explained that Mingqi and Xiaolu were traveling and hadn't returned. One student remarked that Jensen's parents must be powerful too. Jensen humbly responded that they were commoners who had given him to his master for 5 coins. He understood their decision, acknowledging the societal hierarchy that separated them. In a Xianzhou mainland flashback, villages burned, affecting many. 2 observers saw people relocating. One sympathized, while the other justified it as natural. They decided to investigate. Brown Hair asked why this was happening. White Hair explained that clans in the heavenly realm were fighting nearby. A desperate mother begged the white-haired man, Yan Shuhong, a heavenly god's master, to take her baby to spare them. He declined and moved on. Shockingly, the baby called him by name. Shuhong quickly returned to see the child. The mother asked for a payment of 5 coins, and he reluctantly paid. He asked the child to repeat his words, but the child ignored him. Suddenly, the mother fled happily, calling the child perverted. Shu Hong and his companion were shocked. Brown Hair suspected they were scammed by mortals, doubting the child's abilities, but Shu Hong confirmed he heard the child. He decided to assign the child to woodcutting and planting in the backyard. Jensen arrived at the Heavenly God sect and was given the name by his master. He grew up there, learning cultivation from a young age. At 6 years old, he was unaware of the concept of warriors. One of his fellow students became frustrated when Jensen's progress surpassed theirs and challenged him. The student expressed disbelief in losing to someone they deemed inferior, referencing Jensen's tree planting on the back mountain and his lack of knowledge about spiritual roots. Another student chimed in, suggesting that Jensen's spiritual roots might be unidentifiable rather than absent. Despite this explanation, the first student remained determined to fight Jensen. Unexpectedly, Jensen descended with a large fish, astonishing the group. He questioned the others, leading the angered student to reconsider his intention to fight and instead claim they were there to visit Jensen. Jensen then proposed that they all join him, mentioning the presence of his friends from the North Peak. Upon their arrival, the students were greeted by Jiling and Yao Yao, who were renowned as the northern region's most exceptional and attractive students. Jensen began to prepare the fish and unveiled numerous cores from demonic beasts, leaving the students astonished. One student speculated that Jensen had potentially slain the demonic beasts raised by an immortal on the North Peak, and realized that Jensen had killed most of them. He was worried that the immortal might kill them. The curious student inquired about the circumstances of how Jensen and the two girls had met. Jiling recounted that Jensen had come to her aid during a trial when she was injured, while Yao Yao had been rescued from snake poison by him. The student then remembered their original purpose of informing Jensen about the clan's internal examination. Yao Yao proceeded to ask if Jensen would participate. Gray Hair acknowledged Jensen's strength but pointed Jensen's ignorance about spells. To prove his point, Gray Hair showcased a technique that involved creating fire, leaving Jensen impressed. Gray Hair explained that with enough power, one could even create people, highlighting Jensen's lack of understanding of certain concepts like aura. Gray Hair explained that the internal examination was structured with 7,788 sections for testing, and while Jensen could not use spells except for physical attacks, spellcasters were likely to have an advantage over him. Jensen made the decision to attend the examination and entertained his chances of winning the championship. Meanwhile, Shu Hong voiced his lack of interest in taking on students, finding children to be bothersome. In contrast, Brown Hair tried to persuade Shu Hong, referring to the high caliber of students attending from the best mortal clans, as well as disciples from the following clan. Brown Hair noted that some elder figures from the next clan were present with the intention of ridiculing Shu Hong. These individuals had also sent their own disciples to humiliate Shu Hong. Despite this, Shu Hong remained firm in his decision to not accept any disciples. As the examination day grew closer, a multitude of participants gathered, among them a newcomer named Qingko, a 10-year-old from Earth. Qingko recounted his past life as a disorganized and jobless man who was addicted to video games. He explained that his life took a turn when he was hit by a truck while on his way to the grocery store, leading him to be reborn in this unfamiliar world. One of the students present shared information about the trial, mentioning that clans intending to belittle the Grand Master had sent their disciples who were at the early stage of Qi training. Despite this challenge, the student expressed confidence in their ability to handle the situation, as long as the opponents were still in the process of Qi training. A student revealed the mystic weapon provided by their senior brother, suggesting a confrontational approach that would lead to the demise of their opponents. Qingko intervened, advising him to maintain a low-key approach as per his earlier instructions. He emphasized the goal of their clan passing the examination collectively. Meanwhile, Jensen's focus turned to understanding aura. After some concentration, he successfully sensed the aura and began creating a spell. Unbeknownst to Jensen, his exploration into these newfound abilities would eventually lead to numerous unforeseen consequences for both the heavenly world and even Earth. Shu Hong and the other elders engaged in a discussion about the participants they should send to the examination, realizing that not having any representatives would make them a subject of mockery. Meanwhile, Jensen continued to explore and found himself fascinated by the setup of the other group's camp. However, his presence raised suspicions among the people in the vicinity, who thought he might be spying on them. A sudden and powerful explosion took everyone by surprise. Jensen realized that he had made a grave error and unintentionally eliminated the group that had criticized him earlier. Shu Hong and the elders observed the nearby clan's annihilation and questioned who could have been responsible. The examinations commenced, and Ji Ling expressed her frustration with the repetitive mountain climbing tests they faced each year. The starting point for the test was 1,000 kilometers away from the mountain's base. Ji Ling realized that their only viable mode of transportation would be flying swords, which piqued Jensen's curiosity. She voiced concern about the consumption of chi energy before they reached their destination. Meanwhile, one of Qingko's team members also noticed the exam's design seemed intended to deplete their resources. However, Qingko appeared unperturbed by the challenge. To secure the championship, each clan showcased their skills in pursuit of the first position. Simultaneously, the local disciples of the Heavenly God sect were also hurrying to reach the examination location. Unable to fly on his own, Jensen was carried by Yao Yao as they made their way to the Heavenly God clan's hilltop examination hall. Upon arrival, the host Gogo extended a warm welcome to all the participants and the audience. Gogo explained that this inner examination was different from previous ones as the Heavenly God Patriarch would personally choose the Taoist disciples. Given the large number of participants, including those from the human world, the prizes had been upgraded to boost motivation. The victor of the test would be rewarded with a life-saving elixir below the level of Xianxian, capable of reviving the deceased. Additionally, there were prizes like a copy of the Heavenly Realm and a copy of the Heavenly God sect's elixir recipe. Among the onlookers, the patriarch of the Tianxian sect disregarded the rewards, instead eagerly anticipating the opportunity to humiliate Shu Hong by winning the championship. The Grand Master of the Tian Wumen sect arrived and taunted the patriarch, ridiculing his aspirations for the championship. This sparked a fight between the two, with each boasting about their chances of victory. Meanwhile, most of the participants struggled with exhaustion as they climbed the mountain. Surprisingly, Jensen remained unaffected by the physical strain. In contrast, Qingko and his group were thrilled to see their plan unfold successfully. The audience was taken aback by Qingko's apparent lack of exhaustion. He and his companions continued to push other participants down the mountain, highlighting how easy it was to defeat those who had already depleted their aura energy during the journey. Suddenly, Jensen sprinted past Qingko's group while carrying Yao Yao, leaving them astonished. Jensen then came back to help Ji Ling and continued carrying his group up the mountain. Gogo announced that the climb had reached a crucial point. Despite the presence of spiritual pressure, individuals with strong determination were not greatly affected. To the surprise of many, the test concluded an hour ahead of schedule. Gogo wondered who would be the first participant to reach the top of the mountain. Many had assumed it would be the patriarch of the Tianxian clan, and congratulations were being offered. However, it was Jensen from the Tianxian clan who had achieved this feat, leaving everyone shocked by the unexpected turn of events. The audience was surprised as he was an unfamiliar face to many. Gogo extended his congratulations to Jensen and inquired if he was a disciple of the Heavenly Gods clan. Jensen confirmed and stated that he is a tree cutter from the back of the mountain. Despite Gogo's attempt to continue the conversation, Jensen swiftly made his exit to gather the rest of his group. After a while, Gogo announced that all members of the Heavenly God clan's first team had successfully passed the test. Meanwhile, the elders of the Heavenly God clan initiated an investigation into Jensen's background to ascertain which immortal he was associated with. Simultaneously, Shu Hong felt a sense of familiarity regarding Jensen. Eventually, Qingko's group reached the destination. Qingko was curious about Jensen's identity, while everyone assumed Jensen was a skilled martial artist. Gogo proceeded to present the rewards to Jensen. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Tianxian sect was voicing his grievances while the students were instructed to head to the backyard. Yao Yao expressed relief at being in the same group as Jensen, realizing that otherwise she might not have made it through. She asked if Jensen would watch the trial, but Jensen chose to stay behind and read books instead. Gray Hair called Ji Ling and Yao Yao over, sharing reliable information that the next trial would be a team battle. While they were among the most promising geniuses of the Heavenly God clan, the prospect of facing numerous other clan geniuses was daunting. Gray Hair highlighted Jensen as their secret weapon, despite his outward appearance as an inexperienced child who didn't even understand aura. He then suggested protecting Jensen so he would not be eliminated by others using spells. The Heavenly God clan announced the next trial, Kuju, a form of ancient Chinese football. This time, they emphasized that if a team lost the team battle, the entire team would be eliminated. They warned any clan intending to disrupt the proceedings to leave. Chinko heard this announcement, and showed his confidence. Gogo then declared the first match, Heavenly God clan vs Xianwu clan. The participants were directed to take their positions. An elder from the Heavenly God clan expressed contentment, believing their team had an advantage since the two judges and the referee were aligned with their side. The game commenced, and Chinko's group surprised everyone by charging forward with their weapons. As the battle unfolded, all participants brandished their weapons and engaged in clashes. Chinko even summoned a tank during the course of the match. Each team executed their strategies, which included resorting to cheating tactics like snatching the referee and even moving the goalpost. After several more clashes, Chinko's group unleashed their tank, causing a powerful explosion that affected everyone. However, the opposing team countered with a high-level thunder magic spell that blew everyone away. Chinko remarked that technological equipment was ineffective against opponents like them. He then revealed his real technology. As the thunder spell struck, Ko took out a lightning rod. After the dust settled, Chen Ko was left standing. With Ko's victory, the spectators were left wondering about the specific ability or technique he had used during the battle. The disciples from the Heavenly Mystery sect resorted to cheating to secure their place in the final round. On the other hand, those from the Heavenly God sect managed to make it to the semi-finals by utilizing their connections. The audience grew frustrated with the various underhanded tactics being employed by the participants. As the next battle was set between the Heavenly God sect and the Beast sect, the members of the Beast sect displayed confidence but remained cautious due to the presence of Yao Yao and Ji Ling. Their surprise grew when they saw Jensen, whom they had no prior information about. The game kicked off, and Jensen was assigned the role of guarding the goal and striking anyone who approached. This caused Jensen to be irritated. The members of the Beast sect noticed that a martial artist had been positioned at the back, assuming that he had been included in the team just to fulfill their quota. Yao Yao initiated her aura sword formation, while Ji Ling showcased her proficiency in double sword style. These actions prompted the opponents to consume enhancement pills to boost their strength. Nevertheless, even with the pills, they found themselves overwhelmed by the prowess of Yao Yao and Ji Ling. The members of the Beast sect brought out a fourth-level demon beast known as the Striped Tiger. The tiger was directed towards Jensen, but upon sensing Jensen's aura, the formidable beast cowered in fear. The tiger immediately retreated to its cage, and the members of the Beast sect were left confused. As Jensen's anger grew, gray hair warned the others to cover their ears. Suddenly, Jensen let out a resounding shout, expressing his desire to participate in the game. His powerful shout blew everyone away, causing injury to some of the audience members. The students from the Beast sect lost consciousness due to the force of Jensen's shout, but luckily, their life-saving talismans prevented any fatalities. The Heavenly God clan was declared the victor of the match. However, Jensen was still engrossed in playing with the ball until Gray Hair informed him that the game had concluded and they had won because of him. This revelation left Jensen feeling disheartened. After several rounds of intense competition, no one dared to step up to challenge the Heavenly God clan. Finally, they advanced to the finals, where they would face off directly against the Tianxian sect. The championship round start, Chinko promptly instructed his team to focus their efforts on Yao Yao and Ji Ling. As the two teams clashed, Ko revealed his robotic arm and ordered it to absorb data from the opponents. Chinko explained his advantage as a time traveler, allowing him to elevate his level beyond that of others. He introduced his skill, the AI Cultivation Extraction, which aimed to duplicate the combat capabilities of opponents by assimilating their data. He expressed confidence in the power of this technique, claiming it could even defeat someone at the Tao level. Yao Yao, however, stated that Jensen didn't need to engage directly, as she believed she could handle the situation alone. Jensen pointed out the oddness of Chen Ko's appearance and behavior. He emphasized that they were being manipulated into a potentially deadly confrontation. Jensen began teaching Yao Yao to harness spiritual energy, guiding her movements. Suddenly, a massive dragon emerged, astonishing everyone. Shu Hong and the elders panicked due to the technique's potent power without consuming spiritual energy. Despite the shock, Ko's AI couldn't analyze the technique and shut down. Ko attempted to order an attack but ultimately chose to hide in a dug hole, highlighting his uncertainty of winning. As Yiling moved to confront the opponents, Gray Hair advised her to trust Yensen. After Yao Yao completed the technique, he instructed Yao Yao to throw it, resulting in a massive explosion. Shu Hong shielded everyone from the impact. Yensen aimed to finish off Qingko with the technique, but Shu Hong intervened, revealing that such skills were forbidden in the test, and warned Yensen of failure if he continued. Seizing the chance, Qingko activated his ability to absorb powers from others, taking advantage of the situation. Ko acknowledged Yensen's strength but deemed it insufficient. Yensen checked on the weakened Yao Yao, who couldn't remember him due to Ko's actions. Ko boasted of absorbing his opponent's talents and wisdom, rendering them ordinary. As Ko attacked, Yensen remained unaffected. Enraged by his friend's predicament, Yensen's fury grew. Sensing the impending danger, Ko retreated and readied a potent counterattack. Ko reflected on his previous life, including being laid off and struggling with joblessness, as well as the heartbreak of being betrayed by his girlfriend. Ko expressed his belief that his arrival in this other world marked him as different. He deemed himself the chosen one, destined to rise above others and become the god and supreme being of this world. Suddenly, Yensen appeared before Ko and unleashed a violent strike, demanding the return of his friends. The impact of the attack sent Ko hurtling back to Earth, leaving everyone in shock. In the present, Yensen recounted how he secured the top spot in the trial. Despite not knowing where Qingko came from, he managed to defeat him and send him back. When asked about what happened afterward, Yensen revealed that he became the chief Taoist disciple of the heavenly gods. But contrary to assumptions, Yensen's master didn't teach him any powerful spells. Instead, Yensen emphasized the importance of having a pure heart that doesn't trouble others. He shared that he continued to uphold his master's teachings, unaware that Shu Hong had intentionally chosen not to teach him spells. From then on, Yensen focused on learning to maintain a pure heart within the heavenly god sect, aspiring to embody the essence of a true immortal. Yensen explained that after his trial victory, he created the Chi-Hai Dragon transformation technique, which somehow spread to Earth. This led to chaos between the human world and the heavenly world, causing widespread disaster and countless casualties. Certain groups even believed that mastering the dragon skill would enable them to challenge immortals. Elders who had previously stayed aloof were forced to intervene to restore order. Yensen's master grew troubled by the situation and eventually called Yensen for a private meeting. Shu Hong held Yensen responsible for the chaos, and assigned him the task of recovering the scroll from the human world and dealing with those misusing it. Yensen was given a 100-year deadline. He bid farewell to his friends and descended to the Earth realm, though he was unaware of a door that could have facilitated his journey. After falling for 3 days and nights, Yensen finally reached the ground, where he encountered a girl disguised as a man. Yensen inquired about the Chi-Hai Dragon technique and their location. Yellow Band informed Yensen that they were in a martial arts country where everyone was familiar with the technique. She demonstrated the technique, but it was a weaker version, which surprised Yensen. Yensen realized that the country might need to be eradicated due to the reckless use of the technique. Yellow Band shared her experience of discomfort while using the technique, feeling like she had been stabbed in the chest. She expressed frustration at her lack of power compared to others. Yensen deduced that her Sea of Qi was damaged, likely due to an incomplete technique, or a modified Gong method. He warned her about the dangers of continuing to practice, as it could hinder her cultivation of immortality. Yellow Band responded skeptically, noting Yensen's confident tone regarding the technique. The Emperor was frustrated by the Jidao country's deceptive behavior, as they had initially agreed to unite against the Immortals but secretly signed a treaty limiting the spread of the Sea of Qi Dragon technique. A subordinate reminded about their historical conflicts with the Jidao kingdom and the negative effects of adopting the technique. The Emperor pondered if the copy provided by Jidao was flawed. Unaware of the imminent danger, the Emperor remained oblivious to the rock god of killing's arrival and the manipulative actions of the extreme Dao country that had saved him from potential extermination. Yensen asked Yellow Band about her destination. She explained she was tasked by the Emperor of Wu to authenticate the Sea of Qi Dragon Decree. Yensen expressed interest in the situation and in exploring Earth's scenery. Xiangxiang agreed, with a warning against peeking. Yensen joked he wasn't interested in romantic involvements with men. As they reached the border between the kingdom of Wu and Jodo, Yensen noted the vast number of people, realizing that finding the Qi Sea Dragon Scroll might take years. Yensen spotted a vendor selling the Qi Sea Dragon Scroll at a low price and bought all the scrolls, frustrating him. The vendor was amazed by the high-quality spiritual stone Yensen used for payment. Xiangxiang pondered Yensen's origins due to the valuable stone. Yensen considered the effort needed to collect the scrolls manually. Xiangxiang mentioned the scroll was for geniuses due to its complexity. Yensen agreed. Relieved as doesn't need to kill more people. Lord Wang's arrival excited the crowd, as he was known to be the only genius capable of using the Qi Sea Dragon Scroll. Xiangxiang was also enthusiastic. Yensen intended to end Lord Huang but was stopped by Xiangxiang, who emphasized Wang's exceptional power and mastery of the technique. Yensen showcased his proficiency with the technique, surprising Xiangxiang with the genuine version. Xiangxiang advised caution due to Wang's formidable abilities. She proposed a plan. Yensen would seek evidence of altered skills, then approach individuals connected to Lord Wang for information. Yensen acknowledged his impulsiveness and emphasized the need for a strategic approach to the situation. Xiangxiang inquired about the power of Yensen's technique, to which he promised to reveal it later. In the palace of the Ito kingdom, Emperor expressed gratitude to Kun. Kun assured the Emperor that he had altered the Qi Sea Dragon technique, weakening the Wu kingdom's army's ability to cultivate immortality. The Emperor was relieved, as the previously formidable Wu kingdom was now less of a threat. Kun activated his Heaven Path system, marking his progress by affecting 60 million people's immortality cultivation. The system rewarded him with the Heavenly Tao skill, Immortality, advancing him on the Heaven's path. Reassuring the Emperor, Kun revealed that the Wu kingdom's strength had decreased due to the incapacity of almost half its population for immortality cultivation. He suggested the Emperor could exploit this weakness to wage war against Wu. Kun's orchestration of Wang's actions aimed to create turmoil at the border, providing a pretext for war against Wu. The Emperor thanked Kun for his strategy, while Kun anticipated a transformed world marked by industrialization, vehicles, airplanes, and modernization. Yensen and Xiangxiang waited near Wang's location. Xiangxiang proposed using her morphing skill, having seen Officer Wang enter with a woman. She suggested they transform into a beautiful woman to avoid suspicion from the guards. Yensen admitted his lack of transformation abilities, surprising Xiangxiang given his proficiency with other techniques. Yensen explained his master hadn't taught him that skill, which Xiangxiang found astonishing, considering his master's neglect in teaching even basic spells or sword-riding skills. Yensen shared his master's belief that cultivating his mind was crucial for mastery, suggesting that magic impacted his mental state. Xiangxiang questioned this approach, implying that Yensen might have been deceived. Yensen defended his master and asked Xiangxiang for help. Surprised, Xiangxiang agreed to teach him. She explained the usual process of learning spells through Qi refinement, which could take a year for even a genius. She then performed the morphing skill. To her astonishment, Yensen had already transformed using the morphing skill while she spoke. She found his rapid progress unusual and questioned if he was human. Yensen claimed it was simple. Yensen and Xiang entered the place. Yensen complained about his transformation, while Xiang planned to find Wang later and suggested they take a bath first. Xiang reluctantly booked a private bath for men, but Yensen lacked money for one. He joined Xiang in the bath, explaining his financial situation and reasoning that they were both men. Yensen eagerly jumped into the hot spring to experience it. He then asked Xiang to teach him more spells. Yensen persistently asked Xiang to teach him more spells, but she rejected his request, calling him a pervert. Curious about her blushing, Yensen continued to insist. Eventually, Xiang gave in and agreed to teach him the multiplication technique. She explained how it used one's aura to create multiple versions of oneself, but she could only create 2 duplicates due to the energy division required. To her surprise, as soon as she explained the technique, Jensen effortlessly demonstrated it by creating multiple versions of himself. The duplicate Jensen surrounded Xiang and requested another technique, leaving her feeling uncomfortable. Xiang lost consciousness from the hot spring and Jensen carried her out. When she woke up, she asked if he did anything while she was unconscious. Jensen replied he had just prevented her from drowning. She inquired about her changed clothes, and Jensen admitted to helping but was puzzled by her unfamiliar attire. Xiang was shocked and asked if he understood the difference between men and women. Jensen's innocent response revealed his lack of awareness, making Xiang realize he didn't know about gender distinctions. Sarcastically, she remarked that she didn't need to be shy around someone who hadn't even reached a certain stage of development. Outside Wang's room, Jensen and Xiang planned to use a sleeping incense, but they were apprehended by guards and brought before Wang. Xiang confronted him about providing pirated Qi dragon transformation methods, expressing their shared goal of fighting against immortals for a better world. Wang mocked Xiang as a spy from Wu State and admitted that the pirated books were meant to hinder their immortality cultivation and weaken their country. He revealed his intention to use the situation as a pretext to wage war against them. Xiang condemned his actions, calling them despicable, while Wang remained steadfast in his plan to use the situation to start a war. Wang threatened to reduce the city to rubble and framed Xiang and Jensen for it, confident that they couldn't escape his rope. But Jensen effortlessly broke free, revealing his exceptional strength. Jensen confronted Wang, driven by his master's directive to resolve the situation. Wang summoned his complete Qi dragon transformation, causing fear in Xiang. In response, Jensen released an even larger dragon, dwarfing Wang's, showcasing his own remarkable power. Terrified by Jensen's overwhelming power, Wang resorted to taking Xiang hostage, threatening the lives of the city's inhabitants, and using her as leverage against Jensen. He ordered his followers to attack. Xiang reassured Jensen, urging him not to risk everything for her safety against an anti-immortal monk. Wang taunted them, daring Jensen to destroy the city. Unfazed, Jensen revealed a different plan. He fused his dragons together, forming a giant dragon warrior. The dragon warrior unleashed a devastating attack, causing a powerful explosion in the distance. As Wang's subordinates struggled against the onslaught, Wang continued to threaten Jensen with Xiang's life. However, Jensen used his clone to swap places with Xiang, who was now safely in his arms. Jensen easily overpowered Wang and his group, capturing them and expressing irritation at the unintended consequences of sharing his technique. Just as Jensen was about to carry out his master's directive to eliminate those who learned the technique, Xiang intervened. She questioned whether Jensen's master truly intended to kill them all. Xiang speculated that his master's anger might have clouded his judgment, as immortals, once they attain their status, often surpass concerns about life and death. Xiang suggested a different approach, proposing that they inflict prolonged suffering on the captured group instead of killing them. She advised destroying their cultivation, incapacitating them, and then burying them alive. The intention was to prevent them from finding an easy way out through death and to make them endure the consequences in the mortal world. As they executed this plan and buried the group, Xiang emphasized the aim of extending their suffering by denying them a smooth passage to the afterlife. Xiang stated that she needed to go home. She explained her situation to Jensen and expressed her concern for her father's safety. She mentioned that the war in the Johto kingdom had ceased, but there were still potential threats. With a significant portion of Wugua's population unable to cultivate immortality, their strength had diminished. Jensen offered to help her deal with the threats, but Xiang cautioned him about the dangers of facing skilled cultivators who could manipulate spells. However, she offered to teach him a unique secret technique called the Emperor of Immortal Swords, which piqued Jensen's interest. En route to the Wugwa capital, Xiang taught Jensen the Emperor of Immortal Swords technique, which differed from the splitting technique. She explained that to master it fully, one needed to visit the immortal world and form a pact with the colossal and formidable emperors of immortal swords. These beings could be subdued through gifts or combat. Eager to learn, Jensen asked for a demonstration, but Xiang admitted she didn't know how to summon the emperors. She suggested Jensen communicate with them himself. To reach the immortal world, Xiang set up a giant spirit formation. This would transport them there, where Jensen could attempt to contract the emperors and learn the technique firsthand. Upon arriving, they immediately saw a giant footprint. An immortal emperor appeared, and Xiang expressed interest in making a contract with the immortal emperor. However, the immortal emperor informed Xiang that they had been instructed not to make any more contracts with people from Xiang's country. Jensen found this amusing and confirmed that there were other ways to recruit individuals. He then realized that they were not on the Xianzhou continent, and attacked the immortal emperor, defeating him with a single strike. The situation was reported to the Queen of the Immortal World by the other immortal emperors. The immortal emperor reported that most people from the Wu state had given up on cultivating immortality, and were opting for technology instead. The queen expressed her frustration, mentioning that if the immortal emperor weren't her husband, she would have castrated him long ago. Meanwhile, Jensen arrived and challenged the queen, while Xiang had hidden herself. The queen conveyed that they would no longer make contracts with people from the Wu state due to their abandonment of cultivation and adoption of unfamiliar cultivation methods. She criticized them for being deceived into pursuing something different, which could potentially lead to the downfall of their world, and stated that the divine realm would not cooperate with them. Jensen declared that he was there to fight and was not from Wu state. As he charged forward, he easily took down the spirits and prepared multiple sea dragon techniques, which astonished the queen. Jensen unleashed these techniques, causing massive explosions that raised concerns among the queen and the immortal emperors about the potential destruction of their world. In response to the impending threat, the queen and the immortal emperors decided to attack Jensen together. However, Jensen remained composed and activated the division skill, creating multiple clones. This strategic move caught Xiang's attention, and she realized why Jensen's master hadn't taught him spells. Jensen then unleashed the Sea Dragon technique at level 2 through all of his clones. After the explosions, Jensen emerged victorious, defeating all of his opponents. The queen, recognizing his immense strength, surrendered and was now willing to sign a contract with him. Jensen remarked that things would have been better if they had chosen to cooperate earlier. Upon signing the contract, the queen questioned Jensen's motives. She asked whether he intended to protect them or simply use them as mascots. She also inquired about his interest in the underworld. Jensen stated that he loves spells. The queen, understanding his intentions, then made a proclamation to all underworld emperors, commanding them to kneel and honor their new king. She declared that Jensen had reached the highest level of achievement in the underworld, and from that day forward, they would serve him and his generations to come. Later, during a feast with the immortal emperors, they witnessed a nearby village being ravaged by marauders from the Jigaka kingdom. Jensen swiftly intervened, using his formidable power to repel the attackers. Xiang confirmed their origin based on their attire. The rescued women revealed they were in Peng City, the heart of the Wu kingdom, which was under attack by the Jigaka kingdom. Xiang, fearing for her father's safety, urged Jensen to leave to prevent further damage to their homeland. Upon their arrival at Peng City, Xiang and Jensen saw the city under siege by modern weaponry, including tanks and fighter planes of the Jigaka kingdom, which rendered the traditional cultivator spells ineffective against advanced technology. As they approached the city, Xiang was concerned that the Jigaka kingdom would launch coordinated attacks from multiple directions. She anxiously thought about her father's safety amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the Wu kingdom's king was indulging in leisurely activities, including enjoying a bath and the company of women. This hedonistic behavior infuriated the soldiers outside, who held the servant accountable for the king's actions. Amidst their frustration, the soldiers discussed strategies to defend against the Jigaka kingdom's onslaught. The great general arrives and wonders where the king is when the country is at war. They were then informed that the princess was back. Xiang entered and exchanged greetings with her uncle Qin, who was already aware of the situation regarding the fake Qi Sea Dragon transformation technique provided by Jidao State. He reassured Xiang that he had not pursued that path. Xiang then introduced Jensen and explained that he was the creator of the authentic Qi Sea Dragon transformation technique, and he could help them. Uncle Qin was unconvinced, emphasizing that they couldn't rely solely on a child to safeguard their nation. He recognized that war was sometimes inevitable, and it couldn't be resolved through treasures or cultivation techniques alone. Qin ordered that Xiang and Jensen be escorted to their respective rooms. Xiang arrived at Jensen's room to find him in the process of preparing for a bath. However, Jensen didn't recognize her in her women's attire, which infuriated Xiang. Frustrated, she dismissed the servants and declared that she would be the one to bathe him. Xiang insisted on teaching Jensen how to differentiate between a man and a woman, instructing him to undress. Jensen complied, and Xiang did the same. Meanwhile, the king, shocked by the situation, rushed to the location where Jensen and Xiang were. Xiang made her move on Jensen. The king arrived, but by then, both Jensen and Xiang had already dressed, leaving Xiang blushing and Jensen with a growing understanding of the situation. Later, the king was briefed about the dire situation, with many of their soldiers unable to cultivate immortality. Suggestions for peace were raised, given the circumstances. Both Jensen and Xiang listened intently, but the king seemed uninterested and bored. Xiang couldn't help but wonder about her father's unusual behavior, noting that he hadn't acted like this before. Qin explained the military situation to the king, stating that the southern army was resting at Forest Canyon, making them vulnerable and demoralized. He proposed taking advantage of this situation to regain lost ground. To provide further insight, he summoned an immortal king of the underworld. The immortal king, though reluctant due to his wife's stance, acknowledged the contract and mentioned that he had already defeated the living forces of the Jigaka kingdom. He emphasized that this was the best opportunity to strike. However, there was a spy among the king's advisors. The king's advisor whispered to the king, citing the acquisition of new technological equipment as a demonstration of their power. He argued that now that the Jigaka kingdom had witnessed their strength, it would be wiser to make peace and allow each side to pursue their own interests. The king agreed and stated his decision. Chen, on the other hand, was vehemently opposed to this idea. He stressed that this was a unique opportunity to attack the Jigaka kingdom, before they organized their forces, and returned to slaughter their cities. However, the spy, seemingly working against Chen's argument, kept diverting the king's attention with the allure of technological advancements. In the end, despite Chen's protests, the king decided to pursue peace, believing that war was too costly. The decision to pursue peace frustrated both Chen and the immortal king. Xiang, who was concerned about the ruthlessness of the Jigaka Empire, sought Jensen's help. She expressed her desire for the Jigaka Empire to face consequences for their actions and confided in Jensen, mentioning that she couldn't get married due to their previous encounter. In response, Jensen suddenly disappeared and confronted the king's advisor, slamming him to the ground. He then demanded the king to launch an attack immediately. Chen marveled at Jensen's incredible speed and skill. The immortal king greeted his master, Jensen, shocking everyone. With the executive order issued by the king to declare war on the Jigaka kingdom, it was decided that they would aim to retake the entire country. Jensen, surprised by the king's decision, commented on his enlightenment. Xiang explained that her father had always been like this, but he had been misled by the wrong people. Chen, on the other hand, suggested that Jensen might be interested in leading an army. He thought it would be enjoyable to command a vast army of thousands, to which Jensen readily agreed. As the army gathered, Jensen stood among them. Qin, addressing the troops, announced the appointment of the marshal for the Right Lane army, consisting of 800,000 cultivator soldiers. To the surprise of many, General Yen, who appeared quite young, was named as the marshal. Seeing this, Xiang expressed her desire to go to the front lines as well, but her uncle, Qin, was cautious. He reminded her that going to war was not a leisure trip, especially for a princess. Additionally, he mentioned the difficulties he might face in explaining her presence on the front lines to the emperor. Xiang, however, insisted that Jensen would protect her. Qin was disappointed to see Jensen appearing lazy and not taking his roles seriously. He tried to dissuade Princess Xiang from going to the front lines, citing Jensen's behavior as a reason for concern. On the front lines, the strategist received news about the impending arrival of the right and left lane armies. However, when she heard that the leader of the right lane army was none other than the emperor's son-in-law, she couldn't believe it. The strategist found it absurd that a young and inexperienced leader would command 800,000 cultivators in battle. In the right lane army, Jensen was seen playing with a toy, showing a complete lack of seriousness about the ongoing march. A messenger from the center army arrived and questioned their slow progress despite being cultivators. The soldier explained that Jensen, their young marshal, was more interested in playing than advancing, leading to a lack of discipline within the troops. Meanwhile, Jigaku scouts had identified Jensen's army and requested a missile attack. From a considerable distance, a barrage of missiles was launched, aimed at Jensen's forces. Upon receiving this information, Jensen remained cool and ordered his troops to destroy everything. In the Jigaku kingdom's palace, the king was furious about their recent defeats despite having advanced technology. Kun tried to reassure the king by suggesting that their soldiers were just arrogant due to their technological advantage, and as long as they maintained distance, victory was still possible. The general, however, brought some news that piqued the king's interest. He revealed that their opponents were not as strong as they seemed, as they were allowing an underage prince consort to lead an army of 80 squads, and even the emperor's son-in-law was reportedly playing around during the march. The general expressed confidence that they could defeat these forces, reassuring the king that he had dispatched their best marshal to take on the enemy's 80 squads. The Jigaku kingdom's tanks and helicopters arrived and began advancing toward Jensen's army. Jensen's soldiers were determined and ready for battle. However, during the preparations, one soldier's helmet fell off, revealing her identity as the royal princess, Xiang. The sight of the princess among the soldiers surprised everyone. Like and subscribe if you want me to continue the next chapters, and thank you for watching.